Hey there. It is good to see you again. Or maybe this is your first time here. Either way, I'm Nick, the real Nick from Chilling Lullabies, and you are welcome. This space exists for nights like tonight, when you need something gentle to guide you into sleep. These dark tales are not here to scare you, but to comfort you in that strange way only mystery can. Just a couple of ads in the first 10 minutes, then ad-free for the rest so nothing pulls you back from sleep. If you want to make this your nightly ritual, hit subscribe and leave a like. Let me know where you are listening from tonight in the comments. Now let us settle in and begin together. Ray Molina was sitting in his armchair at 9:30 on a Thursday night in October, trying to decide if the sound he just heard was someone picking his front door lock, or just the house settling the way houses settled in Youngstown when half the block had gone empty, and the foundations shifted because nobody was heating the places anymore. When the sound came again, metal on metal, deliberate, and the specific click of a tension wrench finding resistance. And he understood that they were here. He'd been expecting them for 3 days, ever since the phone call, ever since the voice. Not threatening, not angry, just factual. The way you'd tell someone their dental appointment had been moved. Had told him he had 72 hours to get the full amount together, 28,000, not 20 like he'd tried to offer last month when he'd opened his mouth and made the worst mistake of his 4 decades and change, and that someone would come to collect it, and that the collector would be dressed in a way that might seem unusual, but that Ray should not be alarmed, should not call the police, should simply hand over the bag he'd been given to hold and say nothing, and his daughter Jessica would be safe and his debt would be cleared and the Molina family could go back to living their lives. The voice had said the collector would be wearing a costume. Like they were going to a kid's birthday party, the voice had said, which Ray had understood to mean a clown, though the voice hadn't used that word, had just said costume and let Ray's imagination do the rest. And Ray's imagination had been doing the rest for 72 hours straight, had been playing scenarios, had been seeing his daughter Jessica, 17, living with her mother in Austintown, but staying with him on weekends, a good kid, honor roll, wanted to study nursing at Youngstown State. Seeing her in situations Ray couldn't let himself finish imagining. So when the lock clicked and the door opened, and Ray heard footsteps in his hallway, he felt something that surprised him, something he hadn't expected to feel, which was relief. They were here, and it would be over soon, and Jessica would be safe. 3 facts Ray had been holding in sequence for 3 days, like the combination to a lock he hadn't been able to turn until now. Ray stood up from the armchair. The same armchair he'd bought in 1997, when he'd still been working at the GM plant in Lordstown, before the layoff and before the divorce, before he'd taken the courier job that had seemed like easy money until the moment he'd opened a package he wasn't supposed to open and seen something he wasn't supposed to see, and turned toward the living room doorway. The figure standing there was dressed exactly the way the voice had described. White costume, white face makeup, some kind of mask covering the top half of the face, the whole effect somewhere between mime and something from a theater Ray would never attend. And Ray's first thought was that it looked ridiculous, looked like someone had raided a Halloween store. But his second thought was that the ridiculousness was the point, was designed to make you feel crazy if you tried to explain it later. If you tried to tell someone that a person dressed as a sad clown had come to your house at night to collect money you owed to people whose names you didn't know. The figure was standing absolutely still in the corner by the bookshelf, and Ray realized it must have been standing there for maybe 30 seconds, maybe a minute, just watching him. And the thought made his skin feel wrong, made him aware of how long he'd been sitting with his back to the doorway, but he pushed that aside because this was it. This was the moment, and all he had to do was give them the bag and say the words the voice had told him to say, and it would be over. "I have it," Ray said, and his voice came out steady, which surprised him. "It's ready. I didn't call anybody. I swear to Christ I didn't call anybody." The figure didn't move. Ray took a step toward it. Toward her, he thought. The build looked female, though it was hard to tell with the shapeless costume, and raised his hands, palms out, the universal gesture of, "I'm cooperating. I'm not a threat. Please don't hurt my daughter." "It's okay," Ray said. "I know what this is. I know why you're here. Just wait. Let me get it. It's upstairs. I'll be 30 seconds. Don't leave." He moved past the figure, close enough to smell something synthetic. Makeup, he thought, grease paint or whatever they called it, and took the stairs 2 at a time and didn't let himself think about what happened if it didn't work. Didn't let himself imagine the phone call that would come if they decided the payment wasn't good enough. The bag was in his bedroom closet, exactly where they'd told him to keep it after he'd tried to make the partial payment last month. They'd taken his $20,000, the money he'd pulled from Jessica's college fund, money her mother had been setting aside since Jessica was 6, and they'd given him this bag instead, told him it was collateral, told him to keep it safe, told him someone would come for it when the time was right. And now the time was right. And Ray grabbed the bag with both hands and felt its weight, substantial, heavy enough to be real, and carried it downstairs. The figure was still standing in the corner, hadn't moved, was just watching him with those dark hollows where eyes should be, and Ray held the bag out, arms extended, and said the words, "Tell your boss the debt is settled. Tell him the Molina family's good for their word. Tell him we won't forget this." The figure looked at the bag, looked at Ray, didn't take the bag. Ray's arms stayed extended, the weight pulling at his shoulders, and he said, "Please, it's all there. 28,000. Just like he said, I didn't short it. I didn't try anything." The figure stepped back. Ray's arms were shaking now, the weight of the bag pulling at his shoulders, and he heard himself talking faster, saying things he hadn't planned to say. Things about Jessica, about how she was a good kid, about how she didn't know anything about this, about how there were pictures of her on the fridge if they wanted to check, about how Ray needed them to tell their boss that the payment was complete, that the Molinas were squared up, that nobody needed to... The figure reached for its mask. "Don't," Ray said, sharp, louder than he meant to, because the voice on the phone had been very clear about this part. "Don't try to see their face. Don't try to identify them. Don't give them a reason to think you're a liability. Just give them the bag and let them leave and forget it happened." The figure's hand stopped. Ray said, "I don't want to see your face. I don't want to be able to identify you. That's better for both of us, right? You just take the money and go, and we both forget this happened." The figure stood there for maybe 5 seconds. Ray was counting, couldn't help counting. 1,000, 1,000, the way he used to count when Jessica was little and playing hide and seek. And then the figure's hands moved, took the bag, and Ray felt the weight leave his arms and wanted to cry with relief because it was working and Jessica was safe. The figure stood in the doorway holding the bag, and Ray could see its arms drop a little under the weight. And Ray wanted to say something else, wanted to make sure they understood that he appreciated this, that he knew he'd made a mistake, but that he'd fixed it, that the Molinas paid their debts. But before he could speak, there was a sound from outside, sharp and metallic. The front door's deadbolt sliding shut. From the outside. Which didn't make sense, which shouldn't be possible, because the deadbolt required a key from both sides, and Ray hadn't given anyone a key, and the figure was inside the house, not outside. So who... The lights went out. Everything went out. The television, the lamps, the digital clock on the cable box, the house dropping into darkness so complete that Ray couldn't see the figure anymore, couldn't see his own hands, could only hear his own breathing, and the sound of the bag hitting the floor somewhere near the doorway. "What?" Ray started to say and then stopped, because what was he going to ask? What question made sense in a situation that had just stopped making sense? And he heard the figure moving in the dark, heard footsteps, heard something that sounded like hands on the door, on the deadbolt. And Ray's brain was trying to catch up, was trying to understand why someone who'd just collected money would be trying to open the door like they were trapped, like they hadn't expected this either. Ray took a step toward where he thought the light switch was, hit his shin against the coffee table, heard himself curse, and reached the wall, found the switch, flipped it up and down uselessly because the power was cut. Someone outside had cut the power the same way someone outside had locked the door, and Ray said into the darkness, "What's happening? Who are you?" No answer, just breathing. Someone else's breathing, fast and shallow, the breathing of someone who was scared, and that scared Ray worse than anything else had scared him in the past 72 hours, because the person the voice had sent to collect the money was supposed to be professional, was supposed to know what they were doing, was not supposed to sound like they were as confused and trapped as Ray was. Ray heard movement again, heard what sounded like someone on their hands and knees, searching for something on the floor, and he said, did they lock you in too? Is this... He didn't finish the sentence because he didn't know how to finish it, didn't know what question he was asking, and then he heard a sound that made his whole body go cold. Sirens, distant but getting closer, police sirens, and Ray understood that this wasn't the collection. Understood that the voice on the phone had lied, or had been lying all along, or had set him up, had set them both up, because why else would the police be coming? Why else would someone have locked the door from outside and cut the power, unless this was supposed to look like something it wasn't? Unless Ray was supposed to be found here, in the dark, with someone dressed like this, with a bag full of... Ray's brain caught up to what his hands were already doing, was already moving across the living room, was already reaching for where he remembered the bag being. And his fingers found canvas, found the bag, pulled it open, and even in the darkness he could feel that something was wrong with the money, could feel that the bills weren't banded the way bank money would be banded, weren't organized, weren't right. The figure said something, said it quietly, and said, "I think there's been a mistake." The voice was young, female, scared, not professional, not a collector. Ray said, "Who are you?" "I'm a student," the voice said. And the sirens were maybe a block away now, maybe less. I thought I was doing a performance exam. For school, the Grimaldi Institute. I don't work for anyone. I don't know what's happening. Ray's hands were still in the bag, still touching the money that didn't feel right, and he pulled out a bill, held it up to where the window was, where faint light was starting to paint the curtains red and blue, police lights, and in the intermittent wash he could see that the bill looked wrong, felt wrong, and he thought about the voice on the phone telling him to keep the bag safe, thought about how they'd taken his real money, Jessica's real college fund, and given him this bag instead. And he understood with a clarity that felt like falling that he'd been robbed twice. Once when they'd taken his $20,000. Once when they'd given him this bag to hold. And now the police were outside, and Ray was in his house in the dark with someone in a costume and a bag full of money that wasn't money, and the voice on the phone had told him what would happen if he let the collector leave. Had told him what would happen to Jessica, and Ray didn't know what to believe anymore, but he knew one thing, knew it with absolute certainty. If this person left before the police arrived, Ray didn't know if Jessica would be safe. The figure was moving toward the door again, was doing something with the lock, and Ray heard metal on metal, heard the specific sound of someone picking a lock from the inside, and he crossed the room in 3 steps and grabbed the figure's wrist. "Don't," Ray said. The figure tried to pull away, tried to yank its arm free, and Ray felt tools fall, heard them clatter against the door and hit the floor, and the figure was saying something about being sorry, about this being a mistake. And Ray said, "I can't let you leave. I'm sorry, I don't know if you're telling the truth. I don't know who you are, but they told me if I let you leave." He couldn't finish the sentence. The figure shoved him hard enough that Ray stumbled back, caught himself against the wall, and then the figure was on the floor searching for the tools. And Ray knew he should stop her, should grab her again, should do what the voice had told him to do. But he couldn't make himself move, couldn't make himself put his hands on this person who sounded young and scared and lost. The sirens were right outside now, multiple vehicles, and Ray could hear car doors slamming, boots on pavement, radio chatter, and the figure was at the door again, was working the lock. And Ray heard metal clicking, heard pins lifting one by one, heard the meticulous sound of someone who knew what they were doing. And he thought about Jessica, about her face when he dropped her off at her mother's place on Sunday, about how she'd asked him if he was okay because he looked tired, and he'd told her he was fine, had told her not to worry, had lied to her the way he'd been lying to her since the day he'd opened that package. The figure was almost through the lock. Ray could tell by the sound, could tell she was maybe 30 seconds from opening the door, from running, and he moved across the room and put his hand on her wrist again. But this time he didn't pull, didn't grab, just held it still and said quietly, "If you run, my daughter dies. That's what they told me. Do you believe them?" The figure's hand stopped moving. Ray could feel her pulse under his fingers, could feel it racing, and he said, "I don't know if you're lying. I don't know if you're really a student. I don't know if any of this is real, but I have a daughter and I can't take the chance. Do you understand?" The figure didn't answer. The police loudspeaker came from outside, distorted and metallic, someone telling them to come out with their hands visible, to exit through the front door, to comply immediately. The figure's hands came off the lockpicks. Ray heard her slide down until she was sitting on the floor, heard her pull her knees up, heard her breathing in the darkness, and he thought he should say something, should apologize or explain or ask her again who she was. But before he could speak, she said, "Is your debt real?" Ray sat down too, found the armchair in the dark. The same armchair he'd been sitting in 15 minutes ago when this had still been simple, when all he'd had to do was hand over a bag and save his daughter. "I don't know anymore," Ray said. They sat in the darkness together, Ray in his armchair and the figure on the floor by the door, and waited for what came next. The waiting lasted maybe 5 minutes, maybe 10. Ray had lost his sense of time, had lost his sense of everything except the sound of boots circling the house and the figure's breathing and the hum of the refrigerator still running, because whoever cut the power had hit the breaker for lights and outlets, but not appliances. A detail so mundane it made Ray want to laugh or scream, he couldn't tell which, and the question that kept cycling through his head was whether Jessica was safe right now, whether she'd ever been in danger, whether the debt had been real, or whether Ray had given away her college fund for nothing. The phone started ringing. Landline in the kitchen, the old-fashioned bell ring Ray had never bothered to change. 4 rings, then silence. Someone checking to see if anyone would answer. Someone confirming the trap had worked. The figure said something, said it quietly, said she'd been set up too. Said she thought she was performing a theater exam for a school called the Grimaldi Institute, but the school had sent her here deliberately, had timed it so she'd arrive when Ray was expecting a collector, had given her a costume that would make Ray think she was from the people he owed. Ray listened to this and thought about the voice on the phone, about how it had known exactly when to call, about how it had told him exactly what the collector would look like, and he understood that someone had been watching both of them, had been moving them like pieces on a board Ray couldn't see. Ray had never heard of the Grimaldi Institute. He said, "Why would a theater school send you to collect money from me?" "I don't think it's a theater school," the figure said, and her voice was flat, distant, like she was working through something she didn't want to understand. "I think it's a crime organization that uses theater as cover. I think I've been learning how to commit burglaries, and I thought I was learning performance art." Ray thought about this. Thought about the voice on the phone, about how professional it had sounded, and about how the whole operation had felt organized, institutional, like a business that had been running for years. He said, "They took my daughter's college fund, $20,000. Then they gave me that bag and told me to keep it safe. I think the money in the bag is fake." "It's fake," the figure said. "When you handed it to me, the paper felt wrong, too smooth. And there's something hard in the bottom seam. I felt it when I dropped the bag. I think it's a transmitter." Ray closed his eyes in the darkness and thought about $20,000 gone. 6 years of Denise setting aside money from her nursing shifts. Jessica's college fund vanished with a voice on the phone that hadn't even bothered to threaten him directly. And he was sitting in his house in the dark with fake money, and a person in a costume, and the police outside. And he didn't know if his daughter was safe. Didn't know if she'd ever been in danger. Didn't know if anything the voice had told him was true. The loudspeaker came again, different voice this time, calmer, saying they understood. This was difficult. They wanted to help. They needed whoever was inside to communicate. Ray thought about responding. Thought about trying to explain that he'd been set up, that he'd been told his daughter would be killed if he didn't cooperate, that the person in his house wasn't a criminal, was just a student who'd been used the same way Ray had been used. He thought about how that would sound. He stayed silent. More vehicles arriving. Ray counted them by sound. 5 now, maybe 6. Multiple units for something they thought was serious, something they thought was organized crime. And Ray understood that he was going to be arrested, that there was no explanation he could give that would make this look like anything other than exactly what it looked like, which was a man in his house with counterfeit money and a person in a costume. The figure asked if Ray was going to talk to them. Ray said he didn't know what to say. Said if he told them she'd broken in, that was what the people he owed wanted him to say, but if what she'd said was true, if the debt was fake, then maybe he didn't owe them anything. Maybe he could tell the police the truth. The figure said the truth was that they were both inside a system neither of them could see, and anything either of them said would be used by someone, the school, the police, whoever. And the only certainty was that she was going to be arrested, and Ray might or might not be safe, depending on whether the threat against Jessica had been real or manufactured or both. Ray thought about Jessica. Thought about calling her, but his phone was upstairs, and anyway, what would he say? What would he tell her that wouldn't scare her worse than not calling? He said her name out loud. Just the name. Jessica. Testing whether it still meant what it had meant an hour ago, whether the shape of her existence had changed now that he knew the threat against her might have been theater, might have been just another performance. The figure didn't respond. The radio chatter outside changed pitch. Someone was talking about authorization, about forced entry, about moving to tactical positions. They were preparing to breach. Ray stood up, found the wall in the darkness, made his way to the hallway, found the stairs, went up to his bedroom and got his phone from the nightstand, came back down and sat in the armchair again. He pulled up Jessica's number. Didn't call. Just looked at her name on the screen, the only light in the room, and thought about what he would say if he called. What he would tell her about where her college fund went, about why her father was about to be arrested, about what he'd done to try to keep her safe. The loudspeaker clicked off, the radio chatter went quiet. The kind of quiet that meant the decision had been made. Final warning. Someone shouting through the door that they were making entry. Anyone inside should move away from doors and windows, should lie flat with hands visible. Ray set his phone on the TV stand, screen down so the light wouldn't draw their attention, and moved to the middle of the room, away from the door, and put his hands on top of his head. The figure said something, asked if he was going to move, if he was going to comply. Ray said he was tired, said he'd been scared for 72 hours and he didn't know how to be scared anymore, said he didn't know if anything he'd done had protected Jessica or if it had all been for nothing. The figure didn't respond. The breach came 30 seconds later. Ray heard the ram hit the door, and the wood splintered and the deadbolt mechanism tore from the frame, and flashlight beams flooded the room, white LED brightness that made Ray squint after the darkness, and voices were shouting, "Police, show me your hands, get on the ground." And Ray tried to say that his hands were already up, that he was complying, but before he could speak, someone was on him, was pulling his arms behind his back, was securing them with something plastic that bit into his wrists. Face down on the carpet, knee between his shoulder blades, radio chatter above him. Male subject secured, living room, hands were raised, cooperative. Second subject secured, white female, early 20s, theatrical costume. Evidence visible, large duffel bag, currency scattered near door, lockpicks recovered. Someone pulled Ray to his feet, and he could see the room now in the harsh flashlight glare. Could see the figure, the student, if that's what she was. Face down near the door with an officer standing over her. Could see the duffel bag exactly where it had fallen. Could see officers photographing everything. Someone was reading Ray his rights, and he heard the words, but they wouldn't connect to anything real, wouldn't mean anything. And when the officer asked if he understood, he said yes automatically, because that was the only answer that wouldn't make this worse. Someone asked his name, Ray Molina. Someone asked what happened here tonight. Ray opened his mouth and then closed it, because what had happened here tonight, what could he say that would make sense, that would explain why he'd been sitting in the dark with fake money and a person in a costume and his daughter's college fund gone? The officer was waiting. Ray said, "They told me someone would come to collect a debt. They told me the collector would be wearing a costume. They told me if I didn't cooperate, my daughter would be hurt. I gave them $20,000 last month, and they gave me that bag and told me to keep it. That's all I know." The officer wrote this down, asked for names, for phone numbers, for details Ray didn't have because the voice on the phone had never given names, had never identified itself, had just been a voice. Another officer was talking to the student, was asking why she had lockpicks, and Ray heard her answer, heard her say, "theater," and heard the long pause that followed, and he understood that no one would believe her. The same way no one would believe Ray, because the truth sounded insane and the evidence looked exactly like crime. They were preparing to transport them. Someone saying something about processing, about taking them in separate vehicles, and Ray was being walked toward the door, and as he passed the student, he looked at her. Really looked at her for the first time in the light, and saw her face was smeared with white and black makeup. Saw her costume was soaked with sweat. Saw her looking back at him with an expression Ray couldn't read. Something between guilt and confusion, and the flat recognition of two people who'd been used by the same system. Then an officer stepped between them, and Ray was being walked outside onto his porch, and he could see the patrol cars, the strobing lights, the yellow tape, the neighbors standing on their porches watching. And he thought about how many of them had been waiting for this, had been waiting for the day Ray Molina finally got arrested, because everyone on Sheridan Avenue knew Ray had lost his job, knew he'd been doing courier work for people who didn't ask questions, knew he'd been one bad decision away from exactly this. They walked him to a patrol car, opened the back door, put a hand on his head to guide him into the seat, and Ray bent forward, slid in, the zip ties cutting into his wrists behind his back. Through the window, Ray could see them bringing the student out, could see her being guided into a different patrol car, and he watched as she pressed her palm against the window, watched as she pulled it back and left a white smudge on the glass, grease paint residue. And he thought about how she'd said she was a student, about how she'd thought she was performing art, about how someone had taught her to break into houses and told her it was theater. The officer in the front seat was saying something into his radio, case numbers, suspects in custody, something about counterfeit currency and organized crime patterns. Ray's patrol car pulled away from the curb first, and through the rear window he could see his house getting smaller, could see the police lights still strobing against the vinyl siding, could see officers still moving in and out, documenting the scene. And he thought about Jessica, about whether she was asleep right now in Austin town, about whether she knew yet that her father had been arrested, about what he would tell her when she asked why. His phone was still in the house on the TV stand, and he couldn't call her, couldn't tell her he'd tried to protect her, couldn't tell her the college fund was gone, couldn't tell her anything except that her father had been sitting in the dark with fake money and a stranger in a costume, and the police had found them exactly the way someone had planned for them to be found. The officer in the front seat was still talking on the radio. Ray closed his eyes. The patrol car accelerated toward whatever came next. They processed Ray at the Mahoning County Justice Center on Market Street, downtown Youngstown, a building Ray had driven past maybe 1,000 times and never thought he'd be inside. They took his belt, his wallet, his watch, photographed him, fingerprinted him, asked him the same questions the officer at the scene had asked, wrote down the same answers that didn't explain anything. They asked if he wanted to make a phone call. Ray said yes. Called Jessica's mother, Denise, got her voicemail, left a message saying he'd been arrested, saying Jessica was safe as far as he knew, saying Denise should keep Jessica in Austintown for now, saying he was sorry, saying he'd explain when he could, but right now he didn't understand it himself. Hung up before the beep cut him off. They put him in a holding cell with 2 other men, neither of whom looked at him, and Ray sat on the bench and thought about the student, about whether she was in a cell somewhere in the same building, about whether she'd been telling the truth about the theater school, about whether it mattered. One of the men in the cell asked what Ray was in for. Ray said he didn't know, said someone had given him fake money, and someone had broken into his house and the police had found them together. And that was all he could say because that was all he understood. The man nodded like this made sense, like everyone in here had a story that didn't quite add up, and went back to staring at the wall. Ray sat on the bench and waited. They released him 16 hours later. No charges filed. The assistant prosecutor said they were still investigating, said the case was complicated, said they'd confirmed the money was counterfeit, and they'd confirmed Ray had made a $20,000 withdrawal from his savings account 4 weeks prior, but they couldn't prove Ray had known the money in the bag was fake, couldn't prove he was part of whatever organization had produced it, and without testimony from the student, who wasn't talking, who'd asked for a lawyer immediately and hadn't said a word since. They didn't have enough to hold him. Ray asked what would happen to the student. The prosecutor said that wasn't Ray's concern, said Ray should consider himself lucky, said if they found evidence linking him to the counterfeiting operation or the home invasion ring they'd been tracking, they'd be back. Ray signed papers he didn't read and walked out of the Justice Center into afternoon sunlight that felt wrong, felt too bright, and stood on Market Street trying to decide what to do next. His phone was still in his house. His car was still in his driveway. He started walking. Sheridan Avenue was 40 minutes on foot from downtown, and Ray walked it in a straight line, down Market to Indianola to Glenwood, through neighborhoods that looked like his neighborhood, houses with for sale signs and plywood windows and lawns gone to weeds, the whole south side emptying out, and he thought about the voice on the phone, about whether it would call again, about whether the debt was cleared, or whether this was just the beginning of something Ray didn't understand yet. His house looked exactly the same as it had looked yesterday. Police tape across the door, but otherwise untouched. No damage except the splintered doorframe where they'd used the ram. Ray ducked under the tape, went inside. The duffel bag was gone. The lockpicks were gone. The money was gone. Everything was evidence now, cataloged and photographed, and locked in an evidence room downtown. His phone was still on the TV stand where he'd left it. 17 missed calls, 12 from Denise. 5 from a number he didn't recognize. He called Denise back. She answered on the first ring, said, "Where the hell have you been?" Said she'd been calling for hours, said Jessica was asking questions. Denise didn't know how to answer. Ray said he'd been arrested, but they'd let him go. Said the charges were complicated. Said he couldn't explain it yet because he didn't understand it himself. Denise asked if Jessica was in danger. Ray said he didn't know. Said he thought maybe not. Said he thought maybe the whole thing had been a setup, but he couldn't be sure. Couldn't promise anything. Denise said Jessica wasn't coming back to Ray's house until he figured this out. Said if Ray had gotten mixed up in something, if he'd put Jessica at risk, Denise would make sure he never saw his daughter again. Hung up before Ray could respond. Ray sat in his armchair, the same armchair he'd been sitting in 24 hours ago, and thought about a school that would teach someone to pick locks and break into houses and tell them it was theater. Thought about how you'd run an organization like that, how you'd recruit people, how you'd keep them from asking questions. Thought about how elegant it was, how perfect. To give someone a skill and a costume and a vocabulary that made crime sound like art. His phone rang, unknown number. Ray answered. The voice on the other end was the same voice from 3 days ago, calm and factual. And it said, "Mr. Molina, we need to talk about your payment." Ray said, "You took my money, you gave me fake bills, you set me up," the voice said. "We took $20,000 as partial payment on a debt of $28,000. You still owe $8,000. We'll be in touch regarding collection." Ray said, "I opened a package. That's all I did. I saw something I wasn't supposed to see. I didn't steal anything. I didn't tell anyone. I just looked." The voice said, "The terms were explained when you accepted the courier position. Breach of operational security carries a penalty. You've paid 70%. We'll contact you about the remainder." The line went dead. Ray sat in his armchair, holding his phone, and thought about Jessica, about her college fund, about the $8,000 he didn't have, about the voice that would call again and again until Ray found a way to pay or until something worse happened. He thought about the student, about whether she was still in a cell downtown, about whether anyone believed her story about the theater school. He thought about going to the police, about telling them everything, about the voice and the packages and the debt. He thought about how that had worked out last time. Ray set his phone on the TV stand, screen down, and sat in the dark house on Sheridan Avenue and thought about the student, about whether she'd been telling the truth, about whether she really was a 22-year-old theater student who thought she was performing an exam, or whether that was the story she'd been trained to tell if she got caught. The cover narrative. The performance within the performance. Ray's mind cycled through the evidence. She'd had lockpicks, professional tools, had known how to use them. He'd heard her working the deadbolt from the inside, heard pins lifting one by one, meticulous, practiced. That wasn't amateur, that was training. The costume had been perfect. Exactly what the voice had told Ray to expect. The timing had been perfect. She'd arrived within minutes of when Ray had been told the collector would come. That wasn't coincidence. But her voice when she'd said theater to the police officer, the confusion in it, the genuine bewilderment of someone who'd just discovered their entire education, was a lie. The way she hadn't taken the bag immediately when Ray had held it out. The way she'd stepped back, like she didn't understand what was happening, like the script had gone wrong. Her breathing in the dark, fast, shallow, scared. Not the breathing of a professional who'd been caught. The breathing of someone who was lost. 22 years old. Jessica would be 22 in 5 years. Ray thought about this, thought about whether he'd just helped destroy someone's daughter to protect his own. Thought about whether the student, if that was even her real name, was sitting in a cell right now the same way Ray had been sitting in a cell 16 hours ago, except she wouldn't be released. She wouldn't get lucky because she'd had the lockpicks and the costume and the counterfeit money, and Ray had told the police she'd broken into his house, which was true. She had broken in. But if she'd thought it was a school assignment, if she'd believed she was performing art, then she'd broken in the way someone commits a crime in a dream, doing something terrible without understanding it was terrible. And when she woke up, she was in handcuffs, and nobody believed her story about theater school because the story sounded insane. Ray would never know. That was the thing he kept coming back to, the thing that sat in his chest like a weight. He would never know if the student had been a professional criminal using a brilliant cover story, or if she'd been an innocent kid who'd been groomed by a school that taught crime and called it art. And either way, Ray had held her wrist, had stopped her from running, had kept her in the house until the police arrived, had done exactly what the voice on the phone had told him to do, to protect Jessica, who might never have been in danger at all. Ray sat in his armchair and looked at the corner by the bookshelf, the spot where the student had been standing when he'd first seen her, and he tried to remember her face, tried to remember if he'd seen anything in her eyes that would tell him who she really was. But he'd told her not to take off the mask, had told her he didn't want to see her face, had told her it was better for both of us if he couldn't identify her. So he didn't know, would never know, would sit in this house for however long he had left before the voice called again, before the debt came due again. And he would look at that corner and wonder if he'd saved his daughter or if he'd destroyed someone else's daughter for nothing. Outside, a car drove past slowly, and Ray watched its headlights paint the wall, watched them move across the corner where the student had stood, watched them disappear. The room went dark. Ray sat in his armchair and waited. Russell Foster's headlights caught the barricade 30 yards out, and he eased off the accelerator, letting the car drift while his eyes adjusted to what the beams showed him. The sawhorses were the county's standard yellow and black chevrons, weather-faded but reflective paint still good, and behind them the covered bridge sat like a tunnel mouth, its eaves dripping with rot. He knew the bridge, Widow's Bridge, closed since the center span gave way in 1989. The detour added 4 miles, but he'd left Bloomington late, after work at the archives, and the old route was faster if you were willing to ignore the sawhorses. Russell Foster was willing. He'd crossed it on foot as a kid, back when other kids still dared each other to walk the span. That was before the county closed it, before the barricades went up. He knew the deck planking on the approach was sound even if the center wasn't. You could walk it. He wasn't planning to walk it. He was planning to ease around the barricade, roll across the near third of the bridge where the span was intact, and pick up the road on the other side where it curved toward Spencer. He'd done it twice before, both times in daylight, both times without incident. He pulled the wheel left to angle past the sawhorse and the engine coughed. Not a sputter, a cough, deep in the block, and then a shudder that traveled up through the steering column into his hands. The headlights dimmed, the dashboard lights browned. He pressed the accelerator and got nothing, and then the engine died completely and the car coasted another 10 feet on momentum before it stopped, nose pointed at the bridge entrance, close enough that the headlights shone into the covered tunnel and showed him the first 20 feet of decking before the darkness ate the beams. Russell sat with his hands on the wheel and listened to the ticking of the cooling engine. The headlights stayed on, running off the battery. The car had stalled, but the electrical system was still live. He turned the key. The starter motor ground once, twice, then clicked and went silent. He tried again. Same click. He popped the hood release and got out. The air smelled like creosote and wet leaves. October in southern Indiana, the trees half stripped. The night cool enough that his breath showed faintly in the headlight scatter. He lifted the hood and looked at the engine. He wasn't a mechanic, but he knew what things were supposed to look like, and nothing looked obviously wrong. The battery terminals were clean. The belts were intact. No fluid leaking onto the gravel. He checked the fuel line connection by touch, feeling for wetness, and found nothing. He lowered the hood and stood beside the car, looking at the bridge. The covered span sat heavy in the darkness, white oak framing gone gray over the decades. Russell remembered crossing it barefoot on a dare when he was 12, remembered the rough planks under his feet, and the way his voice had echoed off the roof beams. He remembered the smell, too, creosote and rot and the limestone creek below. The county closed it in 1989 after a coal truck punched through the center during spring thaw. The truck sank into Raccoon Creek, and the county decided the repair cost wasn't worth it. They put up the barricades and left the bridge to rot. He looked back at his car. The headlights were still on, still pointed into the tunnel. He could see the deck planking, the roof beams, the vertical siding. He couldn't see the center span from here. That would be 40 feet in where the darkness thickened. And then he saw the light. It was faint, white, and it was moving. Not swinging, not bobbing, moving slowly from left to right inside the bridge, visible through the gaps in the siding where the boards had warped away from the frame. A small light, dim enough that he almost convinced himself it was a reflection. But it moved again, and he knew it wasn't. Russell stood beside his car and watched the light cross from the left side of the bridge to the right, disappear behind a section of intact siding, then reappear closer to the center. It moved with purpose. It moved like someone was carrying it. He thought about the legend. Everyone in Owen County knew the legend. A widow's husband had died in a logging accident in 1891, caught under a rolling oak trunk on the bank of Raccoon Creek, and she'd come to the bridge every night for a year, carrying a lantern, waiting for him to come home. She died in the winter of 1892, pneumonia, and after that people said they saw her light in the bridge on certain nights, swinging in the dark, still waiting. Russell had heard the story a dozen times and never believed a word of it. But the light was real. He reached into the car and turned off the headlights. The darkness came down like a lid, absolute and immediate, and for 3 or 4 seconds he couldn't see anything. Then his eyes adjusted, and he could make out the shape of the bridge against the slightly lighter sky, the tree line black beyond it, and inside the tunnel, still visible through the siding gaps, the small white light. It was moving toward the center of the bridge now, toward the collapsed span. Russell closed the car door quietly and started walking. The gravel shoulder gave way to packed dirt and then to the bridge approach, where the original roadbed was still intact. The planking started 10 feet from the entrance. Gray oak boards laid perpendicular to the traffic direction, each one 6 inches wide and worn smooth by decades of tire passage. Russell stepped onto the first plank and felt it solid under his weight. He stepped onto the second. Solid. The third creaked, but held. He stopped at the threshold where the covered section began, where the roof beams came down and the walls rose up and the darkness started. The white light was still visible deeper inside, maybe 30 feet in, still moving slowly from right to left now. He could hear something. Not footsteps. A faint scraping sound, irregular, like wood moving against wood. Russell's eyes had adjusted enough that he could see the interior structure. The roof beams were massive, 12 by 12 timbers mortised into the vertical posts every 8 feet, and above them, the board roof slanted up to a central ridge. The walls were vertical siding, 1 by 12 boards nailed to a frame, and in places the boards had shrunk or warped and left gaps an inch wide. Moonlight came through the gaps in thin lines, and through one of those lines he could see the white light more clearly now. It looked like a lantern, a small camping lantern or a flashlight with a diffuser, casting a general glow instead of a focused beam. It was moving at walking speed, and whoever was carrying it was being quiet about it. Russell stepped into the covered section. The temperature dropped immediately. The bridge held the cold air the way a cellar did, and the smell changed from creosote and leaves to something older, a combination of standing water and wood rot and the limestone smell of the creek below. He could hear the creek now, faint but steady, running over the rocks 8 feet beneath the deck. He moved forward, staying close to the right wall, stepping carefully on each plank before committing his weight. The planking was sound here. He was maybe 15 feet inside the tunnel now, and the light ahead of him had stopped moving. It was stationary, somewhere near the center of the bridge, and the scraping sound had stopped too. Russell stopped walking and stood still. He could hear his own breathing, louder than he wanted it to be, and under that he could hear the creak. Nothing else. The light didn't move. He waited 10 seconds, 15, and then he heard a different sound, a footstep. A single footstep on the planking, somewhere ahead of him, in the dark, and then silence again. Russell's hand found the wall beside him, and he steadied himself against it. The boards were cold and slightly damp, and one of them shifted under his palm. He pulled his hand back and wiped it on his jacket. His eyes were fully adjusted now, and he could see the interior in shades of gray. The roof beams overhead, the vertical posts, the deck stretching ahead into darkness, and 40 feet in, where the center span should be, he could see a difference in the light quality, a suggestion of open space, and he realized he was looking at the gap where the planking had collapsed. The white light was positioned just before that gap, right at the edge. He took another step forward, and the planking under his foot gave a long, low creak that seemed to fill the entire tunnel. He froze. The light ahead didn't move. He could see it more clearly now. Definitely a lantern of some kind, sitting on the deck or held at waist height, and near it, he could make out a shape. Vertical. Human-sized. Russell opened his mouth to speak and then closed it. He didn't know what he was looking at yet. He needed to get closer. He took 3 more steps, moving slowly, testing each plank, and now he was 30 feet inside the bridge, and the light was 10 feet ahead of him. He could see the figure clearly now, a person, standing near the edge of the collapsed section, holding something, not the light, something else, something rectangular. And then the figure moved, turning slightly, and Russell saw the phone. The person was holding a phone, and the screen glowed distinct from the lantern, and they were pointing it toward the gap in the deck. They were filming. Russell stopped. The figure hadn't seen him yet. They were focused on the phone, on whatever they were recording, and the lantern sat on the deck beside them, a battery-powered camp lantern with a white dome. The person shifted position, and the lantern light caught their profile. Young, male, teenager, maybe 16 or 17, wearing a dark hoodie and jeans. Russell exhaled slowly. Not the widow's lantern, just a kid's red camping lantern and a YouTube project that hadn't considered what it might lure inside. He took another step forward and spoke. "You shouldn't be here." The teenager spun around, the phone light swinging wild, and the lantern tipped over on the deck. It didn't go out, just rolled slightly and threw shadows up the walls in a way that made the tunnel seem to contract. The kid grabbed for the lantern, righted it, and then looked at Russell with an expression that cycled through fear, embarrassment, and something like defiance in under 2 seconds. The teenager didn't say anything for a moment, just stood there with the phone in one hand and the other hand on the lantern handle, breathing hard enough that Russell could hear it. Then he seemed to decide Russell wasn't a threat, and some of the tension went out of his shoulders. The kid said Russell had scared him badly. Russell stayed where he was, 10 feet back from the teenager, and looked past him at the gap in the deck. From this angle, he could see it clearly. The center span was gone, not just collapsed, but absent. A 12-foot section of planking that had fallen through into the creek and been carried away or rotted in place. The gap ran the full width of the bridge, and on the other side of it, he could see the far third of the deck, intact and leading to the opposite entrance 40 feet away. Russell told him the bridge was closed, condemned. The teenager said he knew that he wasn't crossing it, just filming. Russell asked what he was filming. The kid hesitated, then shrugged. "The bridge," he said. "The legend." He was trying to get footage for a project. Russell asked what kind of project. "YouTube," the teenager said. And there was a defensive edge in his voice now. He did paranormal stuff. Abandoned places, local legends. This bridge was supposed to be haunted, right? The widow with the lantern? He thought he'd come out here, film the interior, maybe catch something. Russell looked at the lantern on the deck between them and told him that was his lantern. The kid confirmed it. Russell said the teenager was hoping someone driving by would see it and think it was the ghost. The teenager's expression shifted, caught between denial and admission. He said it was just for the video, to show what people might see if they came out here at night. He wasn't trying to hurt anybody. Russell told him he was trying to scare them. The kid said it was just a prank, not serious. Russell looked at him for another moment, then looked past him again at the gap in the deck. The collapsed section was directly in front of where the teenager had been standing, and if someone came running into the bridge without a light, someone who believed the legend and thought they were following the widow's lantern to safety, they'd go straight through that gap into the creek below. 8 feet wasn't high enough to kill someone, but it was high enough to break bones, and the creek ran shallow over limestone rocks that would do worse. Russell asked how long he'd been out here. "About 20 minutes, the kid said. He'd gotten there around 11:30. Russell asked if he'd walked. "Bike," the teenager said. He'd left it in the trees over there and gestured vaguely toward the far side of the bridge. Russell processed that. The kid had come from the opposite direction, crossed the bridge on foot, and set up near the gap to film, which meant he knew the deck was unstable, which meant he knew what would happen if someone ran toward his light without looking where they were going. Russell said the teenager realized that if someone saw his light and came in here looking for it, they could fall through that gap. The teenager looked at the collapsed section, then back at Russell. He said he wasn't going to leave it. He was just getting some shots. He was going to pack up after. Russell asked how many cars had gone by since he'd been there. "None," the kid said. "The road was pretty dead." Russell said until his car came. The kid's eyes shifted toward the entrance behind Russell, toward where the car sat with its dead engine. He asked if that was Russell's car out there. Russell confirmed it was. The teenager asked about engine trouble. It stalled, Russell said. The teenager looked uncomfortable now, like he was realizing Russell might need help and he'd been caught doing something stupid, and the two things were colliding in a way he didn't know how to navigate. He picked up the lantern and held it by the handle. He offered to take a look at Russell's car, saying he wasn't a mechanic, but he knew some stuff. Russell almost said no, then reconsidered. The kid was here. The car was dead. And standing in a collapsing bridge, arguing about YouTube videos wasn't accomplishing anything. He agreed. The teenager seemed relieved. He started walking toward Russell, toward the entrance, and Russell stepped aside to let him pass. The kid moved carefully, testing each plank. And when he reached Russell, he stopped and looked at him more closely in the lantern light. He asked if Russell was going to call the cops or anything. Russell said no. The kid said that was cool and thanked him. He nodded and kept walking, and Russell turned to follow him. They were halfway back to the entrance, 20 feet from the open air, when Russell glanced at the lantern in the kid's hand and noticed something he hadn't seen before. The dome wasn't white. It was red. Russell stopped walking. The teenager kept going another 3 steps before he realized Russell wasn't following, and then he stopped too and turned around. He asked what was wrong. Russell stared at the lantern. Red dome, red light inside, casting a faint reddish glow that looked white if you weren't close enough to see it clearly. He looked at the teenager's face, visible now in that red light, and then he looked back toward the center of the bridge, toward the gap in the deck where the kid had been standing. The light he'd seen from outside the bridge, the light moving through the gaps in the siding, had been white, pure white, not red. The teenager was looking at him now with an expression of confusion starting to shade into concern. He asked again what was wrong. Russell turned and looked toward the bridge entrance, toward where his car sat in the darkness with its dead engine and its headlights off. He couldn't see the car from here. The tunnel blocked the view. But he could see the opening, the rectangle of slightly lighter darkness that marked the way out. And beyond that, nothing. He turned back to the teenager and asked how long he'd been in the bridge. The kid said he'd told him already about 20 minutes. Russell asked if he'd seen another light, white light moving inside the tunnel. The teenager shook his head. Just his, he said. Why? Russell didn't answer. He was thinking about the light he'd seen from outside, the white light that had moved from left to right, then toward the center, then stopped. The light that couldn't have been the teenager's red lantern, which meant there had been another light source inside the bridge, which meant someone else had been in here. Russell looked past the teenager, back toward the center span, and his eyes tracked along the interior wall, looking for gaps in the siding, looking for places where light could show through from outside. He found 3 gaps, each one a vertical slot where boards had warped, and through the middle gap he could see something he hadn't noticed before. A faint glow, not red, not the teenager's lantern. White. Russell stepped around the teenager and walked back toward the center of the bridge, moving faster now, his eyes on the gap in the siding. The white glow was steady and unmoving, and as he got closer, he could see it wasn't coming from inside the bridge. It was coming from outside, from beyond the wall, shining through the gap. He reached the gap and looked through. On the other side of the siding, maybe 3 feet away, was a vehicle. It was parked parallel to the bridge, nose pointed toward the far entrance, and it was running. He could hear the engine now, a low idle he'd mistaken for the creek. And the white glow was coming from a single headlight, the driver's side, the passenger side dark. The vehicle was old, a truck or a van, dark-colored, and through the gap he could see part of the driver's door and the front wheel well. Russell stood very still and looked at the vehicle. This vehicle had been here the whole time. It had been parked in darkness on the far side, running dark on the roadside, just a single headlight pointed inward through the siding gaps, which meant whoever was driving had known the bridge was here, had known it was dark, and had positioned their vehicle to shine a headlight through the siding gaps into the interior. The white light he'd seen moving inside the bridge hadn't been moving. The light source had been stationary, parked outside, and what he'd seen moving had been the light's projection, shifting as he changed position while approaching the entrance. He'd followed a headlight. He'd walked into the bridge, chasing a headlight shining through the gaps. Behind him, the teenager said something that Russell didn't process. He was looking at the vehicle, at the dark shape of it through the siding gap, and he was thinking about the sequence of events. His engine had died at the entrance. He'd gotten out to check under the hood. He'd seen the white light inside the bridge. He'd walked toward it. And while he'd been walking toward it, someone had driven a vehicle to the side of the bridge and parked it with the headlight pointed inward. Russell turned away from the gap and looked at the teenager. The kid was standing 15 feet back, holding the red lantern, looking confused and a little frightened. The teenager asked if that was another car. Russell didn't answer. He was looking toward the bridge entrance now and the rectangle of darkness that led back to his car. He couldn't see the car from here. He started walking. The teenager followed, asking Russell to wait, asking what was going on. Russell kept walking, moving fast. And when he reached the entrance, he stopped at the threshold and looked out. His car was gone. The gravel shoulder where he'd parked it was empty. The barricade was still in place, the sawhorse chevrons reflecting faint moonlight. But the car wasn't there. Russell stood at the entrance and stared at the empty space where his car had been, and his mind tried to process what he was looking at. The teenager came up beside him and stopped. He looked at the empty shoulder, then at Russell. He asked where Russell's car was. Russell didn't answer. He was listening. He could hear the creek below the bridge, steady and quiet. He could hear the wind in the trees. And from somewhere outside, from the direction of the near entrance, he heard an engine start. His engine. It turned over on the first try, smooth and clean, no hesitation, no clicking starter. The sound he'd been trying to get for the last 10 minutes and couldn't. Someone had started his car, and it was running perfectly. Then the sound changed, grew fainter, and Russell realized the car was being driven away. The engine note faded into the distance toward Bloomington, and then disappeared completely. Russell stepped back into the bridge. The white headlight glow was still visible through the siding gaps, but it was dimmer now, and as Russell watched, it shifted. Not the projection shifting. The vehicle itself was moving. He heard the engine note change, a low grinding of gears, and then the headlight glow slid backward along the siding and disappeared. The vehicle was backing up. Russell moved to the nearest siding gap and looked through. He saw the dark shape of the vehicle reversing along the side of the bridge, moving toward the far entrance. It was a van, old and boxy, dark blue or black, and through the dirty rear windows he could see at least two shapes inside. People. The van reached the far entrance and stopped. The engine went quiet. For 5 seconds there was silence, and then Russell heard doors opening. 2 doors. Driver's side and sliding side door. Footsteps on gravel, multiple sets. Russell pulled back from the gap and looked at the teenager. The kid's face had gone pale in the red lantern light. He asked what was happening. Russell put a finger to his lips. The teenager went quiet. The footsteps moved from gravel to wood, and Russell realized they were entering the bridge from the far end. At least 2 people, maybe 3, walking on the deck, planking 40 feet away on the other side of the collapsed center span. Russell's car was gone, driven away with an engine that had started perfectly. The van had moved to the far entrance. People were entering the bridge from that side, and the near entrance, the one Russell and the teenager had just come through, was still open behind them, empty, dark. They could leave right now. They could run back to the road, flag down a car if one came, disappear into the trees. But Russell didn't move. He was listening to the footsteps on the far side of the gap, counting them, trying to understand how many men there were and what they wanted. The teenager stood beside him, holding the lantern, looking at Russell like he expected him to make a decision. The footsteps stopped on the other side of the gap. Russell could hear them clearly now, two distinct sets, heavy boots on wood. He moved closer to the collapsed section and looked across the 12-foot gap at the far third of the bridge deck. Two men stood there, 20 feet back from the gap, visible in silhouette against the rectangular opening of the far entrance. They were looking into the tunnel, looking at Russell and the teenager, and neither of them moved or spoke. Russell stayed still. The teenager was behind him, lantern in hand, and the red glow threw enough light that the men on the other side could see them clearly. There was no point in hiding. One of the men stepped forward, closer to the gap, and stopped at the edge. He was heavy-built, wearing a canvas jacket and work boots, and his face was shadowed, but Russell could see the general shape of it. The man didn't speak. He looked at Russell, then at the teenager, then back at Russell. He seemed to be assessing something. His head tilted slightly, the way someone might tilt their head when examining an object from a different angle. The movement was too smooth, too measured. After a long moment, the man stepped back from the gap. He turned to his companion, and the two of them stood close together, facing each other, but not speaking. Their heads moved in small, synchronized nods, like they were communicating through a language Russell couldn't hear. It lasted maybe 10 seconds. Then the heavy man walked back toward the far entrance and disappeared into the darkness outside. Russell heard the van's sliding door open, a metallic scrape, something being pulled across the van's floor, then footsteps on gravel again, multiple sets now, moving along the outside of the bridge. The second man stayed where he was on the far side of the gap, visible in silhouette, watching them. He didn't shift his weight, didn't move at all, just stood there with a stillness that made Russell think of hunters, people who could stand motionless in the woods for hours. Russell glanced back at the near entrance, still open, still empty. The men were on the far side of the gap, 40 feet away across a 12-foot hole in the deck. He and the teenager were on this side, 20 feet from the exit. They could leave, they could run, but something stopped him. The deliberate way the men had positioned themselves, the synchronized communication, the sound of something being dragged from the van. This wasn't random, this was planned. And running might be exactly what they wanted. From deep in the bridge, Russell heard the scrape of metal on wood. He turned and looked back into the tunnel. The man who'd been watching them from the far side was gone now, but Russell could hear movement. Something being dragged across the deck, planking on the far third of the bridge. Something heavy being positioned carefully. The teenager moved closer to Russell and whispered something Russell didn't catch. Russell held up a hand and listened. The dragging sound stopped. Then he heard footsteps again, multiple sets, and Russell realized they were coming back inside. At least two men, maybe three, walking on the far third of the deck. And then Russell heard something else, a low humming. 3 notes repeated. One of them was humming the same 3 notes over and over, and the sound made the hair on Russell's arms stand up in a way he couldn't explain. The men appeared at the far edge of the gap. 3 of them now. The bearded man from before, a younger man in a denim coat, and a third whose features Russell couldn't make out in the darkness. And the younger one was humming 3 notes, over and over. His eyes were on Russell and the teenager, but his expression was blank, and the humming came from his mouth like a sound divorced from any emotion. None of them crossed the gap. They stood on the far side, looking across at Russell and the teenager, and Russell understood. They weren't trying to trap them. They were waiting to see what Russell and the teenager would do. The bearded man gestured toward something on the deck beside him. Russell looked and saw what they'd been dragging. A ladder, an extension ladder, aluminum, fully extended. Two of the men picked it up and carried it to the edge of the gap. They laid it across, resting it on the deck planks on both sides of the 12-foot gap like a bridge. Russell stared at the ladder. It wasn't an invitation. It was a test. Cross the gap, and they'd be on the far third of the deck with the men and the van. Stay on this side, and the near entrance was 20 feet behind them, still open, still unblocked. The choice was theirs. The bearded man stood on the far side of the ladder and looked at Russell, waiting. The teenager saw the ladder and understood at the same time Russell did. His breathing went shallow and fast, and the lantern light shook badly enough to throw the shadows into a jerking dance on the walls. Russell looked at the men on the far side, looked at the ladder, looked back at the near entrance, still open, still offering escape. But Russell didn't move. He stood there with the exit 20 feet behind him, and he didn't move. And afterward, he would tell himself it was because they'd orchestrated everything, because they'd been waiting, because running would only delay it. He knew even as he thought it that this wasn't true. He simply didn't run. He stepped onto the ladder. The aluminum was cold under his hands, and the whole structure shifted slightly as he put his weight on it. The men on the far side watched him cross. He moved carefully, hands on the side rails, feet on the rungs, and crossed in 6 steps. When he reached the far side, he stepped off onto the deck planking. The bearded man stepped forward closer, and Russell could see his face now in the faint backwash of moonlight through the siding gaps. 40s, graying at the temples. He looked at Russell with an assessment Russell recognized from livestock auctions, the silent calculation of value. Behind Russell, still on the near side of the gap, the teenager hadn't moved. The kid was looking at the ladder, at Russell standing on the far side, at the men waiting. The bearded man called across the gap. Not loud, just a single word. Come. The teenager didn't move. The bearded man waited 5 seconds, then nodded to the third man. The third man turned and walked back toward the far entrance, toward the van. And Russell understood what was about to happen. The man would circle around through the trees to the near side, same way they'd moved the van. It would take him maybe 3 minutes. And when he arrived at the near entrance, the teenager's choice would be gone. The kid understood, too. The open exit was about to close. He could wait for the man to reach him from behind, or he could cross the ladder while he still had the choice. The teenager stepped onto the ladder. He moved slowly, the red lantern in one hand, the other hand gripping the side rail. The aluminum flexed under his weight. When he reached the middle, he stopped and looked down at the gap below him, at the darkness where the deck had collapsed into the creek 8 feet below. The bearded man made a sound, not quite a word, just a grunt, and the teenager jerked his head up and kept moving. He crossed the rest of the way and stepped off onto the deck beside Russell. The third man was already gone, disappeared into the darkness, past the far entrance. The exit had never been real. The test had been whether they'd choose to cross or wait to be collected. Russell and the teenager had chosen to cross. The bearded man reached into his jacket pocket and pulled something out. A flashlight, heavy mag light. He clicked it on and shone it directly into Russell's face, holding it there for a long moment while Russell squinted and turned his head slightly. Then the man lowered the beam and played it over Russell's body, not looking for weapons. The light lingered on Russell's hands, his neck, his face again. Then the beam moved to the teenager. The flashlight stayed on the kid longer. The man stepped closer, 6 feet now, and brought the beam up to the teenager's face. The kid squinted and turned away, but the man made a sound. Not quite a word, just a grunt. And the teenager froze. The beam moved down to the kid's hands, then to his mouth. The bearded man stepped even closer, 4 feet, and said something Russell couldn't quite hear. It sounded like open. The teenager didn't move. The bearded man repeated it louder, open. The kid's mouth opened slightly, and the man brought the flashlight beam close to the teenager's face, shining it directly into his mouth, looking at his teeth. The examination lasted maybe 5 seconds, and then the man clicked the flashlight off and stepped back. He turned to the younger man, and they looked at each other. No words. Just the look that lasted 3 seconds, and then the bearded man nodded once. The younger man stopped humming. He walked past Russell and the teenager, heading toward the far entrance, and disappeared into the darkness. Russell heard him speaking to someone out there, a brief exchange in low voices, then footsteps. The man was coming back, and this time he was carrying something. A camera, old, Polaroid, the kind Russell hadn't seen in years. The man stopped in front of the bearded man and handed him the camera. The bearded man gestured toward the teenager. The younger man raised the camera and pointed it at the kid's face. The teenager jerked back, but the bearded man moved faster, stepping forward and putting one hand on the kid's shoulder. Not rough, almost gentle, but firm enough that the teenager stopped moving. The flash went off. The camera whirred and ejected a photo. The younger man caught it, shook it once, and handed it to the bearded man without looking at it. The bearded man studied the photo for a moment, then slipped it into his jacket pocket. The outside pocket, left side. He looked at Russell, raised the camera. Russell didn't move. He looked into the lens, and the flash went off. The camera whirred. The photo came out, and the bearded man took it, examined it briefly, and put it in a different pocket. Inside pocket, right side, close to his chest. Then the bearded man reached out and touched Russell's jaw, just 2 fingers, under the chin, tilting Russell's head to the right, examining the side of his face in the dim light. The touch was cold and impersonal, like someone examining livestock. After a moment, the man let go and stepped back. He pulled something else from his pocket, a small notebook, spiral-bound, the cover worn soft. He opened it, pulled a pen from the wire spiral, and wrote something. 2 entries, one for the teenager, Russell assumed, one for him. The handwriting was small, and Russell couldn't read it from where he stood, but he saw the man put a mark beside one entry and left the other blank. The bearded man closed the notebook and put it back in his pocket. He looked at the younger man and made a gesture with 2 fingers. The younger man nodded and walked back toward the far entrance. This time he didn't come back. The bearded man looked at Russell and the teenager for a long moment. Then he reached out and took the teenager's backpack off the kid's shoulders. The teenager resisted for a second, then let it go. The man unzipped it, looked inside, and pulled out the kid's phone. He looked at it, turned it over in his hand, then put it in his jacket pocket. He dropped the backpack on the deck. He didn't take Russell's wallet, didn't ask for it, didn't even look at Russell's pockets. Russell understood. The notebook mark and the different pockets told him everything he needed to understand about what had happened. The bearded man turned and walked back toward the far entrance. He paused at the threshold, looked back at them once, and then stepped out into the darkness and was gone. Russell stood motionless, listening. He heard footsteps on gravel fading away, voices from outside the bridge, low and brief. Then an engine starting. The van. It idled for a moment, and then the sound changed, grew louder, and Russell realized it was being driven away. The engine note faded into the distance and then disappeared completely. The silence that followed was absolute, except for the creek running below the bridge and the teenager's harsh breathing beside him. Russell waited. 30 seconds. A minute. No sound of his car returning. No second engine. Just silence. He walked slowly back toward the ladder, testing each plank. The teenager followed, They crossed the ladder back to the near third of the deck, and Russell picked it up and slid it back across the gap to the far side where the men had left it. He didn't want it behind them, didn't want the connection. They walked to the near entrance, and Russell stopped at the threshold and looked out. The gravel shoulder was empty. The barricade was undisturbed. The trees on both sides were dark and still. He listened for engines, for voices, for any sound that would tell him where the men had gone. Nothing. He stepped out of the bridge and walked to the edge of the roadbed, looking in both directions along Route 46. Empty. He walked to the tree line and looked into the woods. Too dark to see anything. He listened and heard only wind. They were gone. The teenager came up beside him, still holding the red lantern. The kid's face was white, and his eyes were too wide. His backpack was still inside the bridge where the bearded man had dropped it, but he made no move to go back for it. He asked Russell if they were gone. Russell said he thought so. The teenager looked back at the bridge entrance, then at Russell. He asked what they wanted. Russell didn't answer for a moment. He was thinking about the sequence, the flashlight examination, the camera, the notebook with the marks, the way the bearded man had taken the teenager's phone but left Russell's wallet, the way he'd put the photographs in different pockets. He looked at the teenager and asked where his bike was. The kid's face changed as he understood. Other side, he said. In the trees past the far entrance. Russell nodded. The bike would be gone, same as his car. But that wasn't what the men had come for. The teenager understood that too, even if he didn't want to. He looked down at the red lantern in his hand, then at the bridge entrance, then at Russell. The question was obvious, even though he didn't ask it out loud. What had just happened? Russell didn't answer. The men had taken his car and the teenager's bike. They'd photographed them both, examined the teenager's teeth, written something in a notebook, taken the kid's phone, and then left. Russell checked his pockets. Wallet still there. Keys. Useless now, but still there. The teenager checked his pockets and found the same. Everything except the phone. So it wasn't robbery. Not in the way Russell understood robbery. Russell looked at the teenager in the red lantern light. The kid was 16, maybe 17. Healthy, young. Russell was 43. Graying at the temples. A few extra pounds around the middle. Old enough that his knees hurt when the weather changed. The nearest house was 2 miles back toward Bloomington. Russell told the teenager they needed to start walking. The kid asked if they should wait, if maybe a car would come by. Russell said no, they needed to move. They walked east on Route 46, staying on the shoulder. The teenager asked questions Russell didn't answer. What did they want? Why did they take the photos? What was the notebook for? Russell kept walking. They reached the farmhouse 40 minutes later. Russell knocked on the door until an elderly man answered, bleary and annoyed. Russell explained that his car had broken down, that they needed to use a phone. The man looked at them for a moment. Russell's jacket dirty from the bridge, the teenager's face pale and frightened, and let them inside. Russell called the county sheriff's office and reported his car stolen. He gave them the location, Widow's Bridge on Route 46, and described what had happened. Car trouble. Walked into the bridge to investigate a light. Came back and the car was gone. He left out the men, the photographs, the examination. Just a stolen vehicle. The dispatcher said a deputy would meet him at the farmhouse. The deputy arrived 30 minutes later. Young, early 20s, probably new to the job. Russell and the teenager gave statements, and the deputy wrote everything down and said he'd file a report. He asked if they'd seen the people who took the car, and Russell said no, it was too dark. The deputy nodded like he'd expected that answer. He asked if they wanted to file a report about the bike too. The teenager said yes. The deputy offered to drive them home. Spencer first, to drop off the teenager, then Bloomington for Russell. They drove in silence. The deputy tried to make conversation, asking about the bridge, about the legend, but neither Russell nor the teenager responded. The deputy gave up after a few minutes. They reached Spencer just before 4:30 in the morning. The deputy pulled up to the address the teenager had given. A small house on Walnut Street. Porch light on, one car in the driveway. The kid opened the door and got out. Russell watched him walk up the driveway toward the front door. The teenager moved slowly, exhausted, the red lantern still in his hand. He reached the porch steps and started climbing. The deputy put the car in gear, ready to pull away. Russell kept watching. The teenager reached the front door, reached for the handle. The deputy's radio crackled. He answered it, his attention on the dispatcher's voice. Russell watched the teenager at the door, watched him knock. The deputy finished with the radio and pulled away from the curb. Russell turned in his seat, looking back through the rear window. The teenager was still on the porch waiting for someone to answer, still outside. Russell watched until the deputy turned the corner and the house disappeared from view. He'd seen the kid reach the porch, seen him knock on the door, but he hadn't seen him go inside. The deputy drove Russell to his apartment in Bloomington. It was nearly 5 in the morning when Russell walked through his door and locked it behind him. He went to the window and looked down at the parking lot. His car was there, parked in his assigned space, exactly where he always parked it. Russell stood at the window and looked at it for a long time, his reflection visible in the glass. And behind the reflection, the car sitting 3 floors below in the sodium vapor light. He walked downstairs in his socks, not bothering with shoes. The night air was cold and his breath showed. He walked across the parking lot to his car and looked at it. No damage, no broken windows. The doors were locked. He pulled his keys from his pocket, the keys he'd been carrying all night, the keys he'd thought were useless, and unlocked the driver's door. The interior light came on. Everything looked normal. His sunglasses in the cup holder, the parking stub from the university garage on the dash, the air freshener hanging from the rearview mirror. He opened the glove box. His insurance card was there, the owner's manual, a tire pressure gauge. He checked the back seat, empty. He closed the door and walked around the car, looking at the tires, the body panels, the exhaust. Everything was exactly as he'd left it. He crouched beside the driver's door and reached under the seat frame. Found the magnetic box he kept there, the one that held his spare apartment key. He pulled it free and opened it. Empty. They'd found it, used it, put it back empty so he'd know. He stood and opened the hood. Under the hood, near the firewall on the driver's side, Russell found something that hadn't been there before. A small magnetic device the size of a matchbox stuck to the frame rail. 2 wires ran from it, one to the ignition coil, one to ground. When triggered remotely, the device grounded the circuit and killed the spark. Russell touched it, still warm. He looked at the device for a long moment. Garage door technology, radio receiver, magnetic mount, wire to ignition. Low-tech, untraceable. They'd planted it on his car earlier, maybe at the university parking garage, maybe at the archives, maybe in his apartment lot, and triggered it when he approached the bridge. He pulled the device free and examined it. No markings, no serial numbers. He dropped it in his pocket and closed the hood. On the dashboard, tucked under the driver's side wiper blade, was a Polaroid photograph. Russell pulled it free and held it up to the parking lot light. It was a photograph of his bedroom, taken from the doorway looking in. His bed was visible, the covers turned down the way he'd left them that morning, his reading glasses on the nightstand, the lamp he'd forgotten to turn off still burning. The room was empty. He hadn't been home to sleep in it yet. Russell turned the photo over. On the back, written in small, neat handwriting, was a number, 43. He turned the photo back over and looked at his empty bed again, at the glasses on the nightstand, at the lamp still burning. They'd been in his apartment. Tonight, while he was at the bridge, they'd walked into his bedroom and photographed his bed and his nightstand and his lamp, and they'd left this photo on his car to let him know. Russell put the photograph in his pocket and walked back to his apartment. He locked the door behind him, checked the windows, checked the closets, checked under the bed. Everything was exactly as he'd left it. The lamp in his bedroom was still on. His reading glasses were on the nightstand, right where they appeared in the photograph. He sat on the edge of his bed and pulled the photograph out of his pocket again, looked at his empty bed, looked at the number on the back, 43, his age. He put the photo on his nightstand and lay down on top of the covers, fully dressed. He didn't sleep. He listened to the building settle around him and watched the window lighten with dawn. At 8:30 in the morning, his phone rang. Bloomington Police Department. An officer, polite, slightly skeptical, informed him that his vehicle had been located in his apartment parking lot, Space 3C. Locked, undamaged, no signs of forced entry or tampering. The officer asked if Russell wanted to come down to the station to amend his report. Russell said no, said it was a misunderstanding, said thank you and hung up. The officer's tone had made it clear what he thought. False report. Maybe panic over car trouble. Maybe drunk. Either way, Russell's credibility was gone. Russell sat at his kitchen table and thought about calling back, about explaining what had really happened, the men, the photographs, the examination, the notebook with the marks. But he knew what would happen. They'd ask why he didn't mention it in his initial report. They'd ask why his car was returned. They'd ask what he expected them to do with a story about men who took photographs and examined teeth and then left without taking anything but a bicycle and a teenager's phone. They'd think he was crazy, or lying, or both. Russell put the phone down and looked at the Polaroid on the kitchen table. His empty bedroom. The number 43. He'd been evaluated, inspected, photographed, and returned. The teenager was 16 and maybe 17. Healthy, young, Russell picked up his phone. Put it down, picked it up again. He didn't have the kid's number. Didn't know his last name. The deputy had dropped him off at a house on Walnut Street in Spencer, but Russell couldn't remember the exact address. Hadn't thought to get it. He could call the sheriff's office, ask for the teenager's contact information from the report. But what would he say? That he wanted to check if the kid was okay? That he was worried about something he couldn't explain? Russell put the phone down and looked out the window at the parking lot. At his car, sitting in its assigned space. He tried to remember the last image he had of the teenager, standing on the porch, knocking on the door, waiting. Russell hadn't seen him go inside. He told himself the kid was fine, that his parents had answered the door, that he'd gone inside and gone to bed and woken up late and probably called the sheriff's office about his stolen bike and told his parents about the weird night at the bridge. Russell told himself that for 2 weeks. And then he saw the flyer. He was shopping at the Kroger on College Avenue when he saw it. Taped to the community board near the entrance. Missing. Tyler James Pruitt, age 16. Last seen October 18th. Approximately 4:45, walking toward his residence on Walnut Street, Spencer, Indiana. 5'9", 145 pounds, brown hair, brown eyes. If you have any information, please contact Owen County Sheriff's Office. The photograph showed a teenager in a dark hoodie. The same kid. The same face Russell had seen in the red lantern light inside a widow's bridge. Russell stood in front of the flyer for a long time. Other shoppers moved past him, reaching for carts, checking their phones, talking about groceries and weekend plans. Last seen October 18th. Approximately 4:45 and walking toward his residence. Russell had watched him walk up that driveway, had watched him reach the porch, had watched him knock on the door. And then the deputy had pulled away, and Russell had turned the corner, and he'd never seen Tyler go inside. Russell pulled out his phone, looked at the number for the sheriff's office in his recent calls. He stood there for another minute. Then he put the phone back in his pocket. He left the Kroger without buying anything. He drove home, taking the long route, avoiding Route 46, and sat in his apartment and looked at the Polaroid he'd kept on his nightstand, his empty bedroom. The number 43. He thought about the bearded man's hand under his chin, tilting his head to examine his jaw. The way the man had put Russell's photograph in a different pocket than the teenager's. The mark in the notebook beside a one entry, left blank beside the other. Russell sat at his kitchen table and looked at the missing person flyer he'd photographed with his phone. Tyler's face on the screen. The same face the bearded man had photographed with the Polaroid camera. Last seen walking toward his residence, 30 feet from his front door, almost home, almost safe. Russell deleted the photo of the flyer from his phone. He put the Polaroid in a drawer, and he tried to sleep. Every night he checked the windows, checked the locks, checked the closets, and under the bed. Every night he lay awake and thought about the teenager's face in the red lantern light, about the bearded man's hand on Tyler's shoulder, about the mark in the notebook, about the number 43 on the back of a photograph, about watching Tyler walk up his driveway and turning the corner before he went inside. Russell never drove Route 46 again. He never went back to Widow's Bridge. He never called the sheriff's office about Tyler. And 2 months later, when he saw another missing person flyer, this time a 17-year-old girl from Bloomington, last seen on Route 46 near Spencer. He looked at it for a long time and then walked away. He knew what the men were doing. He knew the bridge was still operating. He knew they were still out there, still watching the road, still using the legend to lure people inside. And he knew he couldn't stop them, because he'd been evaluated, inspected, marked in a notebook and photographed and returned. Because he was 43 years old, and that had saved his life. Because he'd watched a 16-year-old boy walk toward his front door and driven away before making sure he got inside. He lived knowing the only difference between him and Tyler Pruitt was 27 years. The shadows in the corner by the radiator didn't move right. Naomi Lawson sat on the floor of her new apartment, coffee mug gone cold between her palms, half-unpacked boxes forming a cardboard perimeter around her, and stared at the space where darkness pooled like something with weight. The afternoon light came through the windows, gray and thin, the way Seattle light always came in October, but it shouldn't have stopped so completely at that corner. The wall there was the same cream color as every other wall. The floor was the same scuffed hardwood. But when she looked away and looked back, the darkness seemed a fraction of an inch deeper. She set the mug down carefully. Her hands were steady. She'd been proud of how steady they'd stayed through the whole process of packing up the old place, hiring the movers, signing the lease on this converted brick building in Ballard. But now, sitting here in this new space that was supposed to be a fresh start, she couldn't stop staring at that corner. The apartment was a studio, one large room with a galley kitchen tucked into an alcove and a bathroom behind a door that didn't quite hang straight. The building dated back to the 20s, all thick walls and high ceilings and windows that rattled when the wind came off the locks. Her friend Rachel, who worked at the coffee shop on Market Street, had told her about the vacancy. Cheap rent because the landlord couldn't be bothered to renovate. But it had good light, and it was far enough from the old neighborhood that she didn't have to worry about running into people who would ask how she was doing with that specific tone. She stood up and walked to the corner, 3 steps. The shadows didn't move. When she got close enough to touch the wall, she could see it was just a corner. Just 2 walls meeting at an angle. Nothing unusual. But standing there, she felt the hairs on her arms lift, and her breath came shorter, and some animal part of her brain whispered that corners like this were where predators waited. She put her hand flat against the wall. The plaster was cool and slightly gritty under her palm. Solid, real. Nothing wrong with it at all. She went back to unpacking. Books on the particle board shelf, clothes in the shallow closet, television on a milk crate. Normal things, ordinary tasks. The kind of forward motion that was supposed to constitute a life. But every few minutes she found herself looking at the corner again, checking to see if the darkness had grown, if something was forming there in the space where light refused to go. And every time she looked, the corner was exactly as it had been before. Too dark, too still. Wrong in a way she couldn't name but could feel in her bones. By evening, when the gray daylight faded and the streetlights came on outside, she'd finished most of the unpacking. The studio looked almost livable now, almost like a place where a person could exist without feeling like they were camping in someone else's life. She made herself eat something. Crackers and cheese standing at the kitchen counter. Food was just texture and temperature now, something she'd put in her mouth because bodies needed fuel. She'd lost weight she couldn't afford to lose. Her clothes hung loose on her frame. Night came fully. The building settled into its evening sounds. Footsteps above, television murmuring through the wall, heating pipes beginning their metallic conversation. Naomi pulled the mattress out and arranged it on the floor near the window. She hadn't bought a bed frame yet. The apartment felt temporary, even though she'd signed a year lease. She lay down with the lamp on, staring at the ceiling where cracks in the plaster formed patterns that looked almost deliberate. Someone walked down the hallway outside, their footsteps heavy and slow. A door opened and closed, then silence. She reached over and turned off the lamp. Darkness filled the studio, broken only by the orange glow of the streetlight outside. Her eyes adjusted slowly. She could make out the shapes of her furniture, the boxes she hadn't unpacked yet, the bathroom door standing slightly ajar, and in the corner by the radiator, the darkness was absolute. No hint of the wall behind it. Just a vertical column of black that seemed to swallow any light that touched it. She closed her eyes. She was always tired now, an exhaustion that lived in her bones. But lying here in the dark, she couldn't stop thinking about the corner, couldn't stop imagining what might be forming there. She opened her eyes. The corner was darker than before. She sat up slowly, her heart beginning to beat faster. She reached for the lamp, found the switch, turned it. Light flooded the studio. The corner by the radiator was empty. Just wall and floor and baseboard heater. Nothing there. She lay back down but kept the lamp on. She stared at the ceiling and tried to convince herself that she was just stressed, just exhausted. The corner was fine. The shadows were normal. There was nothing in her apartment except her own fear. That night she woke at 3 a.m. with her heart slamming against her ribs and her mouth tasting like rust. The room was dark except for the orange glow from outside. She lay on the mattress and listened to the building settle. The radiator ticked. Someone's television murmured. Outside, a car passed with its bass rattling the windows, and from the corner by the radiator came a sound like someone trying very hard not to sob. She held completely still. The sound was wet and ragged and quiet. The kind of crying that happens when someone has been crying for so long they've lost the ability to make noise properly. It hitched and caught and restarted. It didn't stop. She reached out slowly and found the lamp. Her fingers closed around the switch. She turned it. The light came on, filling the studio with 60 watts of yellow incandescence. The corner by the radiator was empty. Just wall and floor and geometric angles. No one there. But the weeping continued for another 5 seconds, fading by degrees like someone walking away down a long hallway before it stopped entirely. She sat up and pulled her knees to her chest. She didn't turn the lamp off. She didn't sleep. She sat there watching the corner until the gray daylight came back and the building woke up around her. In the morning, when she finally stood up from the mattress, she found the letter on her bed. It sat on the pillow next to where her head had been, a single sheet of lined paper torn from a spiral notebook, folded once. The handwriting was jagged and uneven, letters slanting in different directions, like whoever had written it had been doing it in the dark or with hands that didn't work right. The ink was black, slightly smeared. She unfolded it. I watch you sleep. Your mouth opens slightly and your breathing changes just before you dream. You turned over twice last night, and the second time you made a small sound like a question. I was 3 feet away. You didn't know I was there, but you will. Naomi read it 3 times. The words stayed exactly what they were. Specific, intimate, impossible. She looked at the pillow, at the indentation where her head had been, at the space of maybe 6 inches between where she'd been sleeping and where this letter had been placed. Someone had been in her apartment while she slept. She dropped the paper. It fluttered to the hardwood floor. Her hands weren't steady anymore. They shook when she picked it up again, and they kept shaking when she checked the door. Locked, chain engaged, and the windows. Locked, screens intact. She checked the bathroom even though the door had been closed all night, and there was nowhere to hide. No one could have gotten in. The building had buzzers and locked entry doors, and she was on the 3rd floor. No fire escape outside her window, no balcony, no ledge wide enough to stand on. But someone had gotten in. Someone had stood next to her while she slept, and left this letter and disappeared without making a sound. She sat on the edge of the mattress with the letter in her lap and looked at the corner by the radiator. The morning light came through the window, gray and thin, and the corner looked normal in that light. But she could still hear the weeping in her memory, and she understood that something was in her apartment. Something that could move without being seen and write letters while she slept. She stood up. Her legs felt unsteady but held her weight. She got dressed and left the apartment, walked down the 3 flights of stairs and out into the October morning. Normal people doing normal things, living normal lives that didn't include letters on their pillows or weeping from empty corners. She walked for an hour with no destination in mind. Eventually her feet hurt, and her body started shaking from hunger, and she had to go back. She climbed the 3 flights slowly, unlocked her door, and stepped inside and engaged the chain lock, even though she knew it hadn't stopped anyone the night before. The studio looked exactly as she'd left it. The letter was still on the floor. The corner was still too dark. She picked up the letter and read it again. The words were the same. Just that intimate, specific observation about how she slept, how she moved, how she made small sounds that someone had been close enough to hear. She thought about calling the police, but didn't. Instead, she went to the hardware store and bought additional locks, a deadbolt, a heavier chain, rubber wedges to jam under the door at night. She installed them herself with a screwdriver from the toolbox David had put together years ago. Her hands shook the whole time, but she got the locks installed. Then she went to the windows and checked them again. Old wooden frames with sash weights, simple rotating latches. She tested each one. On the fire escape next door, she could see rust and bird droppings, evidence that no one had used it in years. The apartment was secure. By any reasonable standard, no one should be able to get inside while she slept. And yet the letter proved that someone had. She sat on the mattress and stared at the corner, and tried to think of an explanation that made sense. Maybe she'd been sleepwalking and had written the letter herself, though she'd never sleepwalked in her life and the handwriting looked nothing like her own. Or maybe something was in her apartment that didn't need doors or windows. Something that lived in the dark corners and could manifest when light failed. She pulled her knees to her chest and watched the corner as afternoon light faded and evening came on and the shadows began to gather again. The second letter appeared after 3 days. Naomi had been existing in a state of hypervigilance that made her feel like her skin was too thin. She left lamps on all the time now, every light burning even during the day. She'd bought more lamps at the thrift store. Cheap ones with weak bulbs, but they pushed back the shadows in every corner, except the one by the radiator. That corner stayed dark no matter how much light she aimed at it. She'd set up a desk lamp on the floor pointed directly at the space, but the darkness there seemed to swallow the light. She hadn't slept more than an hour or two at a stretch. She'd lie on the mattress with her eyes open, watching the corner, waiting. Sometimes she'd see it. Not movement exactly, but a thickening, a suggestion of verticality where the darkness collected itself, tall, impossibly tall. So thin it seemed to be made of lines rather than mass. And always just at the edge of hearing, the wet, ragged sound of weeping. The second letter was on the kitchen counter when she came back from the bathroom one morning. 3 minutes, brushing her teeth, washing her face. When she came out, the letter was there, folded once, sitting next to the coffee mug she'd left. She picked it up. Same jagged handwriting, same black ink, slightly smeared. You stood in front of the refrigerator for 43 seconds this morning before you remembered what you wanted. You do that often. You stand very still, and your eyes go somewhere else. I wonder where you go. I wonder if you're trying to go back to before. You can't. I won't let you. Naomi read it twice. Then she checked every hiding place. Bathroom, empty. Closet, her few clothes, nothing behind them. Under the mattress. Just floor. Behind the furniture. Nothing but dust. Nothing. No one. She was alone. Except that she wasn't. Someone had been here while she was in the bathroom. Someone had placed this letter, had observed her standing blank in front of the refrigerator that morning. Someone was watching her all the time, noting the small moments of her dissolution. She put the letter on top of the first one. 2 letters now, 2 pieces of evidence. The third letter appeared that night, tucked under her coffee mug on the floor next to her mattress. She'd gotten up to use the bathroom at 2 in the morning, and when she came back, the letter was there, folded once, waiting. The way you hold your left hand when you think no one's watching. The way you rub your ring finger with your thumb. There's a pale band of skin there that hasn't tanned. You took the ring off, but you still reach for it. I see you do it. I'm always seeing you. She couldn't speak. She looked at her left hand, at the pale band on her ring finger, where David's wedding band had sat for 9 years. She'd taken it off 6 months after he died, when wearing it had started to feel like clinging to something that was gone and never coming back. She'd put it in a shoebox under the mattress, along with other things she couldn't quite throw away. She did rub that spot on her finger. She did it without thinking, a gesture, so automatic she barely noticed anymore. But someone else had noticed. Someone had been watching her closely enough to see this small, private habit. She set the letter down next to the others. Her hands were shaking so badly, the paper rattled. 3 letters, 3 intrusions, 3 pieces of evidence that whatever was in her apartment knew her, was studying her, was documenting the small, private gestures she made when she thought she was alone. The 4th letter appeared the next morning on the closed toilet lid when she came out of the shower. You smell like soap and fear. The fear is new. Before I came, you smelled like nothing at all, like you were barely here. I'm making you real again. You should thank me. Naomi read it, standing there naked and dripping, the bathroom mirror fogged from steam. The letter was slightly damp, as though whoever had placed it there had done so while she was still in the shower, while water was still running, while she'd been inches away behind a translucent curtain. She dropped the letter and pulled the shower curtain fully open. Nothing there but tile wall. She checked behind the door. She checked under the sink. Nothing. No one. But someone had been here. Close enough to place a letter, close enough to smell her. She got dressed quickly, her wet skin making the clothes stick. She gathered all 4 letters and spread them out on the desk in chronological order. A sequence, a progression, each one more intimate than the last. The watcher in her apartment, whatever it was, whoever it was, knew her, knew her habits, her gestures, her history, knew about the ring and the grief and the way that she stood blank in front of the refrigerator. Naomi made a decision. If locks and windows couldn't keep this thing out, maybe older methods would work. She went to a store in the university district that sold crystals and sage bundles and books about protective rituals. The woman behind the counter listened to Naomi's careful explanation about feeling uneasy in her new apartment. The woman sold her white sage, sea salt, and a piece of black tourmaline. She explained how to smudge the apartment, how to create a protective barrier with salt, how to place the stone where negative energy accumulated. That evening, as the light failed, Naomi followed the instructions. She lit the sage bundle and walked through the studio, letting the smoke drift into every corner. The smoke made her eyes water and caught in her throat, but she kept going until the entire apartment was hazy with it. Then she took the sea salt and poured a line across her doorway, a barrier between the hallway and her home. She poured another line across the bathroom threshold. She created a circle of salt around her mattress, a protected space where she could sleep. Finally, she placed the black tourmaline in the corner by the radiator, right in the center of that space where darkness gathered. The stone looked small and insignificant sitting there, but the woman had promised it would absorb negative energy. Naomi stepped back and surveyed her work. The apartment smelled like sage smoke. White lines of salt gleamed on the floor. The black stone sat in the corner like a guardian. She felt better. For the first time in days, she felt like she'd done something that might actually work. Physical locks hadn't stopped the intruder, but maybe these older protections would. She went to bed that night with a small flicker of hope. She lay on her mattress inside the circle of salt and waited for sleep. The weeping started just after midnight, that wet, ragged sound filling the studio, coming from the corner by the radiator where the black stone sat uselessly. Naomi's eyes snapped open, and she looked at the salt circle around her mattress. Unbroken, perfectly intact. The white line glowing faintly in the orange streetlight from outside. The weeping continued, and then movement in the dark. Naomi sat up slowly. The corner was darker than before, the darkness pooling and gathering, forming itself into a shape, tall, impossibly tall. 7 feet at least, maybe more. Thin in a way that violated anatomy, all vertical lines and sharp angles. The weeping man stood in his corner, and the black tourmaline sat at his feet like an offering, and the sage smoke had done nothing, and the salt lines were intact and useless because he hadn't needed to cross them. He'd been here all along. He'd never left. He didn't need to enter through doors or windows because he lived in the apartment itself and in the corners, in the shadows. Naomi looked at the salt circle around her mattress, perfectly intact, not a single grain disturbed. She looked at the doorway. The salt line there was also unbroken. And yet a new letter sat on the floor just outside her protective circle, folded once, waiting. She understood then. The protection hadn't failed. It had revealed the truth. Whatever was writing these letters didn't need to break barriers because it was already inside, had always been inside. She reached out slowly and picked up the letter. Her hand passed through the salt circle, breaking it, rendering it meaningless. She unfolded the paper. I don't need doors. I don't need windows. I'm already here. I've always been here. Stop trying to keep me out. Naomi let the letter fall. She looked at the weeping man standing in his corner, at the black stone sitting useless at his feet, at the sage smoke still hanging in the air, all of it meaningless, all of it irrelevant, because the threat wasn't external. The weeping man tilted his head, watching her with the absence where eyes should be, and for the first time, Naomi heard his voice. Not words spoken aloud, but knowledge appearing in her mind fully formed, thoughts that weren't hers being written directly into her consciousness. You're trying so hard to fight me, but you're fighting the wrong battle. I'm not your enemy. Her voice wouldn't come. She couldn't speak, couldn't move, could only sit there inside her broken salt circle, while the entity in the corner spoke directly into her brain. But even as the words appeared in her mind, she noticed something. The voice felt familiar. The cadence, the rhythm, the particular way the thoughts were structured. It reminded her of her own internal monologue, of the way she talked to herself in the privacy of her own head. She pushed the observation away, focused on the immediate threat, on the thing standing in her corner, weeping black tears that ran upward toward the ceiling in defiance of gravity. The weeping man stepped forward. 1 step. 2. He moved in a way that didn't match normal locomotion, his body gliding across the floor. He stopped 6 feet from her mattress, just outside where the salt circle had been. Naomi's body wanted to run. Every animal instinct screamed at her to move, to flee, but there was nowhere to go. The apartment was small, the door was across the room, and she understood that running wouldn't help. You couldn't run from something that lived in corners and shadows. The weeping man extended one long shadow hand toward her. The fingers were impossibly long, tapering to points that looked sharp enough to cut. He held his hand there, palm up, as though offering something or asking for something in return. Naomi stared at that hand, at the way it was made of thousands of fine lines of darkness woven together, all of them trembling lightly. She thought about the letters, about the specific observations, about how he knew her habits and gestures. She thought about his voice appearing in her mind, sounding like her own thoughts. She thought about the salt line that hadn't been crossed because he'd never needed to cross it. The weeping man's hand remained extended, waiting, patient as stone. Naomi didn't take it. She pulled her knees to her chest and watched him. And gradually, slowly, he lowered his hand and stepped back into his corner and dissolved into the shadows there. The weeping continued for another hour before it finally faded. Naomi sat on her mattress, surrounded by the remains of her broken protections, and understood that she was dealing with something physical barriers couldn't stop. In the morning, she swept up the salt, threw away the sage bundle, put the black tourmaline in a drawer. None of it had worked because she'd been trying to solve the wrong problem. The question wasn't how to keep the weeping man out. The question was what he was and why he was here. The letters came faster after that. She'd find them everywhere. Between book pages inside the refrigerator, slipped under her pillow, placed on the bathroom counter. The handwriting got worse with each one. More erratic. You stopped eating 3 days ago. Good. You're starting to understand. The body is just weight. When it gets light enough, you'll float away with me. Somewhere without corners, without walls. Just darkness and weeping and us. I counted your heartbeats last night. 7,412. Each one a small defiance. each one a small betrayal. I'll count them all until they stop. The ring is in the shoebox under your mattress. You haven't opened it since you moved in. But you think about it 60, 70 times a day. You think if you don't look at it, it's not real. I could show you what's real. She stopped reading them after a while. She'd find them and leave them face down, unread. But she knew they were accumulating, documenting in jagged handwriting the way she was coming apart day by day, hour by hour, heartbeat by heartbeat. The weeping got louder. She could hear it all the time now, not just at night, but during the day, a constant background noise. The corner by the radiator had become the center of her apartment, the point around which everything else organized itself. She couldn't turn her back on it, couldn't position herself anywhere where that corner wasn't in her line of sight. And the darkness was gathering. It was getting darker, denser, more substantial. Where before it had been a column of shadow, now it was beginning to have texture, dimension. She could make out vertical lines within it, striations that suggested structure. The shape was tall, 7 feet at least, maybe taller, too tall to be human, too thin. All vertical lines and sharp angles. She tried to leave. 3 times in one afternoon, she walked to the door, unlocked the deadbolt, unhooked the chain, put her hand on the doorknob. And 3 times her vision tunneled, her breath shortened, and her legs stopped working. The thought of opening that door and walking down the hallway made her chest compress with something that felt like terror. It was easier to stay inside, easier to exist in this small space where at least she knew what the threat was. The first time she saw him fully, it was almost a relief. She'd been lying on the mattress in the middle of the night, lamp on, staring at the ceiling. The weeping had been going for hours. She turned her head slowly and looked at the corner by the radiator. The weeping man stood there. He was impossibly tall, his head nearly touching the ceiling. 7 feet, 8 feet. Height that shouldn't fit in a room with 8-foot ceilings, but somehow did, as though the space bent around him. He was thin in a way that violated basic anatomy, all vertical lines and sharp angles. His body the color of shadow made solid. Not black exactly. More like the absence of light given form. His face was barely a suggestion. She could make out where eyes might be, where a mouth should exist. But the features were more implied than present. And from those spaces where eyes might be came 2 streaks of liquid, black and viscous, tracking down the nothing of his face. The tears didn't fall. They ran upward, defying gravity, pulled toward the ceiling. He stood perfectly still except for the trembling that ran through his too thin frame, a vibration that matched the rhythm of the weeping, as though his entire body was an instrument playing this one sustained note of grief. His hands, if they could be called hands, hung at his sides, fingers twice as long as human fingers should be, tapering to points that looked sharp enough to cut. Naomi couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't look away. Some primal part of her brain screamed that if she moved, he would cross the room faster than thought, and those long, terrible fingers would touch her, and she would never be the same. The weeping man tilted his head. The motion was wrong, too precise, too deliberate, like a bird of prey tracking movement. The black tears kept streaming upward, and the sound of his weeping filled the studio until it was the only sound in the world. And then, without moving his mouth, he spoke. The voice didn't come from his body. It came from everywhere and nowhere, from inside her head and from the walls themselves. But this time, the words that appeared in her mind had a quality she hadn't noticed before. They felt like her own thoughts, but twisted. You're pathetic, you know that? Look at you. Lying here in the dark, too afraid to move, too broken to function. No wonder, David. She flinched. The thought cut off abruptly, but the damage was done. Because that voice, that cadence, those specific words, she'd thought them before. She'd had that exact thought about herself maybe 100 times since David died. That internal voice that told her she was failing, that she was broken. But she'd never thought that voice might be anything other than her own harsh self-assessment. She'd never considered that it might be something else speaking to her using her own vocabulary, her own rhythm, her own cruelty turned back on itself. The weeping man stood motionless in his corner, watching her with the absence where eyes should be, and Naomi understood that his voice appearing in her mind wasn't just supernatural intrusion. It was something worse. It was her own thoughts being mimicked back to her, twisted, just enough to feel wrong, but not enough to be immediately recognizable as foreign. How long had he been doing this? How many of her thoughts had actually been his thoughts placed in her mind? The weeping man tilted his head again. And this time, when his voice came, it was softer, almost gentle, but still wearing the cadence of her own thoughts. I will never leave you. I will take away every single thing you love until there is nothing left in your life but me. And then you'll understand. Then you'll finally understand what you are. The lamp went out. Not the bulb burning out. She could see the filament still glowing faintly. But her vision collapsing inward, tunneling down to nothing. She was blind in the dark with the weeping man, and the weeping got louder and louder until she thought her skull would split from the pressure. She tried to scream. Her mouth open, no sound came out. Air wouldn't move through her chest. Her body had stopped working. She was just consciousness trapped in meat, and the weeping man was leaning closer, and she could smell him now, salt and copper and something underneath that was older, colder, like stones at the bottom of a winter lake. And then she felt it. Something impossible. A single fingertip, impossibly cold, traced the curve of her ear. Not roughly, not violently, almost tenderly, as though the weeping man was memorizing the shape of her through touch. The cold was absolute. Not the cold of ice, but the cold of deep space. It burned without fire. It ached in her bones. The finger traced down from her ear to her jaw. A touch so light it was barely there, and yet it felt like it was leaving a mark, like everywhere he touched would be permanently changed. Naomi's body had stopped obeying her entirely. She couldn't pull away, couldn't flinch, couldn't do anything but lie there while the weeping man touched her face with that single, impossibly cold finger. And the worst part was that under the terror, under the revulsion, she felt something else. She felt known, seen, acknowledged in a way she hadn't been since David died. The finger lifted away. Her vision came back gradually, the lamp brightening until the studio was lit again. The corner by the radiator was empty. Just wall and floor and radiator. The weeping man was gone. But Naomi could still feel where he'd touched her. The cold had sunk into her skin, into her bone. She raised her hand to her ear, to her jaw, tracing the path his finger had taken. Her own touch felt warm by comparison. She sat up slowly. Her body ached, as though she'd been holding a single position for hours. She looked at the corner and tried to process what had just happened. He'd touched her. The weeping man had reached out and touched her, had made physical contact. Or had he? The question arrived quietly, insidiously. Because now, sitting here in the lamplight, trying to remember exactly what had happened, she couldn't be entirely sure. The touch had felt real. The cold had been absolute. But memory was unreliable, especially memory formed in moments of extreme fear. What if she'd touched herself? What if, in her terror and exhaustion, she'd reached up and traced her own ear, her own jaw, and the cold she'd felt was just her own fingers, her own circulation compromised by fear and stress. The thought was almost worse than believing the weeping man had touched her. Because if she'd touched herself and couldn't remember doing it, if her body was taking actions without her conscious awareness, then what else might she be doing in these gaps of consciousness? She looked at her hands. They were shaking. They were always shaking now. She studied them as though they belonged to someone else, trying to see them as instruments that might betray her. The corner by the radiator stayed empty for the rest of the night. But Naomi didn't sleep. She sat on her mattress and watched that space, and she touched her ear, her jaw, over and over, trying to remember if the cold was real or manufactured, trying to understand if the threat was outside her or inside her, or somehow both at once. In the morning, when the gray daylight came back, she found a new letter on her pillow. You felt me. You know I'm real now. Stop pretending this is all in your mind. She read it 3 times. The handwriting was the same jagged scrawl, but now, looking at it in the morning light, she thought she could see something familiar in the way certain letters were formed. The way the T crossed just a fraction too high. The way the Y descended with a slight curve to the left. Little details that reminded her of her own handwriting but distorted, as though written with her non-dominant hand or while her hand was trembling. She folded the letter carefully and added it to the growing pile. 37 letters now. 37 pieces of paper, all with the same jagged handwriting. 37 pieces of evidence that she couldn't trust anymore, because now she'd started to wonder who was really writing them. Rachel came by on a Wednesday afternoon using the spare key Naomi had given her weeks ago. Naomi heard the key in the lock and sat up from where she'd been lying on the mattress. And when the door opened and Rachel stepped into the studio, the expression on her friend's face told Naomi everything about what she must look like. Rachel stood in the doorway for a long moment, taking in the scene. The lights burning everywhere even though it was afternoon. The letters scattered across the floor, maybe 40 of them now, on the unmade mattress. The boxes still half unpacked. The smell, stale air, an unwashed body, and something else underneath. Something that smelled like salt water and old tears. And Naomi herself, sitting in the center of it all, in clothes she'd been wearing for days, her hair unwashed and tangled, her eyes sunken and red-rimmed, her body so thin now that her collarbone stood out sharp beneath her shirt. Rachel closed the door behind her. She didn't move further into the apartment. She just stood there and looked at Naomi with an expression that was carefully controlled. They looked at each other for a long time. Naomi wanted to explain, but couldn't find words that wouldn't sound insane. Rachel broke the silence first. Her voice was gentle but firm. Naomi, you can't stay here. Naomi gestured toward the corner by the radiator, but couldn't make herself say anything about what lived there. Rachel looked at the corner. Her face stayed carefully neutral. She walked across the studio and stood directly in the space where the weeping man appeared each night. She waved her hand through the air, demonstrating its emptiness. Nothing here, just a corner. It's darker than the rest of the room because the radiator blocks some of the light, but there's nothing wrong with it. Naomi knew what Rachel was seeing. Just a corner, just an ordinary space. The weeping man only appeared for Naomi, only manifested when she was alone, and even then only when he chose to. Rachel walked back to the mattress and sat down next to Naomi. She didn't touch her, didn't try to put an arm around her shoulders. She just sat close enough that Naomi could feel her warmth. I think we need to call your doctor, or maybe we should go to the hospital, just to make sure you're okay. This isn't you, Naomi. I don't know what's happening, but you're not okay. And I'm watching you disappear, and I don't know how to help you. Naomi looked at the letters scattered across the floor. Physical evidence, real and tangible. She could pick one up right now and show Rachel the handwriting. But she didn't. Because yesterday morning she'd tried to read one of the letters and had realized, with a sick lurch in her stomach, that she recognized the handwriting. Not as her own, exactly. It was too jagged, too erratic, but as something adjacent to her own, as though someone had taken her hand and forced it to write while she was unconscious. She didn't want to think about what that meant. Rachel stood up. "Come with me. Just for today. We'll get you out of here, get you something to eat, and we'll figure out what to do next. You don't have to decide anything right now." Naomi looked at the corner. The weeping man wasn't visible in the afternoon light, but she could sense him there. And in her head, so quiet she almost missed it, she heard his voice, or her voice, or some voice that belonged to both of them and neither of them. "Go ahead. Leave with her. It doesn't matter. I'll be here when you get back. I'll always be here." She stood up. Her legs shook but held her weight. They left together, Rachel's hand on Naomi's elbow, guiding her toward the door. Naomi looked back once before they stepped into the hallway. The corner by the radiator was empty in the daylight. Just wall and floor and radiator, nothing more. But she could still hear the weeping, faint and distant, like someone crying in another apartment. Rachel took her to a diner on Market Street. They sat by the window where gray October light filtered through glass, made wavy with age. Rachel ordered for both of them, eggs and toast and hash browns. Naomi picked at her food while Rachel talked, about work, about the weather, about a movie she'd seen, about anything except the obvious topic of Naomi's deterioration. It was kind in a way. Rachel was giving her space to exist in normalcy for a few hours. But normalcy felt like a costume that didn't fit anymore. Naomi had been wearing it for a year. The costume of a widow who was coping, who was moving forward, who had processed her grief. But sitting here, Naomi realized the costume had never fit properly. She'd just been holding it closed with both hands, refusing to acknowledge how transparent it was. After an hour, Rachel drove her back to the apartment building. She walked Naomi up the 3 flights and all the way to the door, and she didn't leave until Naomi had gone inside and locked the door. Naomi stood in the studio and looked at the corner by the radiator, empty in the late afternoon light. But evening was coming. And when evening came, the weeping man would return. That night, Naomi made a decision. She'd been existing in reactive mode for weeks, just responding without any plan. But if this was going to continue, if the weeping man was real and present and permanent, then she needed to understand him, needed to document him, needed proof. She went to the thrift store the next morning early. The walk there took 20 minutes and felt like crossing a foreign country. She hadn't been outside in days except for yesterday's trip with Rachel. The air felt too big, the sky too open. She kept her head down and walked fast. The thrift store smelled like dust and old fabric and the particular sadness that clings to abandoned objects. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting everything in a greenish pall. The electronics section was in the back. Naomi went straight there and found what she was looking for. A camcorder. The kind with the flip-out screen and the tape slot. The man at the register was maybe 60, wearing a flannel shirt with pen stains on the pocket. He pulled the camcorder out of its case and demonstrated that it worked. The tape mechanism made a grinding sound like it was chewing plastic. But the little screen lit up blue and showed Naomi the thrift store in miniature, all compressed and slightly warped. He showed her how to insert the tape with a click that felt cheap but definite, how to press the red button that started recording. $40. She paid in cash and walked back to the apartment with the camcorder in a plastic bag. Back in the studio, she set up the camcorder on the kitchen counter, angled toward the corner by the radiator. She plugged it in so the battery wouldn't die overnight. She adjusted the angle until the frame captured both the corner and the mattress where she slept. She checked the tape, made sure it was rewound, that she had enough recording time. She pressed record. The red light came on. The tape started rolling with that grinding plastic sound. Naomi went to the mattress and lay down. It was early evening, the gray light fading toward dark. She lay there with her eyes closed and her breathing steady, performing sleep, and waited for night to come fully. The weeping started around midnight. Naomi kept her eyes closed and her breathing even, pretending unconsciousness, while the weeping man manifested in his corner. She could feel him watching her, could sense his presence. The temperature dropped. The air got thick and hard to breathe. And then came the sound she'd been waiting for. The soft scrape of pen on paper. She opened her eyes the tiniest fraction, just enough to see through her lashes. The weeping man stood at the foot of her mattress, bent over at an angle that should have been impossible. His long shadow hands held a pen and notebook paper. The black tears dripped from his absent face onto the page, but they didn't blur the ink. He wrote with those impossibly long fingers, precise and careful. 40 seconds. 50. When he finished, he folded the paper once and leaned forward to place it on her pillow. And as he leaned down, his face, that absence of a face, that void where features should be, came close to hers. So close she could feel the cold radiating from him, could smell that salt and copper scent mixed with something like deep ocean. She felt it again, that impossibly cold touch. Not his hand this time, his breath. Except he didn't have breath, didn't have lungs or mouth or any biological machinery. But she felt it anyway. A coldness like winter lakes exhaled across the back of her neck, raising every hair on her body. The touch was intimate and terrible, and somehow tender, as though the weeping man was trying to comfort her even as he terrified her. He placed the letter on her pillow 6 inches from her face. Then he straightened. That impossible unfolding motion, his body extending in segments like a carpenter's rule, and looked directly at her. She knew he knew she was awake, knew he had always known, had been allowing her to witness this, because it didn't matter, because she couldn't stop him. He stepped backward into his corner and dissolved into the shadows there. Naomi counted to 500 before she moved, her neck still cold where his not breath had touched her. Then she sat up slowly and looked at the letter on her pillow. She didn't touch it. She just looked at it, at the familiar fold. She stood and walked to the kitchen counter where the camcorder sat, still recording, red light still on. Her hands were shaking so badly, she almost dropped it twice, but she managed to hold it steady enough to press stop. The grinding sound ceased. She rewound the tape, watching the counter spin backward. Her heart hammered against her ribs. This was it. This was proof. She pressed play. The small flip-out screen glowed blue in the dark studio. Naomi watched herself lying on the mattress, perfectly still, breathing steadily. The timestamp in the corner read 11:47 p.m. The corner by the radiator was empty. Nothing moved. Nothing appeared. And then at 12:43 a.m., Naomi sat up. She watched herself on the screen sit up slowly, stiffly, like a puppet being pulled upright by invisible strings. Her eyes were open, but not seeing, focused on nothing. She watched herself stand and walk across the studio, not to the corner where the weeping man manifested, but to the opposite corner, where she kept her desk with her checkbook and envelopes and pens. She watched herself pull out the desk chair and sit down, pick up a pen, tear a piece of paper from a spiral notebook, start writing. The handwriting visible on the screen was jagged erratic, exactly like the handwriting in all the letters. Her left hand trembled against the desk surface. Her face remained slack, empty. She wrote for 30 seconds. Then she stopped, folded the paper once, stood, walked to the mattress. And as she walked, she raised her right hand to her own neck, extended one finger, traced the back of her own neck with that single fingertip, her touch light and careful, while her face remained expressionless. Naomi watched herself place the paper on the pillow 6 inches from where her head had been. Watched herself walk back to the mattress. Watched herself lie down and close her eyes. The timestamp read 12:46 a.m., 3 minutes. The entire episode had taken 3 minutes. Naomi watched the rest of the tape. Nothing else moved. The corner stayed empty. She lay, sleeping on the mattress until the tape ran out 45 minutes later. She rewound it, watched it again, and again, each time hoping to see something different, but the footage showed the same thing every time. Her, sleepwalking, writing letters to herself, touching her own neck with her own finger, while her consciousness was somewhere else. The cold breath she'd felt on her neck had been her own touch. The impossibly cold fingertip that had traced her ear days ago had been her own finger. The weeping man didn't need to touch her. She was touching herself, her dissociated hand, creating the sensation of external contact, while her conscious mind experienced it as violation. Naomi sat on the floor with the camcorder in her lap and tried to understand what this meant. The conclusion was inescapable. There was no external entity entering her apartment. There was just her, sleepwalking, dissociating, performing actions she had no conscious memory of. She was writing the letters herself. She was creating the weeping man herself. She was the haunting. The thought was more terrifying than believing in an external threat. Because if her mind had fractured enough to create an entire alternate personality that could take control of her body while she slept, then what else was it capable of? What other gaps existed in her consciousness? Naomi stood and walked to the corner by the radiator. She stood in the space where the weeping man appeared each night and felt nothing. Just cool air and plaster and ordinary shadows. But he would appear again tonight. She knew that with certainty. Because knowing the truth about what he was didn't make him less real. It just changed the nature of the reality. The weeping man was real in the way that psychological phenomena were real. Internal, but with external effects, invisible to others, but devastatingly present to her. She went to the library that afternoon and checked out books on dissociation, trauma, defense mechanisms. She read them sitting on the floor of her studio. The books explained what was happening to her in clinical language that made it sound manageable, treatable. Dissociative identity disorder. The mind splits to survive unbearable trauma. The mind creates separate identities, alters to hold what the whole personality cannot integrate. The alters can take control of the body, can perform actions the main personality has no memory of. The weeping man wasn't an external entity. The weeping man was an alter, a part of her that had split off to carry what she couldn't carry. And what couldn't she carry? What had been so unbearable that her mind had fragmented rather than face it? The book said DID usually formed in childhood in response to severe trauma before the personality fully integrated. But it could form later too if the trauma was profound enough, if the grief was overwhelming enough, if the mind simply couldn't hold the full weight of what had happened. David's death. A year ago, October. The accident, the hospital, the funeral she'd attended but couldn't remember. The months of moving through the world like a ghost, functioning but not feeling. She'd thought she was handling it, thought she was being strong, moving forward, not letting the grief consume her. But her mind had known better. Her mind had understood that the grief was too enormous to carry consciously, so it had created the weeping man to carry it for her, an altar whose only job was to weep, to feel, to remember, to hold the unbearable weight of David's absence while Naomi, who functioned, could continue to exist in the world. She looked at the corner where the weeping man would appear after 3 days, sitting on the floor surrounded by the library books. He was protecting her by terrorizing her with letters and manifestations and whispered threats, by creating an external threat that felt concrete and fightable. Her fractured mind was trying to give her grief a form she could address, because formless grief, the kind that had no edges, no boundaries, was impossible to fight. But a monster in a corner? That was something you could face. That night, Naomi sat on the mattress and waited for the weeping man to appear. When he manifested in the corner, 7 feet tall and impossibly thin, the black tears streaming upward from his absent face, she looked at him with new understanding. She opened her mouth to speak, to tell him she knew what he was now. But before she could say anything, the weeping got louder. So loud she had to press her hands over her ears, but it didn't help because the sound was coming from inside her head. The studio darkened, shadows pulling in from every corner, and the weeping man stepped forward, closer than he'd ever been, close enough that she could see the individual threads of darkness that composed him, could smell the salt and copper and ancient ocean depths. His voice filled her skull, not a whisper now, but a roar, and this time she could hear it clearly. This time she recognized it completely. It was her own voice, her own thoughts, her own words that she'd been thinking for a year, given form and volume, and turned back on her. You don't understand anything. You think knowing what I am changes something? You think understanding the mechanics makes me less real? I'm more real than you are. I'm the only part of you that's actually feeling anything. You're just the shell that goes through motions. I'm the one who's been keeping you alive. The studio went completely dark. Naomi felt the cold emanating from him, felt the weight of his presence, felt the terrible grief he carried. Grief that was hers, that had always been hers, that she'd been refusing to acknowledge for a year. And underneath the grief, something else. Something that felt like love, like desperate protective love. The weeping man wasn't just carrying her grief, he was carrying it away from her, holding it separate, maintaining the wall between Naomi, who functioned, and Naomi, who had been destroyed. He was protecting her. And he would continue protecting her by terrorizing her, by keeping her afraid, because fear was an emotion she could feel without falling apart. Fear was manageable. Fear was something you could survive. But the grief he was holding, that would kill her. I'm not your enemy, the weeping man whispered, his voice, her voice. Softer now, almost tender. I'm the only thing keeping you alive. Without me, you'd have to feel everything. You'd have to remember that David is gone and he's never coming back, and you're going to live the rest of your life without him. Could you survive that? Could you wake up every morning and remember that truth and still find a reason to keep breathing? Naomi sat in the darkness and couldn't answer, because she didn't know. She genuinely didn't know if she could survive the full weight of David's absence without this protective split. I'm not asking you to integrate, the voice continued. I'm not asking you to take this back. I'm just asking you to accept that I exist, that I'm necessary, that this is the only way you can continue. We can live like this. I'll hold the grief. You hold everything else. We'll share this body and this life, and neither of us has to feel more than we can bear. The darkness lifted gradually. Naomi's vision came back. The weeping man stood in his corner, patient and permanent, and she understood that he was offering her a a compromise, a way to survive without having to face the full truth of what she'd lost. She could live this way. She'd been living this way for weeks now. It was horrible and exhausting and slowly destroying her, but it was survivable. The alternative? Taking back the grief, feeling it fully, might not be survivable at all. The weeping man was right. Naomi understood this after 3 days, sitting on the floor surrounded by the library books. She'd been reading about dissociative identity disorder, about trauma responses, about fractured consciousness. The clinical language made it sound manageable, just a matter of integration therapy, of slowly reuniting the fractured parts until the whole person could hold all their experiences. But the books were written for cases where the dissociation protected someone from memories that could be processed once the person was in a safe environment. The books weren't written for cases like hers, where the dissociation was protecting her from the present moment, from a grief so enormous that acknowledging it would mean acknowledging that her entire future had been erased. The weeping man wasn't holding a memory. He was holding her reality. And if she integrated with him, she took back the grief he'd been carrying. She wasn't sure there would be enough of her left to survive it. She looked at the corner by the radiator, empty in the afternoon light, but she could sense him there, waiting. He was always waiting, patient as stone. She thought about the promise he'd made, that he would continue to hold the grief, that they could share this body and this life without either of them having to feel more than they could bear. It was a bargain, a way to keep existing without facing the full weight of what had happened. She could live this way, could continue splitting herself between Naomi, who functioned, and the weeping man who carried everything she couldn't carry. It wasn't healing, but maybe healing wasn't possible. Maybe survival was enough. That night, the weeping man appeared as usual. Naomi lay on the mattress and watched him manifest, watched the darkness gather itself into his impossible height. But tonight she didn't feel afraid. She felt something else, something like gratitude, like recognition of a terrible bargain that had saved her life. She spoke without sitting up. How long can this go on? The weeping man tilted his head, and his voice appeared in her mind with that familiar cadence. As long as it needs to. As long as you're not ready. What if I'm never ready, and then I'll be here forever? Is that what you want? What I want doesn't matter. I'm not a separate person with separate wants. I'm you. I'm the part of you that understands what you can't survive. And I'll hold it for as long as you need me to hold it. Naomi closed her eyes. The weeping continued, filling the studio, when she realized she'd gotten used to it. The sound that had terrified her initially now felt almost comforting, like white noise, like being held. This was what safety sounded like in her fractured reality. Constant weeping, constant grief, held just far enough away that she could function. She opened her eyes and looked at him. He stood in his corner, patient and permanent. And she understood that he would be there forever unless something changed. But that day wasn't today. And it might not be tomorrow. And it might never come at all. The weeping man seemed to sense her thoughts. He tilted his head again, and for just a moment his form softened. The black tears stopped streaming upward. The weeping quieted to something almost gentle. There's no shame in this. Survival takes many forms. This is yours. Naomi pulled the blanket up to her chin and watched him. And for the first time since he'd appeared, she didn't want him to leave. His presence meant she didn't have to feel what he was feeling. His weeping meant she didn't have to weep. His existence meant she could continue existing. She fell asleep like that, watching him. Days passed, then weeks. Naomi developed a routine with the weeping man. She'd go about her day trying to function, forcing herself to eat, occasionally leaving for groceries or to meet Rachel for coffee. And at night, the weeping man would appear, and she'd lie on the mattress and listen to his weeping and feel the strange comfort of knowing her grief was being held separate from her. The letters stopped appearing. The dissociative episodes had stabilized. The weeping man appeared at night, but only in the corner, and Naomi no longer blacked out to write threatening messages. The split had found an equilibrium, a way to coexist. Rachel noticed the improvement. She commented on how Naomi seemed more present, more engaged. And Naomi nodded and agreed and didn't mention that herself now meant a person who cohabitated with a shadow figure that held her grief hostage so she could function. It was manageable. It was survivable. But on a Thursday night in early November, something changed. Naomi was lying on the mattress, watching the weeping man in his usual corner, when he suddenly shuddered. Not the constant trembling that always ran through him, but a violent convulsion that shook his entire frame. The black tears stopped streaming upward. The weeping changed pitch, became more desperate, more raw, and then he started to collapse. Not dissolve or fade, collapse like something essential had been pulled out from under him. The 7-foot figure began to fold inward, the vertical lines compressing, the darkness peeling away in layers. Naomi sat up, her heart suddenly racing. This was different. This was wrong. The weeping man had been constant for weeks, but now something was breaking down. The darkness continued to peel away, and underneath she could see something else. Not shadow, not absence. Something human. It was her. A version of her, kneeling on the floor in the corner where the weeping man had stood. Small and hunched, her face buried in her hand, her body shaking with sobs so violent they seemed to be tearing her apart. The sound was different from the weeping man's weeping. More raw, more human, more utterly destroyed. This wasn't the mannered grief of an altar holding emotions at a distance. This was the primal sound of someone whose world had ended. Naomi stared at herself, kneeling in the corner, at her own body, at her own shoulders shaking, at her own hands covering her face. The kneeling figure raised her head. Her face was Naomi's face, but younger somehow, more open. The face she'd had before David died, before she'd learned to wall everything off. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Not black, upward-flowing tears, but normal human tears that followed gravity. The other Naomi looked at her from the corner, looked at her with eyes that held a year's worth of grief, of loss, of unbearable knowledge that David was gone and would never come back. She spoke. Her voice was broken, exhausted, at the absolute limit of endurance. I can't hold this anymore. I've been carrying this alone for a year, and I can't do it anymore. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. But you have to take it back now. You have to feel this. Air wouldn't move through Naomi's chest. Her lungs had stopped working, because she could feel it now, pressing against the wall the weeping man had built, threatening to break through. The grief, the loss, the terrible crushing weight of David's absence. If I keep holding this, the other Naomi whispered, there won't be anything left of either of us. The split has gone too far. I'm not just holding your grief anymore. I am dissolving under the weight of it. If you don't take it back, if you don't integrate with me, we're both going to disappear. There won't be a you or a me. There'll just be nothing. And Naomi understood what she was saying. The weeping man, the altar, the split-off part of her consciousness, had taken on more than any fragment could hold. The grief was too big. It had been eating away at the altar's structure, and now that structure was collapsing. The compromise they'd struck was failing. She had two choices. Integrate now, take back the grief and face it, or let the whole system collapse. Let both parts dissolve into nothing. Let Naomi Lawson cease to exist entirely. The only way forward is through, the other Naomi said, her voice barely audible now. You have to remember. You have to feel it. You have to weep. Naomi looked at herself kneeling in the corner, at the tears streaming down her own face, at the absolute exhaustion in her own eyes. And she thought about David. Really thought about him, for the first time since he died. She thought about his laugh and his warmth and the way he'd looked at her in the mornings when they were both still half asleep. She thought about the future they'd planned, the house they'd been saving for, the children they'd talked about wanting, the decades of ordinary life that had been erased in a single instant by a dump truck running a red light. She thought about the funerals she'd attended but couldn't remember, about the way she'd refused to look at his body because looking would make it real, about the way she'd packed up their apartment with automatic efficiency, sorting his things into boxes like they were just objects. She thought about the ring in the shoebox under her mattress, about how she still reached for it, still rubbed that pale band on her finger where it had sat for 9 years, about how removing it hadn't changed anything except given her a way to pretend the marriage had never happened, the love had never existed, the loss had never occurred. The wall crumbled. The grief poured through. David, herself, the life they'd been building that would never be built. The grief came through for that October morning when everything had ended, for the years she'd spent pretending to be fine. She wept for all the nights the weeping man had stood in the corner, holding this weight so she wouldn't have to feel it. And she wept because he'd been her all along, because she'd been splitting herself in two to survive and couldn't do it anymore. She wept until her body ached, until her throat was raw, until she had no tears left and could only make dry, gasping sounds. And through it all, the other Naomi knelt in the corner and wept with her. And gradually, slowly, the two figures began to merge. The kneeling form grew translucent. The darkness dissolved into ordinary shadow, and Naomi felt something return to her. Not just the grief, but everything else the weeping man had been holding. The love she'd had for David, the memories she'd been avoiding, the future that had been taken. All of it poured back into her, and it was more than she thought she could hold. More than any person should have to hold. But she held it anyway because the alternative was continuing to split herself forever. The other Naomi smiled. Just a small, sad smile, a recognition that this was necessary and that this was healing, even though it felt like dying. Thank you. Thank you for being strong enough to take me back. And then she was gone, dissolved completely, leaving Naomi alone in the studio with the full weight of her grief and no one left to carry it but herself. 3 weeks passed. Naomi stayed in the apartment and felt everything she'd been avoiding for a year. Some days the grief was so enormous she couldn't get out of bed. Other days it receded enough that she could function. She started seeing a therapist, a woman in her 50s with an office in Fremont, who specialized in trauma and complicated grief. Naomi told her everything, about David's death, about the weeping man, about the dissociative episodes and the slow integration. The therapist listened without judgment and explained that what Naomi had experienced was more common than most people realized. The mind did extraordinary things to survive extraordinary pain. They worked on integration, on building tools for holding grief without fragmenting, on learning to exist with loss rather than walling it off. It was slow work, painful work. But Naomi kept going. She kept feeling. She kept weeping when she needed to weep and functioning when she could function. And slowly, incrementally, she began to build a life that had room for both the grief and everything else. A life where David's absence was acknowledged but didn't consume every moment. A life where she could remember him without fracturing. The corner by the radiator stayed empty. The weeping man never reappeared. Naomi understood why. He'd been created for a specific purpose, and that purpose had been fulfilled. He'd carried her grief until she was strong enough to carry it herself. But sometimes, late at night, she thought she could hear him, just faintly at the edge of perception. The sound of weeping from a place far away, or maybe from deep inside her own mind. A reminder that the capacity for fracture was still there, that if the grief became too much again, her mind knew how to protect itself. She hoped it wouldn't come to that. But there was something almost comforting in knowing the weeping man was still there in potential, still waiting in the architecture of her consciousness. On a Saturday in late November, Rachel came to visit. They sat on the floor with coffee mugs between them, and Rachel looked around at the space that had been so nightmarish weeks before. The lights weren't all burning anymore. The letters had been collected and thrown away. The boxes were unpacked. The apartment looked lived in now. Rachel studied Naomi's face. Naomi met her eyes steadily. She knew she looked different, thinner, more tired, older somehow, but also more present, more solid, more real. Rachel reached out and squeezed Naomi's hand. Said nothing. Didn't need to. Just sat there acknowledging that Naomi had been somewhere terrible and had somehow found her way back. After Rachel left, Naomi went to the shoebox under her mattress. She opened it for the first time since moving to this apartment. David's ring sat inside, gold catching the light. She picked it up, felt its weight, remembered the day they'd chosen it together. She slipped it onto her thumb, too small for her ring finger anymore, but it fit her thumb perfectly. She looked at it there, the band against her skin, and decided she would keep wearing it this way. Not as a wedding ring, not as a symbol that David was still here, but as evidence that he had been here, that their life together had been real, that love didn't vanish just because the person you loved was gone. She stood and walked to the window. It was raining outside, the way it always rained in Seattle in November, steady and soft. She pressed her palm flat against the glass, feeling the cold against her skin, and looked through her reflection to the corner by the radiator. Empty. Just an ordinary corner where two walls met. The shadows there were just shadows again. She thought about the weeping man, about how he'd terrified her and saved her and been her all along, about how the mind protected itself in ways that seemed monstrous until you understood the alternative, about how healing required embracing the part of yourself that had carried what you couldn't carry. She whispered David's name, just once, barely audible, an acknowledgement, a remembering, a promise that she would keep living with his absence rather than pretending it didn't exist. In the corner by the radiator, the shadows shifted, just for a moment. Just the barest suggestion of a figure, 7 feet tall and impossibly thin, with black tears streaming upward from an absent face. And then the shadows were just shadows again, ordinary and still. Naomi lowered her hand from the window and turned away. She had work to do, therapy homework, bills to pay, groceries to buy, the ordinary maintenance of a life that continued despite everything. The grief was still there, would always be there, but she was learning to carry it, learning to exist as someone who had loved and lost and survived. The apartment was quiet. No weeping from the corners, no letters appearing on pillows, just the sound of rain against glass, and the radiator ticking as it warmed the room and her own breathing, steady and strong. She was alone, and that was okay. Eli Valen's hands rested easy on the wheel, the leather worn smooth where his palms had shaped it over the years. Rain hammered the windshield in rhythmic bursts, the wipers struggling to clear the water fast enough. He'd driven this stretch of Highway 101 100 times, knew every curve and switchback, the way the road hugged the cliffs above the Pacific. The ocean was invisible beyond the guardrail, lost in the storm, but he could feel it out there. Vast and indifferent and cold. The turnoff to his property was 2 miles ahead. He'd have a fire going within the hour, scotch poured, the storm reduced to background noise behind triple-pane glass. The house had cost him more than his first 3 films combined, but it was worth it. Isolation was a luxury most people couldn't afford. He could. The figure appeared suddenly in his headlights, standing beside a car with its hood propped open. A young woman soaked through, waving one arm in a gesture that was more plea than signal. Eli's foot moved to the brake before his mind had fully registered the decision. He pulled onto the narrow shoulder, gravel crunching beneath the tires. She ran to his window. Dark hair plastered to her skull, pale skin, eyes too wide. Early 20s, perhaps. He rolled the window down 2 inches. Her voice came out rough, scraped raw. The battery was dead, she explained, gesturing at the Honda behind her. Her phone had gotten soaked through her bag. She was headed to Manzanita, staying with a friend. She wrapped her arms around herself, shivering, the question unspoken but obvious. Eli glanced at the car. An old Honda, rust creeping up from the wheel wells, Oregon plates. The kind of vehicle that belonged to someone scraping by, not someone who could afford roadside assistance. He told her to get in. He'd take her as far as the junction, let her call someone from there. She hesitated, water dripping from her chin, and for a moment he thought she might refuse. Then she nodded and hurried to the passenger side. She climbed in, bringing with her the smell of rain and something else. Salt, seaweed, the ocean itself. She gave her name as Margot, pulling the seatbelt across her chest. He offered his own. He put the car in gear and eased back onto the highway. The rain intensified, turning the road ahead into a blur of gray. For the first few minutes, neither of them spoke. Eli kept his attention on the center line, the way it disappeared and reappeared in the downpour. Margot sat very still beside him, her hands folded in her lap, water pooling beneath her shoes on the floor mat. Then she turned her head and stared out the passenger window at the darkness beyond. "It's so cold," she said, her voice barely audible over the rain. The cold dark at the bottom. Eli glanced at her. "What?" But she didn't answer. Her breath had fogged the glass. She lifted one finger and drew a slow line through the condensation, vertical, wavering slightly. Then another, and another. 4 lines close together like the bars of a cage, or fingers reaching. Eli returned his attention to the road. Drama students, he thought. They were everywhere up here, spilling out of Portland's theater programs, driving up and down the coast looking for inspiration, or cheap rent, or both. She was probably rehearsing something, running lines in her head. He'd seen it before. The wipers beat their steady rhythm. Margot's breathing had gone shallow, quick, and uneven, as though she'd been running. "Do you know what it's like?" she whispered. "Under the water. How long it takes." Eli's hands tightened on the wheel. "Look, if you're not feeling well." "Sound stops first," Margot continued, her voice taking on a strange rhythmic quality. Then the light. Then everything else. But the cold stays. The cold stays forever. Eli said nothing. His jaw ached from clenching. He told himself it was the storm making him uneasy, the way the wind kept shoving the car toward the shoulder, the visibility down to almost nothing. Not her. Not the way she sat so motionless, staring out at the black ocean he couldn't see but could feel pressing in. The headlights caught the orange reflectors of a warning sign. Mudslide area. Then 50 yards ahead, the road simply ended. A mass of earth and rock and uprooted trees had slid down from the hillside above, completely blocking both lanes. Eli hit the brakes. The Range Rover skidded slightly on the wet pavement before stopping 20 feet from the debris. He sat there, engine idling, staring at the wall of mud. The junction was on the other side. Manzanita was on the other side. Everything was on the other side. Margot turned to look at him for the first time since they'd started driving. Her eyes were very dark, the pupils swallowed by the iris, and her face held no expression at all. Eli put the car in reverse. There was a pullout a mile back, and from there a private road that led up to his property. He'd have to take her there, let her use the landline, wait out the storm until the county crews cleared the highway. A few hours, no more. He'd done worse favors for strangers. The house appeared through the trees as he turned onto the gravel drive. All glass and timber, cantilevered over the cliff edge, the windows blazing with the light he'd left on that morning. He pulled into the carport and killed the engine. The rain drummed on the metal roof above them, deafening in the enclosed space. Margot opened her door and stepped out before he could say anything about waiting for the rain to ease. She walked toward the house, her movements slow and deliberate, as though she were wading through deep water. Eli grabbed his keys and followed, rain soaking through his jacket in seconds. He unlocked the front door and reached inside to flip the light switch. Nothing happened. He tried again. Still nothing. The power was out. Of course it was. Behind him, Margot stood on the porch, water streaming from her hair and clothes, her face turned up toward the sky. Lightning split the clouds, illuminating her for one brief moment. Skin like paper, eyes reflecting nothing. And then the darkness returned, thicker than before. Eli found the flashlight in the hall closet and led her inside. The beam cut through the gloom, catching the edge of furniture, the gleam of rain-streaked windows. The house felt wrong without electricity, all its modern confidence stripped away, reduced to just another structure at the mercy of the storm. He told her the phone was in the kitchen, that the landline should still work even with the power out. He swept the flashlight beam ahead of them down the hallway. But when they reached the kitchen, Margot wasn't behind him anymore. Eli turned, playing the flashlight beam back across the open living room, down the hallway towards the bedrooms, empty. He called her name. His voice echoed against the high ceilings and died. The house had never seemed large before. Now it stretched around him in all directions, full of corners the flashlight couldn't reach, and spaces that seemed to shift when he wasn't looking directly at them. He moved back toward the living room, his footsteps loud on the hardwood. A sound stopped him. Soft, rhythmic, dripping water. He followed it to the mouth of the hallway. There on the polished floor, a small pool of water glistened in the flashlight beam. And leading away from it, a trail of wet footprints, the edges already beginning to dry. They headed deeper into the house toward the guest bedrooms at the far end. Eli's mouth had gone dry. He made himself move forward, following the trail. The footprints were small, narrow, bare feet. But Margot had been wearing shoes. He'd seen them in the car, canvas sneakers, soaked through. The trail stopped outside the second guest room. The door stood half open. Eli pushed it wider and stepped inside, sweeping the flashlight across the space. The bed was made undisturbed. The window was latched. The closet door hung open, revealing nothing but empty hangers. Lightning flashed outside, turning the room stark white for half a second. In that brief illumination, Eli saw her, standing in the far corner beside the dresser, her back to him, her hair hanging down in dark ropes that dripped steadily onto the floor. Then the darkness returned, and when he swung the flashlight toward the corner, she was gone. Eli backed out of the room. His heart slammed against his ribs. This was absurd. She was playing with him, hiding in the house, trying to frighten him. Some elaborate stunt, an audition piece maybe. He was Eli Valen. People knew who he was, what he did. She had probably recognized him, planned this whole thing. The broken-down car, the storm, all of it staged. Very impressive, he called out, his voice too loud. Really top marks for commitment. But you can drop the act now. I'm not casting anything at the moment. The house answered with silence and the steady drum of rain on the roof. Eli made his way back to the kitchen, his hand tight around the flashlight. His films had made millions. He'd stood on stages in front of thousands. He knew fear, knew how to craft it, manipulate it, make audiences feel it in their bones. But he never felt it himself, not like this. This cold, creeping certainty that something was terribly wrong. He picked up the kitchen phone and held it to his ear. Dead. The storm must have taken out the lines. Another sound reached him from somewhere deeper in the house. Not dripping this time. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate. Moving across the floor above his head. The second floor, his bedroom, his study. The spaces he'd built to be his alone. Eli climbed the stairs, each step creaking under his weight. The flashlight beam jumped ahead of him, sliding across walls, catching the edges of door frames. The footsteps had stopped. At the top of the stairs, he paused, listening. A door closed somewhere to his left. Soft, careful. The sound of someone who didn't want to be heard. He moved down the hallway toward his study. The door was shut, though he couldn't remember closing it that morning. He put his hand on the knob. It was wet. He opened the door. The study was as he'd left it. Desk against the window, bookshelves lining two walls, the leather chair turned slightly toward the door. But the air smelled wrong. Salt and rot and something deeper, older. The smell of the ocean floor where light never reached. Lightning flashed, and in that instant, he saw her reflection in the window glass, standing directly behind him. Her face was inches from the back of his head, mouth open, eyes fixed on his reflection with an intensity that made his stomach lurch. He spun around, empty air. The flashlight beam caught nothing but dust motes drifting in the darkness. "This isn't funny anymore," Eli said, and heard the tremor in his voice despite himself. "I don't know what you think you're doing, but hush now, hush now, hush." The words came from everywhere and nowhere, whispered in that same rasping voice she'd used in the car, a lullaby cadence, soft and terrible. "The water wants you. The cold dark wants you." Eli's throat closed. He knew those words. He knew that rhythm. But he couldn't remember from where, couldn't make his mind reach back far enough to grasp the memory that was clawing at the edges of his consciousness. Hush now, hush, down to the deep, down to sleep. His legs moved without conscious decision, backing him toward the door. The flashlight slipped in his sweating palm. This wasn't an audition. This couldn't be an audition. No one could fake the wrongness that pressed against him from all sides, the sense that the house itself had turned malevolent, that every shadow held something watching. He stumbled out of the study and down the stairs, taking them two at a time, the flashlight beam bouncing wildly. Behind him, that rasping whisper followed him through the house like smoke, formless and inescapable. Eli reached the living room and stopped, chest heaving. Think. He had to think. She was just a woman, just a person. This was his house, his space. She was the intruder, not him. The singing stopped. In the sudden silence, Eli heard his own ragged breathing, and the rain and nothing else. He swept the flashlight in a slow arc across the room. The beam caught the window, the couch, the cold fireplace, She stood in the far corner, between the bookshelf and the wall, perfectly still. Her arms hung at her sides, palms forward, fingers slightly curled. Her head was tilted at an angle that made his vision swim too far, as though her neck had been broken. Water ran down her face in steady streams, pooling at her feet. Lightning flashed. In the white light, he saw her clearly. The blue tinge to her lips, the way her eyes didn't blink, the dark hollows of her cheeks. She looked drowned. She looked like something that had been in the water for a very long time. Thunder followed, shaking the windows. When Eli's vision cleared, she had moved. Closer. 5 feet closer. But he hadn't seen her move, hadn't heard her. "Stay back," he said, and his voice came out thin and high. "Just stay the hell back." She took another step, then another. The water trail followed her, dark and glistening. Her mouth opened and the words came out in that rasping whisper that scraped against his eardrums. You remember the cold." "I don't know what you're talking about," Eli said, but his hands were shaking so badly. The flashlight beam jerked across the walls. "You're just some obsessed fan, some drama student, and this has gone far enough." You remember her voice, the way she called your name. Lightning again, and in its glow he saw Margot's face shift, the features rearranging into something familiar and terrible. Not Margot. Someone else. Someone he'd buried so deep he'd forgotten the weight of it. "The way she begged," Margot whispered. "The way the water filled her mouth and she couldn't scream anymore. The way she sank. You remember?" Eli's chest constricted. The flashlight fell from his hand and rolled across the floor, the beam spinning, casting wild shadows. He couldn't breathe, couldn't pull air past the band of iron crushing his ribs. His left arm had gone numb, heavy and useless. The pain bloomed behind his sternum, white-hot and spreading. Margot stood before him, water streaming from her hair, and began to sing again in that broken, gurgling voice. "Hush now, hush, down to the deep, down to sleep. The cold dark is waiting. The cold dark knows." Eli's knees buckled. He went down hard, his shoulder slamming against the floor. The pain in his chest had become everything, blotting out thought, crushing the air from his lungs. He tried to speak, to call for help, but nothing came out except a wet, desperate sound. The last thing he saw before the darkness took him was Margot's face above his, watching with those flat, drowned eyes. The last thing he heard was her voice, singing him down. "Hush now, hush now, hush." The singing stopped. Margot stood over Eli's body, and her chest heaving, her whole frame shaking. Then the character fell away completely. She dropped to her knees beside him, her hand going to his neck, searching for a pulse. Her fingers pressed against cold skin. Nothing. No flutter, no beat. Nothing. For a full minute she couldn't move, couldn't think. Her hand remained pressed to his throat, waiting for something that would never come. The flashlight lay on the floor where he'd dropped it, its beam cutting across his face at an angle that made the shadows pool in his open eyes. The rain continued its steady percussion on the roof. The house creaked and settled around her, and Eli Valen stayed dead. The reality crashed over her in waves. She'd killed him. Not with a weapon, not with violence, but with performance, with research and commitment, and 3 lines of melody she'd invented in her apartment 2 weeks ago. She'd only meant to scare him, to prove she could do it, that she had the presence, the control, the ability to inhabit fear so completely that even a master would believe it. She'd researched for weeks, practiced the voice until her throat was raw, choreographed every movement. The water was from bottles in her bag. The bare feet were her own shoes, kicked off in the dark. The singing was just something she'd made up, improvised from scraps of lullabies and her own imagination. It was supposed to be impressive, unsettling, memorable. It wasn't supposed to kill him. Oh, God, she whispered. Oh, God. Oh, God, no. Her hands were shaking so badly she had to press them against her thighs to make them stop. Then, finally, her survival instincts kicked in. She scrambled to her feet and ran for the kitchen, her wet socks sliding on the hardwood. Phone. She needed a phone. The landline was dead, but there had to be a cell phone somewhere, a charger, something. She yanked open drawers, scattering their contents across the counter. Pens, batteries, manuals for appliances. Nothing useful. She found a candle and matches in the third drawer, lit it, and used the wavering light to search the rest of the kitchen. Nothing. She moved to the living room, stepping carefully around Eli's body, trying not to look at his face, the way his eyes stared at nothing. The flashlight had rolled under the couch. She retrieved it, and the beam caught something she hadn't noticed before. A door set into the wall beside the fireplace, partially hidden by a tall bookshelf. She pulled the bookshelf aside, the wood scraping against the floor, and tried the door. Locked. No, not locked. Latched. She worked the mechanism with shaking fingers and pulled it open. A small office, windowless, barely larger than a closet. A desk, a filing cabinet, a lamp. She swept the flashlight across the surfaces, looking for anything. A phone, a laptop, anything she could use to call for help. Her hand brushed against a wooden box on the corner of the desk, heavy and solid. It tipped, overbalanced, and crashed to the floor. The lid split on impact, and the contents spilled across the worn rug. Margot froze. Papers, photographs, yellowed newspaper clippings held together with rusted paper clips. A locket on a tarnished chain, and beneath it all, a small leather journal, its pages water-stained and warped. She picked up the closest clipping with nerveless fingers. The headline was nearly illegible. The ink faded to brown. Woman missing off coastal highway. Below it, a photograph. Dark hair, pale skin, white eyes. Young. 23, according to the text. Last seen near Neokanime Mountain. Vehicle found abandoned. Search ongoing. The date was September 1967. Margot's hands trembled as she picked up another clipping. Same woman. Different headline. Search called off after 2 weeks. Presumed drowned. The ocean had given up nothing. The currents along this stretch of coast were treacherous. Bodies were rarely recovered. There were more. A dozen clippings, maybe more, all yellowed with age. All the same woman. Lena Corbin, 23 years old. Drama student from Portland, last seen accepting a ride from a passing motorist during a storm. The locket had fallen open. Inside was a photograph, protected behind scratched glass. The same woman. But this photo was informal, candid, sitting on a beach somewhere, smiling at the camera, her dark hair loose around her shoulders. On the back, in faded pencil, Mylana, October 1966. Margot's vision blurred. She wiped her eyes and picked up the journal, flipping it open to a random page. The handwriting was cramped, hurried, the words running together in places where water had made the ink bleed. November 3rd, 1967. Can't sleep. Keep seeing her face in the window. The way she looked at me when she understood what was happening. The way she screamed. But it's quiet now. I made it quiet. The water made it quiet. Margot turned the page, her stomach churning. December 18, 1967. Sold the car, bought a new one. Told my family I needed a change. No one asks questions. The papers say the currents took her. They don't know about the rocks, about how you can push someone in a place where the undertow does the rest. They don't know how easy it is to make someone disappear. The entries continued, sporadic, spanning years. Fragments of guilt and justification tangled together. He'd been 27. She'd refused him. She'd threatened to tell his mother, his colleagues. She'd laughed at him. So he'd offered her a ride during a storm, and he'd driven her here to this house his family had just built, and he'd... Margot's hands were shaking so hard she nearly dropped the journal. She forced herself to keep reading. March 1968. The singing won't stop. I hear it when I'm trying to sleep. Her lullaby. The one she hummed in the car. Hush now, hush. But it's just in my head. Just my mind playing tricks. She's gone. She's been gone for months. The entries grew shorter after that, more scattered. By the 1970s, they'd stopped altogether. The last entry was dated June 1972. Haven't thought about her in weeks. Finally free. Margot sat back on her heels, the journal clutched against her chest. The research she'd done had been for a role. She'd wanted to play a ghost. Something unsettling and real. So she'd gone digging through local history. Found obscure references to an unsolved missing person case from decades ago. Lena Corbin, drama student, disappeared during a storm. The case had generated a local legend, whispers of a ghost haunting the coastal highway, a woman in the rain looking for a ride home. Margot had thought it was perfect, tragic and atmospheric. She'd based her entire character on it, the waterlogged appearance, the cryptic phrases about the cold and the deep, even the lullaby. She'd made up the melody herself, just 3 lines, something that sounded old and haunting. But Lena Corbin hadn't been a legend. She'd been real, and Eli Valen had killed her. Margot looked at the photograph again, holding it close to the flashlight. The resemblance was impossible to ignore now that she was looking for it. The same dark hair, the same pale skin, the same build. She and Lena could have been sisters. Could have been the same person. The same white shirt soaked through. The same jeans. The same bare feet on hardwood floors. Margot's breath caught. She hadn't planned any of that. The white shirt had been a coincidence. It was just what she'd been wearing when her car broke down. The jeans were hers. She'd kicked off her shoes because they were soaked and uncomfortable. She'd improvised the water trails using bottles from her bag, but she hadn't known, couldn't have known, that this was how Lena had looked the night she died. And the lullaby, the 3-line melody she'd invented. Had she really invented it? Or had she pulled it from somewhere deeper? Some fragment of local memory, some echo that had survived in the collective unconsciousness of the coast. Hush now, hush. The same words Lena had hummed. According to Eli's journal, the same melody. Margot's skin prickled. She thought of Eli's face in those final moments, the way his expression had collapsed from anger to terror to something beyond terror. Recognition. He hadn't died of fear. He died of guilt, of the past returning in perfect detail, 30 years of suppression, detonating in a single instant. She gathered the papers with shaking hands, stuffing them back into the broken box. The journal, the clippings, the locket. Evidence. The police would need evidence. They'd need to know what he'd done, what he'd been. The crime he'd buried beneath decades of success and acclaim. Outside, the storm was finally beginning to ease. The rain had softened to a steady patter, the wind no longer screaming against the windows. In a few hours, the county crews would clear the mudslide. Someone would come. She'd have to explain why she was here, why Eli Valen was dead on his living room floor. But first she had to look at him again. Had to see what she'd accidentally become. Margot walked back to the living room, flashlight in hand. Eli lay where he'd fallen, his body already stiffening. She knelt beside him, studying his face. In death, he looked smaller, ordinary. Just a man who'd lived too long with a secret that should have destroyed him decades ago. She reached out and closed his eyes, her hand steady now. Then she stood and walked to the window, looking out at the darkness where the ocean waited, invisible but present. Somewhere down there, Lena Corbin's bones rested on the sea floor, worn smooth by 30 years of current. No burial, no marker. Just cold and dark and silence. Margot pressed her forehead against the glass. The locket was still in her hand, warm from her palm. She opened it again, looking at the photograph. Lena smiled up at her, frozen in a moment, before she understood what was coming. And in the window's reflection, Margot saw herself. Dark hair, pale skin, wide eyes, the same white shirt still damp, the same jeans, the same face, the same ghost. The police arrived at dawn, their vehicles grinding up the gravel drive as gray light filtered through the dissipating clouds. Margot met them at the door, her voice steady as she explained what had happened. The broken-down car, Eli's offer of help, the mudslide, the storm, his collapse, a heart attack, sudden and fatal. She'd tried to find a phone to call for help, but the power was out and the landlines were dead. They took her statement. They examined the body. They asked the expected questions, and she gave them expected answers. And through it all, she kept her face composed, her hands still, her voice level. Believable, ordinary, innocent. Just a young woman caught in unfortunate circumstances. A good Samaritan who'd tried to help. She didn't mention the performance. Didn't mention the water or the bare feet or the singing. Those details belonged to something that hadn't happened, a story that ended differently than this one. But when they asked if she'd found anything unusual in the house, she handed them the wooden box. The detective had a coffee stain on his collar and read the journal entries with the slow deliberation of someone who'd seen too much. His expression stayed flat as he sifted through the contents, the clippings, the locket, the photographs. He read in silence for a long time, his jaw tightening with each page. Where did you find this? Margot told him about the hidden office, about the box falling, about reading enough to understand what it contained. The detective closed the box and looked at her with something that might have been sympathy or might have been suspicion. It was hard to tell. You sure you didn't know about any of this before tonight? Margot said. I'd never met him before he picked me up on the highway. I didn't know anything about him, except his name. It was true in the way that mattered. She'd been an actor playing a ghost, nothing more, nothing less. She hadn't known Eli Valen had killed Lena Corbin. She'd only known the legend, the ghost story, the tragedy that had been reduced to campfire fodder. The detective nodded slowly. We'll need you to come to the station, give a formal statement, but you're not in any trouble. You understand that? Margot nodded. She understood perfectly. She was the witness, the discoverer, the person who had accidentally solved a 30-year-old murder by stumbling into the wrong house during a storm. She would be interviewed, thanked, possibly even recognized for bringing closure to a cold case. She would not be suspected. They let her sit in one of the police vehicles while they worked, the heater running, a blanket around her shoulders. Through the window, she watched them moving through Eli's house, photographing everything, bagging evidence, talking in low voices. The sun rose higher, burning off the last of the storm clouds, turning the ocean visible and ordinary once more. A female officer with a voice that suggested years of delivering bad news brought her coffee and asked if there was anyone she wanted to call. Margot said no, there wasn't anyone. She'd been on her way to a friend's house, she explained, but she'd give them a different address, stay somewhere else for a few days. She'd need time to process what had happened. The officer nodded sympathetically and left her alone. Margot sipped the coffee and watched the house. From this angle, it looked exactly like what it was supposed to be. Beautiful, modern, expensive. The kind of place that appeared in architecture magazines. The kind of place that suggested success and taste and control. Not the kind of place where a man kept trophies of murder hidden in a locked box. Not the kind of place where guilt could fester for 30 years. waiting for the perfect coincidence to detonate it. But that was the thing about houses. They only looked like what you expected them to be, until you opened the wrong door. The detective returned an hour later and told her she was free to go. They'd be in touch for the formal statement, but for now she should go home, rest, take care of herself. He handed her a card with his number and told her to call if she remembered anything else. Margot thanked him and asked if someone could give her a ride back to her car. The highway was clear now, the mudslide gone, and she wanted to see if it would start. Maybe the battery had just needed time to dry out. A young officer drove her in silence, the patrol car winding down the mountain road to the coast highway. Her Honda was still there on the shoulder, hood propped open, exactly as she'd left it. The officer pulled up behind it. He suggested she try starting it before he left. Sometimes batteries just needed time to settle, he said. It happened. Margot nodded and climbed out, though she knew it was pointless. The battery had been completely dead last night, wouldn't even turn over. She'd checked it twice before giving up and flagging down Eli's Range Rover. There was no reason it would work now. She slid behind the wheel and turned the key, already forming an apology, already preparing to ask the officer for a jump or a tow. The engine roared to life on the first try. Margot's hands froze on the wheel. Her breath caught. The Honda idled smoothly, perfectly, as though nothing had ever been wrong with it, as though it had never been dead at all. In the rearview mirror, the officer gave her a satisfied wave and pulled away, his taillights disappearing down the highway. Margot sat in the sudden silence, her heart hammering. She looked at the ignition, at her trembling hands, at the dashboard's gauges all reading normal. The car had started, just like that. After 12 hours of sitting in a storm with a dead battery, it had started on the first try. She thought of Eli picking her up, of the mudslide that had appeared exactly when it would force him to take her to his house, of the power going out the moment they arrived, of every small coincidence that had aligned perfectly to bring her to that living room at that exact moment, wearing that exact outfit, humming that exact melody. Mechanical failure, or something else. Margot's hands were shaking as she gripped the wheel, her knuckles white. She forced herself to breathe. It was just a car, just a battery, just chance. But she couldn't quite make herself believe it. She waited until he was out of sight. Then she reached into her bag and pulled out the locket. She'd slipped it into her pocket when the detective wasn't looking, just before handing over the box. Just one thing, one small piece of evidence that wouldn't be missed among all the rest. The police had the journal, they had the clippings. They had enough to prove what Eli had done. The locket wouldn't change anything, wouldn't solve anything, wouldn't bring Lena back. But it had been Lena's, and now it was hers. Margot opened it one last time, studying the photograph. Lena Corbin smiled up at her from 30 years ago, young and alive and unaware that she had less than a year left, unaware that she would spend eternity at the bottom of the ocean, unmourned and unfound, reduced to legend, until last night. Margot closed the locket and fastened the chain around her neck. The metal was cold against her skin, but it would warm. Everything warmed eventually. She put the car in gear and pulled onto the highway, heading south. The ocean stretched out beside her, vast and gray and unchanging. Somewhere beneath those waves, Lena's bones shifted with the current, finally at rest now that the truth had surfaced. Or perhaps not. Perhaps rest wasn't possible even now. Perhaps some things stayed cold forever, no matter how much time passed. Margot touched the locket, feeling its weight. She would never know whether she'd chosen the white shirt deliberately or by accident. Whether she had researched Lena's story so thoroughly that the details had seeped into her subconscious, shaping her performance without her awareness. whether the lullaby had been her own invention or something she'd heard once and forgotten, carrying it forward like an echo. She would never know whether she'd killed Eli Valen or whether Lena Corbin had. The melody rose in her throat before she realized it was happening. Soft at first, barely audible over the engine and the wind, she felt it forming in her chest, vibrating against her vocal cords, notes that seemed to hum themselves without conscious thought. Hush now, hush. Margot's breath caught. She pressed her lips together, trying to stop it, but the tune kept coming. Not out loud anymore, but inside her head, playing on an endless loop. The same 3 lines, the same rhythm, over and over. She opened her mouth to say something, anything to break the pattern, but when she tried to speak, only the melody emerged, rasping and soft and terrible, down to the deep, down to sleep. Her hands tightened on the wheel. She tried humming a different song, something bright and modern, something that belonged to her and not to a woman who'd been dead for 30 years. But the notes wouldn't come. There was only one melody now, only one song. The cold dark is waiting. The cold dark knows. Margot drove south along the coast highway, the locket cold against her throat, and the song playing endlessly in her mind. The ocean stretched beside her, vast and gray and unchanging. Somewhere beneath those waves, Lena Corbin's bones rested on the seafloor. Or perhaps they didn't rest at all. Perhaps rest wasn't possible when you'd been murdered and forgotten and reduced to legend. Perhaps some things stayed cold forever, no matter how much time passed. And perhaps, when the perfect vessel appeared, the same dark hair, the same pale skin, the same desperate need to prove something. Perhaps those cold things found a way to rise again. Margot touched the locket, and in her head, in a voice that might have been hers or might have been someone else's entirely, the lullaby continued. Hush now, hush. The boot pivot told Clara everything. 4 hours old, maybe 5, and the wearer had spun a complete circle here for no reason she could track. In 18 years following fugitives through canyon country, she had never seen panic look quite like this. Late afternoon sun had turned the canyon the color of rust and old blood. She crouched at the base of the sandstone wall where it curved inward like the hollow of a breaking wave, fingers tracing where the heel had crushed into wind-blown sand. 10 feet beyond, another pivot, then another. The tracks moved in contradictory directions, doubling back in loops that suggested something worse than ordinary fear. She straightened, one hand on the holstered radio at her hip. The state police had hired her 2 days ago to find Cody Collier, prime suspect in a home invasion that had left 2 people dead in Escalante. The murders had been brutal enough to make the Salt Lake papers. Victims found in their kitchen with catastrophic head trauma, blood on every surface, and bare footprints tracked through the scene. Cody had run. The state police had grid-searched 300 square miles of high desert with helicopters and search dogs and found nothing. Then someone remembered Clara Bishop, who had found lost hikers and fugitives in canyon country that defeated everyone else. She had picked up Cody's trail at a tributary wash east of the main canyon system, following boot prints and the faint disturbance of displaced pebbles that told her how many hours ago he had passed. For 2 days she had tracked him deeper into the slot canyons, where the walls pressed close enough that her shoulders brushed sandstone and the sky narrowed to a ribbon of blue overhead. She knew this country the way other people knew the rooms of their houses, every seep spring, every hidden alcove, Every narrow chimney where you could climb 30 feet up if you didn't mind the exposure. Cody had chosen his route poorly. He was city-soft, leaving sign that a child could follow, and he had gone to ground less than 8 miles from where he had entered the canyon. The cave was a shallow scoop in the north-facing wall, barely deep enough to call a shelter, the kind of place where ancestral Puebloans had built granaries 1,000 years ago. Clara could see the smoke-blackened stone above the entrance where fires had been built. She approached from an angle, keeping to the shadows, one hand on the pistol at her belt. 20 feet from the cave mouth, she stopped. Cody Collier sat with his back against the rear wall, knees drawn to his chest. He was younger than the photograph the state police had shown her, maybe 24, 25. His face was sunburned to the point of blistering, lips cracked and bleeding. Dehydration had carved hollows under his cheekbones. His hands shook where they gripped his knees. When he saw her, he didn't move, didn't speak. His eyes were wide and unblinking in the gloom. Clara kept the pistol holstered but visible. She had been in situations like this before. Cornered fugitives who decided dying was preferable to prison. She stayed outside the cave entrance, weight on the balls of her feet, in case she needed to move fast. She identified herself, told him the state police had sent her. His eyes moved past her to the canyon opening behind her, then back to her face. She watched him swallow, throat clicking with dryness. She told him what she could see. He was unarmed, dehydrated, maybe 6 hours from kidney failure. They could do this the easy way. She had water. They would rest until morning, then hike out together. Cody's mouth moved. The sound that came out was a rasp, barely intelligible. Clara waited. He tried again. "Turn off your light." She had a mag light clipped to her belt, but it wasn't switched on. The daylight flooding the canyon was more than sufficient. She understood what he meant anyway. He was looking at the radio on her hip, the small LED indicator that showed it was powered. She told him that wasn't going to happen. She needed to stay in contact with dispatch. "Please." His voice cracked on the word. "Just turn it off. Don't make any noise. It's listening." Clara studied him. She had dealt with plenty of desperate fugitives over the years, and she knew the full range of stalling tactics. Feigned injury, false cooperation, claiming to have weapons they didn't possess. This was different. Cody wasn't trying to buy time or negotiate. He was terrified. She asked what was listening. Cody's hands tightened on his knees. He was shaking so hard his teeth rattled. He whispered something about the thing that had killed them. Clara had read the police file. 2 victims, a married couple in their 60s who ran a small ranch east of Escalante. They had been found by a neighbor who had come to borrow a tool and found the front door standing open. The crime scene photographs showed carnage. Blood spatter across the kitchen walls, defensive wounds on both victims' hands, and bare footprints tracking through the pooled blood. The footprints had been photographed, measured, and run through the state forensics lab. They were a match to Cody Collier, who had been working as a ranch hand on a neighboring property and had disappeared the same night. She told him she understood he was claiming innocence. Cody shook his head violently. His eyes moved past her again to the canyon opening, lingering on the shadows beginning to gather along the far wall as the sun dropped. He said he had been there. He had been returning a borrowed socket set. He saw the door standing open and looked in through the window. Clara waited. The sun was dropping fast now, the light in the canyon shifting from rust to amber. Shadows pooled in the alcoves along the walls. She asked what he had seen. Cody's voice dropped to something barely audible. He said it had looked like a person from behind, naked, but it was moving wrong. It went into the kitchen on all fours, quiet, like it was hunting. Then Mrs. Ketchum screamed. He ran, got in his truck and drove until he reached the trailhead, then ran into the canyons because he thought maybe it couldn't follow him there. Clara kept her face neutral. She had heard plenty of fabricated stories over the years. Aliens, demons, government conspiracies, all of them delivered with the same wide-eyed conviction. Cody was either genuinely delusional, or he was a good actor. She summarized his claim. He thought this thing had been following him. I know it has. Cody's voice rose slightly, then dropped again to a whisper. I can hear it at night. It sounds like me. It sounds exactly like my voice calling from up on the rim. Please, just turn off your light and don't make any sound. Maybe it'll go away. Clara looked at the sky. The sun was touching the western rim of the canyon now, shadows flooding the narrow corridor. In another 20 minutes, it would be full dark. She had a decision to make. She could force Cody out of the cave now, cuff him, and attempt a night hike back to where she had left her truck at the trailhead. A dangerous proposition in Slot Canyon country, where a wrong turn could dead-end you against a dry fall. Or she could wait until dawn, rest, and make the hike out in daylight with a hydrated and compliant suspect. She made her choice. She unclipped her pack and set it down outside the cave entrance. She told him they were staying here until first light. He would drink water, eat something, then they would hike out, and he could tell his story to the state police investigator. Cody didn't move. His eyes were fixed on the rim of the canyon far above, where the last of the sunlight touched the stone. Clara pulled a water bottle from her pack and tossed it to him. He caught it reflexively, unscrewed the cap, and drank. She could see his hands shaking so hard the water sloshed. When he lowered the bottle, his eyes were still on the rim. He said she didn't believe him. She told him it didn't matter what she believed. What mattered was getting him out alive and letting the legal system do its job. Cody said nothing. The light was dying fast now, the rust-colored stone fading to gray. Clara checked her watch. 1,600 hours. Sunset would be complete in 15 minutes. She clicked the radio on her belt and keyed the transmit button. She reported the suspect located and secured. Sheltering in place for the night, extraction would commence at 0600. Her position was approximately 8 miles east-northeast of Trailhead Alpha, Slot Canyon System, north-facing alcove. The dispatcher acknowledged and signed off. Clara clipped the radio back to her belt. The sun dropped below the rim. Darkness poured into the canyon like water filling a cup. And from directly above them, from the rim where no human could stand without climbing gear, Clara heard her own voice. Bishop to base, over. It was perfect. The exact cadence, the slight flat vowel on bass that marked her as someone who had learned English in New Mexico. Even the pause before over matched exactly. Clara's hand went to the radio on her belt. The plastic casing was warm under her palm. She looked up at the rim. 400 feet of sheer sandstone, impossible to scale without technical equipment. Base to Bishop, go ahead. The dispatcher's voice came from above them now, reedy and distorted by distance, but unmistakable. Then her own voice again, crisp and clear. Suspect located and secured. Cody was pressed flat against the back wall of the cave, both hands over his mouth as if to keep from making sound. His eyes caught the last of the light. Clara didn't move. She listened. The voices stopped. For 30 seconds, there was only the wind moving through the canyon, a sound like breath through a straw. Then she heard something else. The soft scrape of weight shifting on stone directly overhead. Not the sound of boots or shoes. The sound of bare skin on sandstone. Something was pacing on the rim. Clara stayed motionless. She had spent enough time in the backcountry to know which sounds belonged and which didn't. The scrape of skin on stone continued, a rhythm like footsteps, but softer, as if whatever was up there distributed its weight differently than a human would. It moved along the rim from west to east, then stopped. Silence. Clara counted her breaths. Beside her, Cody had gone rigid, hands still clamped over his mouth. She could see the whites of his eyes in the darkness. The radio on her belt crackled. Her own voice came through the speaker, perfectly clear. Sheltering in place for the night. Then static. Then nothing. Clara's hand went to the mag light, clipped to her belt. She didn't turn it on. Whatever was up there had heard her radio transmission and was playing it back. That meant intelligence. That meant something capable of complex mimicry. Her mind went through the short list of animals capable of vocal imitation. Ravens, mockingbirds, parrots in captivity. Nothing native to Utah Canyon country. Nothing that would pace the rim of a slot canyon at night. She thought about Cody's story. A naked figure moving on all fours. The way he had run, not to the police, but into the deepest backcountry he could find, as if he believed distance and isolation were his only defense. The scraping sound resumed. It moved east along the rim, paused, then moved back west. Pacing. Clara had seen predators pace before, cougars in particular, when they had located prey and were waiting for the right moment to strike. But cougars didn't mimic human speech. Minutes passed. The darkness thickened until Clara could no longer see the far wall of the canyon. She could hear Cody's breathing, rapid and shallow, and the faint whisper of wind moving through the slot. The pacing sound had stopped. She didn't know if that meant the thing had left or simply gone still. She waited another 10 minutes, then reached slowly for her pack and pulled out the LED headlamp she carried for night navigation. She switched it to red mode, enough light to see by without destroying her night vision, and swept it across the cave entrance. Cody flinched from the light. Clara lowered the beam. She whispered that they needed to stay quiet. No lights, no radio. Cody nodded. Clara switched off the headlamp and let the darkness settle again. She pulled a ground pad from her pack and spread it across the cave floor, then positioned herself with her back to the stone wall where she could see the entrance. The pistol on her belt was a .357 revolver. She had carried it for 18 years and it had never misfired. She loosened the retention strap but kept the weapon holstered. Hours passed. Clara didn't sleep. She could hear Cody shifting position occasionally, the rasp of his breathing, the small sounds of discomfort that came from someone who had been dehydrating for days. At some point past midnight, she heard the scraping sound again, brief, distant, gone before she could determine direction. She tensed, waiting for the mimicry to begin again, but there was only silence. She thought about what Cody had said, the thing that killed them. If he was telling the truth, and she didn't believe he was, but she was willing to entertain the possibility. Then the creature he claimed to have seen had committed a double homicide, brutal enough to saturate a kitchen with blood and leave defensive wounds on both victims. It had moved silently enough to enter the house undetected, and it had done all of this while somehow leaving footprints that forensic analysis had matched to Cody Collier. Clara had read about false matches in forensic evidence. Contamination, procedural errors, lab mistakes, but the odds of a random match were astronomical. Footprints were as individual as fingerprints. Arch height, toe spacing, wear patterns, weight distribution. The state crime lab had run the comparison twice. The prints at the scene belonged to Cody Collier, unless something had been wearing his feet. She pushed the thought away. She had been hired to find a fugitive, not to speculate about impossible scenarios. The mimicry she had heard could be explained. Sound bouncing strangely off canyon walls, auditory pareidolia, stress-induced hallucination. She had been tracking for 48 hours on minimal sleep. The mind played tricks, but she couldn't explain the pacing sound. She couldn't explain how her radio transmission had been played back from a rim 400 feet overhead. The darkness began to thin. Clara could see the cave entrance as a slightly lighter rectangle against the black. Dawn was still an hour away, but the sky was beginning to show the first gray edge of pre-light. She checked her watch. 05:15. Another 45 minutes, and there would be enough light to begin the hike out. Cody stirred. She heard him sit up, heard the rustle of fabric as he shifted position. His breathing had steadied during the night, still frightened but no longer on the edge of hyperventilation. He whispered, asking if it was gone. Clara said she didn't know. They were leaving at first light either way. She heard him move closer to the cave entrance, saw his silhouette against the growing dawn. He was looking up at the rim. He said it wouldn't let them leave. Clara didn't answer. She was watching the rim herself now, scanning for movement. The stone was beginning to show color, rust and amber and pale cream where the sandstone banded. Nothing moved, no sound but the wind. Then she heard something hit the ground outside the cave entrance. A soft thump, like a rock dropped from height. She clicked on the mag light and swept the beam across the cave mouth. A wristwatch lay on the sand 3 feet from where she sat. The crystal was cracked, but the metal band caught the light. Clara recognized the style. Men's analog. The kind with a leather strap replaced by an expansion band. The kind her father had worn. She didn't move. She kept the light on the watch, waiting. Nothing else moved in the beam. 30 seconds later, another object fell. This one landed with a metallic clink. A necklace. Gold chain with a small pendant. Clara could see dark staining on the links. Cody made a sound in his throat, something between a gasp and a sob. Clara swept the mag-light beam upward, trying to illuminate the rim. The light couldn't reach that far. It dissolved into darkness 200 feet up. Whatever was dropping these objects was doing it from directly overhead, from a position impossible to reach without technical climbing. A third object fell, a wallet, leather-worn, soft with age. It landed open, and Clara could see the corner of a driver's license visible in the clear pocket. Cody was hyperventilating now. His breathing came in short, hitching gasps, jaw working as if he couldn't get enough air. Clara kept the light on the wallet. She didn't want to look at it closely. She didn't want to confirm what she already suspected. "Those are theirs," Cody whispered. "Those belong to the Ketchums." Clara switched off the mag light. She sat in the returning darkness and thought about what she was seeing. 3 objects that had belonged to murder victims dropped from a height that should be inaccessible, while something up there paced and mimicked human voices. She thought about Cody's claim, a thing that moved on all fours, that had killed 2 people, and left footprints matching Cody's own feet. She thought about the way animals sometimes cached food, dragging kills into trees or onto rock ledges where scavengers couldn't reach them. But animals didn't collect trophies. Animals didn't drop belongings of the dead onto their prey to induce terror. She had spent 18 years in the backcountry, and she knew the difference between natural predation and something else. Whatever was up there wasn't hunting for food. It was hunting for the pleasure of the hunt itself, and it wanted them to know it. The sky was lighter now, the pre-dawn gray shifting toward the pale blue of early morning. Clara could see the objects on the sand more clearly. The watch with its cracked crystal, the necklace with its dark staining, the wallet lying open. She thought about reaching for them, examining them, confirming what she already knew. She didn't move. Cody had stopped hyperventilating. His breathing had gone quiet and shallow. Clara glanced at him and saw he was staring at the wallet, face blank, with something beyond fear. She thought about the folklore she had grown up with, stories told by her grandmother, who had been born on the Navajo reservation and who had taught Clara which places in the canyon country you didn't go, which sounds you didn't answer, which tracks you didn't follow. Stories about the Yana Lushi, the ones who walked on four legs wearing stolen skins, shapeshifters, witches, things that used to be human and had given up their humanity for power. Clara had never believed the stories. She believed in what she could track, what left sign, what could be understood through observation and experience. But she was running out of rational explanations for what she had seen and heard over the past 12 hours. The sun touched the eastern rim. Golden light spilled down the canyon wall, driving back the shadows. Clara stood up slowly, joints stiff from the long night. She scanned the rim with her naked eyes, looking for movement, for any sign of what had been up there. She saw nothing but empty stone. She picked up the wallet. The leather was supple, warm from lying in the sand. She opened it fully and looked at the driver's license. Frank Ketchum, 63 years old, address in Escalante. The photograph showed a man with sun-weathered skin and gray hair. Clara had seen the crime scene photos. She knew what Frank Ketchum had looked like after the attack. She examined the necklace next. The dark staining on the links was blood, dried to the color of rust. The pendant was a simple gold cross, the kind of jewelry worn every day until it became invisible. She thought about the crime scene description. Helen Ketchum found in the kitchen, defensive wounds on both hands, blood pooled beneath her body. This necklace had probably been around her neck when she died. The watch had belonged to Frank. Clara could see where the expansion band had been sized to fit a wrist thicker than hers. The crystal was cracked in a starburst pattern as if it had struck something hard. She thought about defensive wounds, about a man raising his hands to protect his face while something came at him from the darkness. She set the objects down carefully, arranging them in a line on the ground. Evidence. She would bag them when they got back to her truck, document the chain of custody, turn them over to the state police forensics team. But she already knew what they would find: blood matching the victims, fingerprints that would probably match nothing in any database, and a story so impossible that no prosecutor would present it to a jury. Cody was watching her. His face had lost the blank shock and settled into something harder. Not quite resignation, but a kind of grim certainty, as if something he had known all along was finally being confirmed. Clara looked up at the rim again. The sun was full overhead now, flooding the canyon with light. Whatever had been up there during the night was gone. She thought about the pacing sound, the scrape of bare skin on stone. She thought about the voice mimicry, perfect down to the smallest inflection. She thought about the way the objects had been dropped, not thrown, not scattered, but placed with precision at the cave entrance. She had spent her adult life reading sign and interpreting behavior. What she was reading now told her that Cody might be telling the truth. Something had killed the Ketchums. Something that could mimic human voices and climb sheer sandstone walls and carry away the belongings of its victims like trophies. Something that understood terror and how to inflict it. And something that had left footprints matching Cody Collier at the crime scene. Clara thought about that. She thought about what it would mean if something could not only imitate voices, but somehow duplicate physical evidence. Footprints as individual as fingerprints. She thought about shapeshifters, about things that wore stolen skins. She thought about her grandmother's stories, the warnings passed down through generations, the names you didn't speak after dark. She had two choices. She could dismiss everything she had seen and heard as hallucination, stress, coincidence. She could march Cody out of the canyons and turn him over to the state police and let the forensic evidence speak for itself. He would be tried, convicted, and spend the rest of his life in prison for murders she was now half convinced he didn't commit. Or she could accept that something impossible had happened. that something ancient and patient and cruel was hunting Cody Collier not for food, but for the same reason a cat toys with a mouse, because it enjoyed the fear, and that it had waited until she arrived to escalate the game. Clara picked up her pack and secured the objects in a side pocket. She checked her pistol, confirmed the cylinder was loaded, and holstered it. She looked at Cody, who was still sitting against the back wall of the cave, and told him they were leaving. She would get him out of the canyons. After that, he could tell his story to whoever would listen. But they needed to move now, while there was full daylight. Cody stood up. He was steadier than he had been the night before. The water and rest had helped. But Clara could see the way his eyes kept moving to the rim, the way his hands trembled when he shouldered the small pack she gave him. He believed the thing would follow. Clara was starting to believe it too. They left the cave and began hiking west through the Slot Canyon. Clara led, setting a pace that was aggressive but sustainable. She kept her eyes on the ground, following the same route she had taken inbound, reading the signs she had left herself. Boot prints in the sand, disturbed rocks, broken spiderweb strands across narrow passages. Behind her, she could hear Cody's breathing, labored but steady. The canyon walls pressed close on either side, sometimes near enough that Clara had to turn sideways to squeeze through. Overhead, the strip of visible sky was narrow and intensely blue. She thought about the rim, about how easy it would be for something to pace them from above, moving faster than they could through the twisting slot below. She thought about what would happen when they reached the wider canyons where helicopter extraction was possible. She thought about trying to explain to the state police why she hadn't brought Cody in the previous night, why she had sheltered with him instead of forcing the issue, why she was returning with evidence that supported his impossible story. She thought about her reputation, built over 18 years of successful tracking and extraction. She thought about how quickly that reputation would dissolve once she started talking about shapeshifters and voice mimicry and objects dropped from inaccessible cliffs. She decided she wouldn't mention any of it. She would turn over the evidence and let the forensics team draw their own conclusions. She would report that the suspect had been dehydrated and unfit to travel until morning. Everything else, the voices, the pacing, the dropped objects, she would leave out of her official statement. Let the physical evidence speak for itself. They hiked for 3 hours without stopping. The sun climbed higher, turning the canyon into an oven. Clara could feel sweat soaking through her shirt, evaporating almost immediately into the dry air. Cody was flagging. She could hear it in his breathing, see it in the way he stumbled on loose rocks. But he kept moving. Whatever was behind them was more frightening than exhaustion. They reached the junction where the Slot Canyon opened into a wider drainage. Clara stopped, unslung her pack, and pulled out the topographic map she had marked during the inbound track. They were 4 miles from the trailhead. Another 2 hours at their current pace. Less if Cody could manage faster. She was refolding the map when she heard it. Her own voice, distant but clear, echoing from somewhere back in the Slot Canyon they had just exited. Bishop to base. Over. Cody's face went white. Clara's hand closed around Vance's wrist, pulling him faster. She could feel his pulse jumping under her fingers. The thing had followed them. It was back there in the narrow passage where they had just been, close enough that its voice carried forward on the still air. She grabbed Cody's arm and pulled him into a faster pace. She didn't run. Running in canyon country was how you broke an ankle or took a bad fall. But she pushed them both to the edge of sustainable speed. Behind them, the voice echoed again, closer now, playing back fragments of her radio transmission from the previous evening. Suspect located and secured. Then another voice, Cody's voice, high and panicked. Please, just turn off your light. Clara's skin went cold. The thing wasn't just mimicking her radio calls. It had heard Cody in the cave, recorded his terror, and was playing it back. She thought about what that meant. Intelligence, memory. The capacity for psychological torture refined over time and practice. They burst out of the drainage into the wider canyon system where Clara had left her truck. She could see it in the distance, a blue Ford Bronco parked at the trailhead where sagebrush gave way to slick rock. 300 yards. Clara broke into a jog, pulling Cody with her. Behind them, the voices continued. Her own voice calling coordinates. The dispatcher's voice acknowledging. Cody begging. A woman's scream, brief and terrible. That could only have come from Helen Ketchum in the moments before she died. Clara reached the truck and yanked open the driver's side door. She pushed Cody toward the passenger side, her hands shaking as she pulled the keys from her pocket. She got the engine started and threw the transmission into reverse, backing up fast enough that the tires spun on the loose gravel. She didn't look in the rearview mirror. She didn't want to see what might be standing at the trailhead, watching them leave. She got the truck turned around and accelerated down the access road, pushing the Bronco hard enough that it fishtailed on the washboard surface. Cody was gripping the door handle with both hands, face pressed against the window, looking back. Clara kept her eyes forward. She didn't slow down until they hit the paved road, and even then she kept the accelerator pinned. 10 miles from the trailhead, Cody spoke for the first time. He said Clara had saved his life. Clara didn't answer. She was thinking about the voices echoing through the canyon, about the objects dropped from impossible heights, about the way something ancient and patient had turned a double homicide into an elaborate game of pursuit. She was thinking about forensic evidence that would match Cody to a crime he didn't commit. She was thinking about what would happen when they reached Escalante, and she turned him over to the state police. She was thinking that maybe Cody's life wasn't saved at all. Maybe it had just been postponed. Clara drove in silence. The paved highway stretched north through a high desert country. Juniper and sagebrush and red rock formations rising against the pale sky. In the passenger seat, Cody had stopped, looking behind them. He sat with his hands in his lap, head tilted back against the headrest, eyes closed. Clara didn't know if he was sleeping or just too exhausted to keep them open. She thought about stopping in Escalante to turn him over to the state police. That had been the plan. Locate the suspect, secure him, deliver him to custody. Simple, professional. But nothing about the past 18 hours had been simple. And she was starting to understand that delivering Cody to the authorities might be delivering him to a death he didn't deserve. The forensic evidence said he was guilty. The footprints matched. Whatever had killed the Ketchums had done it while wearing Cody's feet, or something close enough that the state crime lab couldn't tell the difference. Clara thought about her grandmother's stories again. Skinwalkers wore the skins of animals or of humans, and when they walked, they left the tracks of whatever form they had stolen. If something had taken Cody's shape, even briefly, even imperfectly, it would have left his footprints behind. She thought about what that meant for the legal system. DNA, fingerprints, footprints, all the forensic tools that were supposed to be objective and infallible. What happened when something could fake those markers? What happened when the physical evidence pointed to an innocent man because something inhuman had deliberately framed him? Clara had no answers. She knew what she had seen and heard, but she also knew how it would sound if she tried to explain it to anyone who hadn't been there. She had a reputation for being practical, level-headed, someone who brought suspects in alive and who didn't fabricate excuses when things went wrong. If she started talking about shapeshifters and voice mimicry and objects dropped from inaccessible cliffs, that reputation would evaporate. She would be the tracker who cracked under pressure, who lost her objectivity, who couldn't be trusted. She kept driving, past Escalante, past the turnoff that would have taken her to the state police substation. Cody opened his eyes when they passed through town, but he didn't say anything. Clara saw him glance at the police station, saw the moment when he realized she wasn't stopping, saw the confusion and then the fragile hope that crossed his face. She drove another 30 miles before she pulled off at a rest stop. Nothing but a gravel lot and a concrete picnic table under a metal ramada. She parked in the shade and killed the engine. For a long moment, neither of them moved. Clara thought about what she was doing, aiding a fugitive, obstructing justice, destroying her own career. She thought about the watch and necklace and wallet sealed in the evidence bag in her pack, and about how she should have turned those over to the state police immediately instead of driving past them with evidence in her possession. She thought about Cody sitting in the cave with his hands over his mouth, terrified into silence. She thought about how young he looked, how his terror in the darkness had been absolute and genuine. She thought about innocent people who went to prison because the evidence said they were guilty, and about how rarely anyone questioned the evidence once it had been processed and filed and presented in court. She got out of the truck and walked to the picnic table. Cody followed her. They sat across from each other on the concrete bench, and Clara pulled the evidence bag from her pack. She unsealed it and spread the objects on the table between them. Watch, necklace, wallet. She told Cody what she had been thinking. About skinwalkers, about her grandmother's stories, about things that used to be human and had given up their humanity through acts of profound evil. Murder, incest, desecration of the dead. Things that gained the power to transform, to wear other shapes, to move through the world undetected. Things that understood human weakness and exploited it. Cody listened without interrupting. When she finished, he sat in silence for a while, looking at the objects on the table. Finally, he said the first thing he said when he saw it through the Ketchum's window was how wrong it looked. Like someone wearing a costume of human skin that didn't fit right. The proportions were off. The way it moved was off. It had been naked, but he hadn't thought of it as a naked person. He had thought of it as something pretending to be a person, the way a child might draw a stick figure and call it human. Clara asked if he had told the state police that. Cody said he had tried. They thought he was making excuses, fabricating a story to avoid responsibility. The forensic evidence was clear. His footprints were at the scene in the victim's blood, tracked through every room. They had questioned him about his relationship with the Ketchums, about whether there had been arguments, about his finances. They had built a narrative where Cody was a disgruntled employee who had killed his employers in a rage. Nothing he said made any difference against that narrative. Clara understood. She had seen it before. Law enforcement committed to a theory, blind to alternatives, once the physical evidence lined up. It was easier to believe in a human killer than to question whether the evidence itself might be false. Humans killed for reasons that could be understood. Money, rage, revenge. The system was built to process human evil. It wasn't built to process something older and stranger. She asked Cody what he wanted to do. He said he didn't know. He couldn't go back to Escalante. He couldn't prove his innocence. The evidence said he was guilty, and no jury would believe his story. If Clara turned him over to the state police, he would spend the rest of his life in prison for something he didn't do. Clara packed the objects back into the evidence bag. She told Cody she wasn't taking him to the police. Not yet. Maybe not ever. She told him she believed his story, or at least she believed something impossible had happened, and he wasn't responsible for it. She told him she needed time to think about what came next, and that in the meantime, he needed to disappear. Cody asked where he should go. Clara said she didn't know, and she didn't want to know. The less she knew, the less she could tell if anyone asked. She gave him $200 in cash from her emergency stash and told him to get as far from Utah as he could manage. Find work under the table. Stay off the grid. Don't use his real name. She told him the state police would eventually issue a federal warrant, and his face would be on wanted posters in every state. She told him his life as Cody Collier was over. Cody took the money. He asked Clara why she was doing this. She told him she didn't know. Maybe because she had spent the night in a cave listening to something inhuman pace the rim above them. Maybe because she had heard her own voice played back to her from a height no human could reach. Maybe because she was tired of pretending the world made sense when she had just seen evidence that it didn't. She drove him to Grand Junction and dropped him at the Greyhound station. She watched him walk inside, watched him buy a ticket to somewhere she didn't ask about, watched him board a bus heading east. Then she drove back toward Escalante alone in the truck, trying to figure out what she would say when she got there. She would tell them she had tracked Cody into the Slot Canyons. She would tell them she had located him in a cave, dehydrated and unfit to travel. She would tell them they had sheltered overnight, and that when she woke in the morning he was gone. Slipped away while she slept, disappeared into the backcountry she couldn't follow alone. She would turn over the evidence bag with the objects that had belonged to the Ketchums and let the forensics team process them. She would file her report and accept whatever consequences came from losing her suspect. She would leave out the voices. She would leave out the pacing sound. She would leave out everything that couldn't be explained without sounding insane. It wasn't a perfect plan. The state police would be angry. Her reputation would take a hit. She might lose future contracts. But Cody would be free, at least for a while, and Clara would know she hadn't sent an innocent man to prison. She thought about the thing in the canyon, about whether it would be satisfied now that Cody had escaped, or whether it would continue hunting. She thought about the way it had played back Helen Ketchum's scream, the way it had dropped the victim's belongings like gifts. She thought about intelligence and patience and cruelty refined over centuries. She thought about what her grandmother had told her when she was young enough to still believe in monsters, that the Yinal Lushi didn't hunt for food. They hunted because transformation had cost them their humanity, and they could only feel alive when they were taking life from others. They hunted because the act of hunting was all they had left. Clara wondered if the thing in the canyon had been hunting Cody, or if it had been hunting her. If everything that had happened, the murders, the framing, the voices in the darkness, had been engineered to bring her to that cave. She was one of the best trackers in the Southwest. Everyone knew that. If you needed someone found, you called Clara Bishop. She pushed the thought away. Paranoia wasn't useful. What mattered now was getting back to Escalante, filing her report, and dealing with the fallout. She would take whatever came next and adapt. She was 20 miles from Escalante when she heard the voice. It came from the CB radio mounted under the dashboard, a piece of equipment she rarely used but kept installed for emergencies. The voice was her own, perfectly modulated, speaking clearly through the static. Bishop to base, over. Clara's hands tightened on the steering wheel. The radio hadn't been on. She had checked it that morning out of habit, confirmed it was powered down. But now the indicator light glowed red, and her own voice was coming through the speaker. Suspect located and secured. Sheltering in place for the night. Clara reached for the radio to turn it off. Before her fingers touched the dial, another voice came through. The dispatcher from the state police, professional and bored. Copy that, Bishop. Advise when you begin extraction. Clara switched off the radio. The red indicator light went dark. She drove in silence, heart hammering, trying to rationalize what she had just heard. Cross signals. A repeater station somewhere picking up old transmissions. Electromagnetic interference. anything but the obvious explanation. 5 miles from Escalante, she saw something in the rearview mirror. At first, she thought it was another vehicle, far back on the highway. Then she realized it was moving wrong. Not on the road, but alongside it, pacing her through the sagebrush. It was too far away to see clearly, but Clara could make out the basic shape. It moved on 4 legs, but the proportions were wrong. The limbs were too long. The torso was too narrow. It loped through the brush with a fluid motion that looked almost graceful, closing the distance between them faster than anything natural should be able to move. Clara pressed the accelerator. The Bronco surged forward, engine roaring. She watched the speedometer climb. 60, 70, 80. The thing in the rearview mirror kept pace. It wasn't running. It was gliding, as if the distance and the terrain meant nothing. Clara's mind was working through calculations. How far to Escalante? Whether she could reach the town limits before the thing caught her. Whether it would even matter. Whether crossing into civilization would offer any protection against something that had already demonstrated it could move through the world unseen, killing and framing and manipulating with impunity. She thought about Cody on the bus heading east. She thought about how naive she had been to imagine she could save him by letting him go. The thing had framed him perfectly. It had left his footprints at the crime scene, ensured he would be found guilty, set him running so it could hunt him through the backcountry. And when Clara had interfered, when she had chosen not to deliver him to the authorities, she had inserted herself into the game. She wondered if that had been the point all along, if the thing had been waiting for someone like her, someone who would question the evidence, who would make the choice Clara had made. She wondered if she had just guaranteed that the hunting would continue, that the thing would keep killing and framing and pursuing until it grew bored or until Clara gave it what it wanted. She didn't know what it wanted. She suspected finding out would cost her everything. The town limits appeared ahead, a green highway sign marking the boundary of Escalante's jurisdiction. Clara crossed it doing 90, the Bronco's frame rattling on the rough pavement. She glanced in the rearview mirror. The thing was gone. The sagebrush stretched empty in both directions. Clara slowed, breathing hard, hands aching from gripping the wheel. She looked at the CB radio. The indicator light was dark. She reached out and touched the dial, confirming it was in the off position. She drove into Escalante and parked in front of the state police substation. She sat in the truck for 5 minutes, composing herself, building the narrative she would present. Suspect located. Overnight shelter. Escaped at dawn. Evidence recovered. Clean and professional and plausible. She got out of the truck, shouldered her pack with the evidence bag inside, and walked into the station. The desk officer looked up when she entered. Clara recognized him. Sutton, a 15-year veteran who had worked with her on 3 previous extractions. He stood up when he saw her face. Where's the suspect? Clara told him the story she had prepared. Cody had been in bad shape, severely dehydrated, unfit for night travel. She had sheltered with him in a cave, planning to extract at first light. When dawn came, he was gone. Must have slipped away while she slept. She had the route marked on her map if they wanted to send a team back in. But the slot canyons were a maze, and Cody had days of head start now. Sutton listened without interrupting. When she finished, he asked about the evidence bag. Clara unsealed it and spread the objects on his desk. Watch, necklace, wallet. She explained where she had found them, when, under what circumstances. She left out the part about them being dropped from the canyon rim. She said they had been cached near the cave, hidden under a rock overhang. Sutton examined each object carefully. He bagged them according to protocol, labeled them, and locked them in the evidence locker. Then he told Clara the captain wanted to see her. Clara followed him down the hallway to the captain's office. Captain Rhodes was a 25-year veteran with a reputation for running a tight operation. He looked up when Clara entered and gestured for her to sit. Sutton stayed in the doorway. Rhodes asked Clara to repeat her report. She did, word for word. When she finished, Rhodes leaned back in his chair and studied her. He said the state forensics team had been processing additional evidence from the Ketchum crime scene. They had found something interesting. Fabric fibers that didn't match anything the victims owned. And a second set of footprints, smaller than Cody's, that had been partially obscured by the blood tracking. Clara's pulse jumped. She kept her face neutral. Rhodes said the forensics team was running additional tests. He said they were now considering the possibility that there might have been a second person at the scene. He said Clara losing Cody in the canyons was unfortunate, but not catastrophic. They would issue a warrant and expand the search. In the meantime, he wanted Clara to take a few days off, rest, and be available if they had follow-up questions. Clara said she understood. She stood up to leave. Rhodes told her one more thing. The fabric fibers they had found, the forensics team had run them through the database. They matched the fibers from Clara's standard-issue tactical pants. Clara felt the floor drop out from under her. Rhodes said it wasn't a big concern. Clara had been to the Ketchum's ranch before, 3 months ago, when she had tracked a lost hiker who had wandered onto their property. She had been inside the house briefly to use their phone. The fibers must be from that visit, cross-contamination. Nothing that would compromise the case. Clara nodded. She left the office, walked through the station, got back in her truck. She sat in the parking lot with the engine off, hands shaking. The thing hadn't just framed Cody. It had framed her too. It had worn her shape when it killed the Ketchums, or it had done something to ensure her forensic evidence ended up at the scene. The footprints Rhodes mentioned, smaller than Cody's, were probably hers. The fibers definitely were. Right now, the physical evidence said both Clara and Cody had been at the crime scene. The only reason Rhodes wasn't arresting her was because she had an alibi for that night, and because cross-contamination provided plausible deniability. But that could change if more evidence surfaced. If someone started asking harder questions about why Clara hadn't brought Cody in immediately. If anyone found out she had driven him to Grand Junction and put him on a bus. Clara started the engine. She drove out of Escalante heading south. With no particular destination in mind, she needed to think. She needed to figure out what the thing in the canyon was trying to accomplish and what it would take to stop it. She thought about her grandmother's stories, about how you killed a skinwalker, if you could. Bullets dipped in white ash, speaking its human name aloud, breaking the power of transformation, exposing it to sunrise while it wore animal form. But all of those required knowing who the skinwalker had been before it transformed, and Clara didn't know. She didn't even know if the thing in the canyon followed the rules from the stories. She thought about running, taking the money she had saved, getting in the truck, and driving until she was far enough away that the thing couldn't follow. But she didn't believe distance would matter. The thing had demonstrated planning and patience. It had engineered a double murder to frame two innocent people. It had manipulated the legal system, the forensics process, and Clara herself with surgical precision. If it wanted her, it would find her. She thought about Cody on the bus, probably somewhere in Colorado by now, believing he was free. She wondered how long it would take before he realized the thing was still hunting him. Before he heard his own voice calling to him from the darkness, or before his footprints showed up at another crime scene he didn't commit. She pulled off the highway at a scenic overlook. Nothing but a gravel turnout, and a view of Red Rock Canyon stretching to the horizon. She killed the engine and sat in silence, trying to decide what to do next. The CB radio clicked on. The red indicator light glowed. Clara hadn't touched it. Her own voice came through the speaker perfectly clear. "You should have turned me in." Clara's hand went to her pistol. She scanned the overlook. the highway behind her, the rocks and brush surrounding the turnout. Nothing moved. The voice continued, still using her own intonation and cadence. Now we're both guilty. You and Cody and me. All three of us covered in the Ketchum's blood. Clara pulled the pistol and aimed it at the CB radio. Her hand was steady, but her pulse hammered in her throat. The voice laughed, a sound that almost matched her own laugh, but not quite. Something slightly wrong in the rhythm. Bullets won't help. I'm not in the radio, Clara. I'm not in the canyon. I'm wherever you left evidence. I'm in the footprints at the crime scene. I'm in the fibers the forensics team found. I'm in every photograph and every report. I'm in the story Rhodes tells himself about cross-contamination. The voice paused. Clara could hear something like breathing through the speaker, though whether it was her breath or the thing's breath or just static, she couldn't tell. I wanted to see if you were different. Most people turn in the fugitive. Most people trust the evidence. But you didn't. You let him go. That makes you interesting. Clara's finger tightened on the trigger. She knew shooting the radio would accomplish nothing, but she wanted to destroy the source of that voice. Wanted to make it stop speaking in her own words. I'm going to keep hunting Cody, the voice said. And I'm going to keep using your shape to do it. Every crime scene will have your footprints, your fibers, your DNA. Eventually, Rhodes will stop believing in cross-contamination. Eventually, someone will ask why you drove past the station instead of turning Cody in. Eventually, they'll issue a warrant for you, too. Clara lowered the pistol. Her hand was shaking now. She understood what the thing was offering. Not a threat, an explanation. It had chosen her the same way it had chosen Cody. Not randomly, but deliberately. Because something about her made the hunt more satisfying. You can run, the voice said. But I'll find you, or you can try to clear your name. But every step you take will leave more evidence. There's no good choice, Clara. That's what makes it fun. The radio clicked off. The red indicator light went dark. Clara sat in the truck with the pistol in her lap, staring at the canyon landscape stretching away in all directions. She thought about choices and consequences. She thought about the decision she had made in the rest stop, when she had chosen to let Cody go instead of turning him in. She thought about how that single choice had marked her, had made her interesting to something that measured its life in centuries and its entertainment in human suffering. She thought about calling Rhodes, confessing everything, trying to explain what had happened. But she knew how that conversation would go. She had no proof, no evidence, except her own impossible story. Rhodes would think she had cracked under pressure, or worse, that she was trying to fabricate an insanity defense before anyone officially connected her to the crime scene. She thought about finding Cody, warning him, but she didn't know where he was, and trying to locate him would only create more evidence of their connection. She thought about her grandmother, who had told her stories to keep her safe, and about how those stories hadn't included any way to fight back against something that could turn the systems designed to protect people into weapons. Clara started the engine. She drove back onto the highway, heading south with no destination. She would drive until she figured out a plan, or until the thing decided the game was over. She didn't know which would come first. In the rearview mirror, the canyon country stretched empty behind her. Clara drove through the night. She crossed into Arizona at some point past midnight, the highway empty except for the occasional long-haul truck heading north toward Salt Lake or south toward Phoenix. She didn't stop except for gas. At each station, she paid cash, kept her face angled away from the security cameras, and got back on the road before anyone could remember seeing her. She thought about the CB radio and the voice that had come through it. The thing had been explicit about its intentions. It would keep hunting Cody. It would keep using Clara's shape. leaving her evidence at crime scenes, building a case against her the same way it had built one against Cody. Eventually, the weight of physical evidence would overcome any alibi or explanation she could offer. Clara understood she was watching her own future unfold. Cody's present would become hers. Federal warrant, wanted posters, a life spent running from a crime she didn't commit. The only question was how long until the evidence reached critical mass. She thought about turning herself in, confessing that she had let Cody go, accepting whatever legal consequences came from that decision. But confession wouldn't help if more crime scenes appeared with her footprints, her fibers, her DNA. Confession would just make her look guilty of the original murders. She would trade an obstruction charge for life in prison. Worse. Dawn came slowly, the sky lightening from black to gray to pale blue. Clara pulled off at a rest stop outside Flagstaff and slept for 2 hours in the truck cab, pistol on the seat beside her. When she woke, the sun was fully up and the rest stop was filling with families and tourists. She used the restroom, splashed water on her face, and studied herself in the mirror. She looked haggard. Dark circles under her eyes, hair tangled. The beginning of a sunburn across her nose and cheeks from the long day in the canyons. She looked like someone who had been running, which was what she was. She bought coffee and a sandwich from a vending machine and ate in the truck. While she ate, she thought about the thing's words. I'm wherever you left evidence. Not wherever the evidence was, but wherever she had left it. As if the evidence itself was a trail she had laid down, breadcrumbs leading back to her. Clara thought about forensic science, about how DNA worked, how footprints were analyzed, how fiber evidence was collected and compared. She thought about the assumptions built into those systems. The DNA comes from the person whose genetic code it matches. That footprints are made by the person whose foot shape they correspond to. That fibers come from clothes worn by the person who shed them. Those assumptions worked for human criminals. But they broke down if something could steal shapes, wear bodies that weren't its own, leave sign that matched people who hadn't been present. She thought about the skinwalker stories again, about transformation and theft and the violation of natural law. In the stories, skinwalkers killed animals to steal their forms. Coyotes, crows, owls, wolves. But Clara's grandmother had also told stories about skinwalkers who wore human shapes, who stole the skins of people they killed and walked around in them like clothing. If that was what the thing in the canyon could do, if it could take human form perfectly enough to leave forensic evidence, then it had effectively weaponized the entire legal system. Every tool designed to catch criminals would instead catch innocent people. And no one would believe the real explanation because the real explanation required accepting that the impossible was real. Clara finished her coffee and pulled back onto the highway. She drove south toward Phoenix, staying just below the speed limit, signaling for every lane change. She couldn't afford to be pulled over, couldn't afford to have her name run through any database. For now, she was just a tracker who had lost a fugitive. But that status could change at any moment if someone decided to look harder at her connection to the case. She thought about the evidence bag she had turned over to Sutton, the watch, necklace, and wallet that had belonged to the Ketchums. If the forensics team processed them, they would find blood, the victim's blood, which would confirm the objects came from the crime scene. But they would also likely find Clara's fingerprints because she had handled them without gloves after picking them up outside the cave. More evidence, more threads connecting her to the murders. Clara realized with cold certainty that the thing had been planning this from the beginning. It had dropped those objects knowing she would pick them up, knowing she would compromise them forensically, knowing she would then turn them over to the police. It had been building her case piece by piece, using her own professional instincts against her. She thought about calling the captain to explain. But explain what? That the objects had been dropped from an inaccessible cliff by something that could mimic human voices. That she had handled them without gloves because she had been in shock. The captain would think she was manufacturing excuses, trying to get ahead of evidence that was about to implicate her. The phone in her pocket buzzed. Clara glanced at it. State police dispatcher. She didn't answer. 2 minutes later, it buzzed again. This time, she pulled over to the shoulder and looked at the screen. 3 missed calls. 2 voicemails. A text message from the desk officer. Call ASAP. Need to discuss new evidence. Clara's stomach tightened. She didn't call back. She powered the phone off completely and removed the battery. Cell phones could be tracked. Whatever new evidence had surfaced, whatever questions Rhodes had, Clara couldn't afford to answer them. She got back on the highway and drove until she found a Walmart outside Tucson. She went inside and bought a prepaid phone with cash. She didn't activate it. She wanted the option of making a call if necessary, but she didn't want to be tracked. She bought other supplies: bottled water, non-perishable food, a first aid kit, a cheap sleeping bag. Everything she would need if she had to abandon the truck and go to ground. She was preparing to run properly now, not just drift aimlessly through the Southwest, hoping for a solution to appear. Outside in the parking lot, she checked the Bronco thoroughly, looking for tracking devices. She found nothing, but she didn't trust her own inspection. She wasn't a specialist. If Rhodes had decided she was a person of interest, if he had authorized surveillance, there could be equipment she couldn't detect. Clara decided to abandon the truck. It was registered in her name, easily trackable. She took her pack and supplies and walked to the Walmart, and then to the Greyhound station 3 blocks away. She bought a ticket to El Paso using cash and a fake name. The clerk barely looked at her ID. She boarded the bus and took a seat in the back. Through the window, she watched Tucson slide past. Strip malls and auto shops and dusty lots, fenced with chain link. She thought about Cody somewhere east of here, probably thinking the same thoughts. About running and evidence and the impossibility of proving innocence against forensic science. The bus rolled through the afternoon and into evening. Clara didn't sleep. She watched the other passengers, an elderly couple, a young mother with 2 children, a college kid with headphones and a laptop. Normal people living normal lives. The bus reached El Paso after midnight. Clara got off and walked to a motel that advertised weekly rates and didn't ask for ID. She paid cash for 3 nights and locked herself in the room. She could keep running, change her name, move to a city where no one knew her. But the thing had said it would keep hunting Cody, keep using her shape. Eventually, there would be another crime scene. Running would just delay the inevitable. She could try to find the thing, track it the way she had tracked fugitives. But she didn't know what she was tracking or how to follow something that could transform and disappear. Clara lay back on the bed and stared at the ceiling. The motel room smelled like cigarettes and industrial cleaner. Outside, she could hear traffic on the interstate. She fell asleep thinking about skinwalkers and woke 3 hours later to her prepaid phone buzzing. She hadn't activated it. She hadn't given anyone the number, but it was buzzing anyway, screen glowing in the dark room. Clara answered without thinking. Her own voice came through the speaker, distorted slightly by static but unmistakable. Did you know the forensics team found your boot prints at the scene? They're comparing them now to the prints you left in your office. Perfect match. The captain's drafting the warrant. Clara's breathing had gone shallow. She could hear it, too loud in the small room. She had bought the phone with cash. She hadn't activated it. There was no way anyone could know she had it, let alone call it. Unless... I told you, the voice said. I'm wherever you left evidence. That includes electronic signals, phone purchases, credit card databases. You can't run from me, Clara. I'm already where you're going. The line went dead. Clara dropped the phone and backed away from it, as if it were a snake. She grabbed her pack and left the room, walked out into the parking lot. She didn't know where she was going. She just knew she had to move. She walked until dawn, keeping to side streets. When the sun came up, she found herself in a park with empty playgrounds. She sat on a bench and tried to think. The thing knew where she was. It could call her on a phone that shouldn't be callable. Running was pointless. Clara thought about the captain drafting a warrant, about her boot prints matching the prints at the scene, about how the evidence would stack up until there was no plausible explanation except guilt. She thought about Cody, who was living this same nightmare somewhere else in the country. She realized the thing wanted her to understand this. It wanted her to see the impossibility of stopping it, the certainty of her own destruction. That was part of the hunt, watching your own doom approach and knowing you were powerless to prevent it. Clara stood up from the bench. She had one option left. It was desperate and probably futile, but it was better than waiting for the warrant to be issued. She would go back to the canyon. Clara used the last of her cash to hire a driver heading back to Flagstaff, who dropped her at the trailhead east of Escalante for $200. He didn't ask questions. Going back to the canyon was probably suicide. The thing had hunted Cody there for days, had demonstrated complete mastery of the terrain. But Clara was done running. If the captain issued a warrant, she would spend the rest of her life as a fugitive. That wasn't a life. If she was going to die, she wanted it to be on her terms. She wanted to face the thing that had destroyed her. The driver dropped her at the trailhead 2 hours before sunset. Clara shouldered her pack and hiked into the canyon system, following the route she had taken when tracking Cody. She hiked fast. If the thing was watching, and she suspected it was, stealth wouldn't matter. The canyon walls closed in. Clara squeezed through passages where the sandstone pressed her shoulders, climbed over boulders, navigated around pools of stagnant water. The sun touched the western rim as she reached the cave. She stopped outside the entrance and looked up at the rim 400 feet overhead. Nothing moved against the sky. Clara entered the cave and set down her pack. She pulled out the headlamp and switched it to red mode. The artifacts were gone, bagged as evidence in some police locker. But their absence felt like a presence. She thought about her grandmother's stories, about how to kill a skinwalker. Bullets dipped in white ash. But Clara didn't have any ash and didn't know if it would work anyway, speaking its human name. But Clara didn't know what name the thing had carried before it transformed, exposing it to sunrise in animal form. But she didn't know what forms it could take or how to trap it. The stories might be useless. They were old, and they described creatures that followed rules. The thing Clara had encountered felt older than rules, more fundamental. It wasn't bound by the limitations her grandmother had described. It could mimic human voices perfectly. It could leave forensic evidence that matched people who hadn't been present. It could call phones that shouldn't exist. It was something that had adapted to the modern world, learned to weaponize technology and systems that didn't exist when the stories were first told. Clara sat with her back to the cave wall and waited for darkness. The sun set. Shadows flooded the canyon. Clara could see stars appearing overhead, bright and cold in the narrow ribbon of visible sky. She didn't turn on the headlamp. An hour passed. Nothing happened. Then she heard her own voice close enough that it sounded like it was coming from inside the cave. "You came back." Clara's hand tightened on the pistol. She scanned the darkness but saw nothing. The voice came again, from a different direction this time, near the cave entrance. "I didn't think you would. Most people keep running, but you came back." "That's interesting." Clara didn't answer. She kept the pistol raised, waiting for movement. "You want to know what I am?" It wasn't a question. Clara stayed silent. I'm what happens when you let fear teach you everything. When you cross over and discover the crossing doesn't end. I've been walking for longer than your grandmother's grandmother's grandmother. I've worn more skins than you have memories. The voice moved again, this time from above, somewhere on the rim. Clara looked up but couldn't see anything against the stars. I could kill you now. It would be easy. You're alone and you came back to the place where you're already guilty. If they find your body in this cave, the captain will close the case. Clara forced the words out. They came rough-edged, barely audible. Then why don't you? Silence. Then the voice again, closer now, almost at the cave entrance. Because you chose the note of discord. Most would have delivered him, closed the file, walked away clean. But you believed the impossible and destroyed yourself for it. You introduced asymmetry. It makes the composition more beautiful. The pattern needed you to choose wrong, and you did. Clara said nothing. She was trying to track the voice, trying to figure out where the thing actually was. It seemed to be moving constantly, circling the cave. I want to see what harmony your dissonance creates. You came back here with no plan, no weapon that can hurt me, no hope of survival. You came back anyway. That deserves its resolution. What? Clara asked. A choice. You can die here tonight, clean. I'll make it quick. Your body will be found and the case will close. The captain will sleep better. Cody will keep running, but eventually I'll catch him too, and it'll be over. Everyone goes back to believing the world makes sense. Or you can walk out of this canyon alive. I'll let you go, but I'll keep using your shape. Keep hunting Cody. Keep leaving your evidence at scenes until the captain's warrant becomes federal and your face is on every news station. You'll spend the rest of your life running, knowing every day could be the day they catch you. And when they do, when you're finally standing in a courtroom facing evidence you can't refute, you'll understand what it means to be completely powerless. Clara's hand was shaking on the pistol. She understood what the thing was offering. A quick death now, or a slow one, spread across years. Neither option included survival or justice. She thought about Cody on the bus. She thought about the Ketchums, who had died without understanding what had killed them. She thought about the captain drafting a warrant, believing he was catching a murderer. Clara lowered the pistol. I choose to walk out, she said. The breathing stopped. For a long moment, there was only silence and wind through the slot canyon. Then Clara heard movement. Not the scrape of skin on stone, but something softer, like fabric dragging across sand. The sound moved away from the cave, receding into darkness. Clara waited 10 minutes to be sure it was gone. Then she shouldered her pack, switched on the headlamp, and began hiking out. She moved quickly, following her own tracks by the red glow, climbing over boulders and squeezing through tight passages until the walls opened up and she could see the desert stretching away under starlight. A semi pulled over 20 minutes after she reached the highway. The driver was heading to Salt Lake. Clara climbed into the cab. She rode in silence, watching the desert slide past in the darkness. The semi dropped her in Salt Lake at dawn. Clara walked through the city as it woke up. She found an internet cafe and checked the news. The warrant had been issued. Federal, her photograph was attached, her official photo from the state tracking certification, showing her younger and more confident. The article said she was wanted for questioning in connection with 2 homicides. It said she was considered armed and dangerous. Clara left the cafe. She walked until she found a thrift store and bought used clothes, jeans, a flannel shirt, a baseball cap. She changed in a gas station restroom. She was standing on a street corner when she saw the news van parked across the street, reporters standing in front of a camera. Clara couldn't hear what the reporter was saying, but She could see the photograph displayed on the monitor behind her own face. Younger, smiling, unaware of what was coming. Clara pulled the cap lower and kept walking. She didn't run. She just moved steadily away from the news van, away from the city center where cameras were most dense. She walked until she reached the industrial outskirts where warehouses and rail yards stretched along the highway. She found a truck stop where drivers gathered. She climbed into the cab of an 18-wheeler heading east. The driver asked where she was going. Clara said she didn't know yet. The truck pulled onto the interstate. Clara watched Salt Lake disappear in the rearview mirror. She was reaching into her pack for water when she glanced sideways at the college kid in the sleeper berth behind the driver. He had his laptop open, earbuds in, watching something. Clara's eyes passed over the screen and then snapped back. For 1 second, less than a second, a fragment of time so brief she almost dismissed it. The laptop showed a live feed. The interior of the truck cab. Herself in the passenger seat, a hand frozen halfway to her pack. The angle was from above and behind, as if something was perched on the roof looking down through the windshield. Then the screen flickered, and it was just a movie again. Some action film with explosions. The kid didn't react, didn't notice anything wrong. His expression never changed. She looked at the windshield, at the ordinary reflection of the cab interior in the glass. Nothing on the roof, nothing perched above them. Just the highway stretching ahead and the morning sun climbing the sky. In her pocket, the prepaid phone buzzed. Clara pulled it out and looked at the screen. Text message from an unknown number. She opened it. "You look good in flannel." Clara dropped the phone on the floor of the cab and crushed it under her heel. The driver glanced over, but didn't comment. Clara looked out the window at the desert rolling past, at the endless miles of sagebrush and red rock, at the sky stretching empty and blue above it all. Behind her, invisible and patient, something watched and followed. Harper's hands were submerged in the rainwater she had collected in the ceramic basin, washing gauze strips with a practiced care that suggested years of routine, though there was no one in the building to practice on and had not been for a decade. Thunder rolled through the valley below, distant enough to be atmospheric rather than threatening, and the light coming through the tall windows of the hydrotherapy room was the color of pewter. She worked the gauze between her fingers, wringing them clean, then laid each strip across the radiator to dry, even though the radiator had not functioned since 1962. The building around her, Rain Rock Sanatorium, 4 stories of brick and institutional optimism gone to rot and weather, creaked in the wind with the weary groan of a structure that had outlived its purpose and was now simply waiting to collapse. Harper did not seem to hear it. She was humming something low and tuneless, a habit she had developed in the months since she had made the sanatorium her home, or her project, or whatever this was. She did not examine the distinction too closely. She had lost weight since coming to Rain Rock, though she barely noticed. Her clothes hung differently, her belt cinched 2 holes tighter than it had been in March. But these details registered only as practical adjustments, not symptoms. The work required her full attention. Everything else was peripheral. The 4th floor was hers entirely. She had cleared the hydrotherapy wing of debris, swept the observation deck, removed the graffiti from the glass walls that looked out over the Coast Range forests. The windows were massive, floor to ceiling, designed so that physicians could monitor patients in the tiled soaking pools while standing in the adjacent office, a relic of the days when observation was considered therapeutic in itself. Harper had restored a version of order here. Her cot in the corner, a camp stove, shelves constructed from salvaged lumber and stocked with medical texts she had carried up from the abandoned library on the second floor. The pharmaceutical supplies she kept in a locked box beneath the cot, alongside the syringes, the dosage charts, the meticulous records she maintained in a leather journal that had once belonged to the sanatorium's final director of nursing. She had found it in a storage room, its pages blank, and had understood immediately what it was meant for. She finished with the gauze and dried her hands on a towel, then walked to the windows. The rain had started again, a soft, persistent curtain that erased the far ridgeline and turned the forest into gradations of gray. Somewhere down there, 15 miles through logging roads that were more suggestion than infrastructure, was the valley where the care facilities still operated. Maplewood, Sunset Ridge, the county hospice in Tillamook. She knew their routines, their staffing schedules, the names of the patients whose suffering had become unmanageable, whose families had stopped visiting, whose terminal diagnoses had stretched into months and then years of warehoused pain. She knew because she had worked in places like them for most of her adult life, had seen what institutional care actually meant when the funding dried up and the staff rotations grew thin, and the oversight became a formality no one bothered to maintain. She had left that world not in disgust. Disgust was too simple, but in clarity. There was another way to manage the end, a way that required only conviction and access and the willingness to act when action became the only form of mercy left. The first one had been in March. An 83-year-old woman with pancreatic cancer metastasized to the bone, whose pain management at Sunset Ridge was calibrated for prolonging rather than relief because the family, a son in Seattle who called every 3 weeks, had specified that comfort should not be prioritized over extending life. Harper had waited until the overnight shift change, had walked into the woman's room with a wheelchair and a story about transferring her for imaging, and had brought her here to Rain Rock, to the room she had prepared on the 3rd floor with clean sheets and a window that opened to the forest. She had administered the sedative in the dose that would actually work, had sat with her as her breathing slowed and her face released its rictus of pain, and had stayed until the body was entirely still. Afterward, she had dressed the woman in her own clothes, had carried her down the fire escape. Harper was stronger than she looked. Years of lifting patients had built a physical capability she rarely displayed, and had left her in the forest where the spring runners would find her and assume she had wandered from one of the facilities and succumbed to exposure. The official report had concluded exactly that. Harper had attended the memorial service, had stood in the back of the chapel, and had felt nothing but certainty that she had done what the medical establishment refused to do. She had ended the suffering instead of cataloging it. There had been 3 more since then. Each time, the same method: research, access, transport, sedation, forest. Each time, the same clarity. She documented everything in the journal, not out of pathology, but out of professional rigor. Procedures, timelines, physical responses, the small adjustments she made to improve the process. She was not a serial killer. She was a practitioner of an unauthorized but necessary medicine. And the distinction mattered to her even if she knew it would matter to no one else. The law did not recognize mercy killing, but the law had never spent a night shift in a place like Sunset Ridge, had never heard the sounds people made when pain became their entire existence, and no one was willing to abbreviate it. Harper had. She knew what she was doing was illegal. She also knew, with the kind of bedrock conviction that no argument could dislodge, that it was right. She returned to the basin and poured the water out through the window, watching it fall 4 stories to the undergrowth below. The sky was darkening earlier now. It was late September, and soon the storms would come in earnest, the kind that knocked out power in the valley and turned the logging roads to mud. She would need to finish her work before winter made access impossible. before the isolation became total. There were still names on her list, still patients whose files she had reviewed, whose suffering she had measured against the likelihood of intervention. She had time. Rainrock was patient. The building had spent 10 years waiting for someone to give it purpose again, and she had obliged. It was a partnership of sorts. She gave the sanatorium a function, and it gave her the space to perform that function without interruption, without oversight, without the ethical committees and family consultations and legal barriers that had made her previous work impossible. Out here in the ruins, she could practice medicine the way it should be practiced, with clarity, with commitment, with the understanding that sometimes the most compassionate thing a caregiver could do was to stop. She heard the sound of an engine on the access road just after noon the next day, distant but approaching, the distinct rattle of a vehicle not designed for the terrain. Harper set down the medical text she had been reading, a 1957 manual on palliative protocols, remarkably progressive for its time, and moved to the window. A truck was navigating the switchbacks below, a battered Datsun with Oregon plates and a camper shell, taking the curves slowly enough to suggest the driver was unfamiliar with the road. She watched it climb. Visitors were rare. Occasionally, teenagers from the valley came up to drink or vandalize, but never in daylight and never alone. This was something else. The truck pulled into the circular drive where the ambulances had once parked, and the engine cut off. A man got out, 30s, wearing a canvas jacket and carrying a camera bag and a backpack that suggested he was planning to stay for a while. He stood in the drive for a moment, looking up at the building with the expression people always had when they saw Rainrock for the first time, a mixture of awe and unease, the recognition that institutions like this were built with hope and abandoned in failure. Then he started toward the main entrance. Harper did not move. She watched him try the front doors, find them chained, and then circle toward the eastern wing where the service entrance remained accessible. She had 3 minutes, maybe 4, before he made it inside. She used the time to smooth her hair, to check that the pharmaceutical kit was locked and out of sight, to arrange her face into the expression of someone who had a reasonable explanation for being here. He found her in the hydrotherapy room, standing at the windows as though she had been there all along. He stopped in the doorway, startled but not afraid, and apologized. Harper turned and offered a smile that was calibrated for reassurance, told him the building was condemned, but that she was trespassing too. He relaxed. Up close, he was appealing in an unpolished way. Dark hair that needed cutting, 3-day beard, the kind of intelligent eyes that suggested he spent more time thinking than acting. He set the camera bag down carefully, as if already deciding to stay, and introduced himself. Simon Gentry. Podcast about abandoned institutions, Pacific Northwest Gothic. He was hoping to film the building before demolition. Harper explained that the county had been threatening demolition for 8 years but lacked the funding, that Rainrock would stand until it collapsed on its own. She told him about her research, freelance work on institutional failures in rural medicine, the sanatorium's history, tuberculosis patients in 1918, psychiatric care in the 40s, closure in 62 after the reforms. She was speaking in the voice she used for this kind of interaction, the one that suggested expertise and detachment, a journalist's remove. It was not entirely false. She had researched Rainrock exhaustively, had read every record she could find, had reconstructed the patient lists and the treatment protocols and the institutional decay. It was just that her research had a different purpose than the one she was claiming. Simon was looking around the room now, taking in the radiator with the drying gauze, the shelves of medical texts, the cot in the corner. He asked if she was staying here. Harper told him it was easier than driving back and forth from Portland, that she liked the quiet after 10 years working in hospitals where the noise got into your head. Out here it was just rain and wind and the occasional owl. Restorative. He smiled at that, the kind of smile that suggested he understood exactly what she meant, and said something about living above a bar in Burnside, about quiet sounding like a miracle. Then he asked if he could film. He would stay out of her way, he said. He was mostly interested in the architecture, the way light moved through the wards. Harper considered. The smart thing would be to send him away to maintain the isolation that made her work possible. But there was something in his manner, an earnestness, a loneliness that mirrored her own, that made her pause. And there was this. She had been alone with her conviction for 6 months, had spoken to no one about the philosophy that guided her actions, and the isolation was beginning to feel less like purity and more like erasure. It might be useful, she thought, to have someone nearby who was not a patient, someone who could serve as a reminder that she was still capable of normal human interaction, that the mercy work had not consumed her entirely. She agreed, but asked that he not include her in the shots. She would rather not have her face associated with trespassing on state property. He accepted this, picked up the camera bag, then asked her name. Harper, she said. Just Harper. He accepted this without further question, and she liked him a little more for it. Over the next hour, she watched him move through the hydrotherapy wing with a care that suggested he understood the space was more than backdrop. He filmed the observation deck's glass walls, the empty soaking pools with their rusted drains, the tiled corridors where the light fell in long, oblique angles. He asked questions about the building's history, and she answered them, drawing on her research, and their conversation developed the easy rhythm of two people who had both spent too much time alone and were relieved to find someone else who spoke the language of institutional architecture and systemic failure. When the light began to fade, he asked if he could come back the next day, and Harper said yes and meant it. He returned the following afternoon and the afternoon after that. Each visit stretched longer, 3 hours, then 5, then the point at which it became easier for him to simply stay through dinner, which they ate on the observation deck while the rain drummed against the glass and the forest disappeared into darkness below. Simon talked about his podcast, about the abandoned hospitals and asylums he had documented across Oregon and Washington, about his conviction that these buildings held a kind of moral testimony that should not be erased. Harper listened and recognized in his words a version of her own philosophy, differently applied. He believed in witnessing the failures. She believed in correcting them. The distinction seemed minor at the time. On the 4th visit, he brought wine. They drank it sitting on the observation deck while he told her about his divorce, about the apartment he could barely afford, about the sense that his life had narrowed to a series of small disappointments that he documented rather than lived. Harper told him carefully about her own exit from institutional nursing, about the burnout that was not quite burnout, about the realization that she could not continue working in a system designed to maximize billing rather than minimize suffering. She did not tell him about the pharmaceutical kit, or the journal, or the 4 bodies she had staged in the forest. But she told him enough that he understood she had left that world with intention, and he did not judge her for it. At some point during the evening, while she was refilling their glasses, Simon asked what she was humming. Harper stopped. Had not realized she was making any sound at all. She told him she did not know, just a melody. He said it sounded like a lullaby, something his grandmother might have sung. Harper said maybe it was, that her mother had sung something similar when she was young, though she could not remember the words anymore, only the tune. Simon smiled at that, said it was nice, that it made the building feel less abandoned. Then he leaned over and kissed her, and she let him. And afterward, when the question of staying arose, she did not refuse. They became lovers in the way people do when isolation has made them hungry for any kind of contact. urgently, without much conversation, in the cot that was too small for two people, but worked anyway. Afterward, Simon fell asleep almost immediately, his breathing evening out into the rhythm of someone who had not slept well in a long time and was finally briefly at peace. Harper lay awake beside him, staring at the ceiling, aware that she had made a mistake. Not in sleeping with him. That was fine, even pleasant. But in allowing him proximity to the building, to her routines, to the room she had not yet shown him. She had been careful to keep him contained to the hydrotherapy wing and the observation deck, to steer him away from the third floor where the patient rooms were, away from the eastern corridor where she kept the supplies. But he was curious by profession, and sooner or later, his curiosity would override his politeness. She would need to manage that. She would need to decide how much he could know before he became a liability. In the days that followed, Simon began spending more time at Rain Rock than in Portland. He brought his recording equipment, his files, his laptop, and set up a makeshift editing station in the hydrotherapy office. Harper found his presence both comforting and unnerving. Comforting because it gave her days a structure beyond the work. Unnerving because structure meant routine, and routine meant he would begin to notice the gaps, the times when she disappeared for hours without explanation, the nights when she left the building entirely and returned just before dawn. She tried to explain these absences as research trips, as interviews with former staff members, but she could see him beginning to catalog the inconsistencies, the way a journalist does when a source's story does not quite align. Her hands had developed a tremor she attributed to the building's cold, to the hours spent gripping steering wheels on logging roads, to anything except what it actually was. She had stopped noticing when it started. Now it was simply part of how her body worked. A slight shake when she held a pen, when she prepared the syringes, when she touched Simon's face in the dark. The first crack appeared 3 weeks into his residence. Harper returned from the valley at 4 a.m, having spent 6 hours surveilling a facility in Tillamook, confirming the status of a patient whose name had been on her list since August. She climbed the stairs to the hydrotherapy wing as quietly as the old building allowed, removed her shoes at the door, moved toward the cot where Simon lay sleeping. But he was not sleeping. He was sitting up, watching her, his face unreadable in the darkness. He asked where she had been. Harper told him she could not sleep, had gone for a walk in the forest. He looked at her for a long moment, then asked why she was wearing street clothes and carrying her bag if she had just been walking. She explained that she had driven to the coast, to Manzanita, to watch the sunrise over the ocean. It was something she did sometimes when the building felt too close. He accepted this, or appeared to, but she saw the way his eyes moved to her bag, to her rain-dampened jacket, to the calculation happening behind his question. The second crack appeared a week later. Simon was in the hydrotherapy office, editing footage, when Harper came in from the third floor. She had been preparing the patient room for the next procedure, had laundered the sheets and restocked the pharmaceutical kit, and cleaned the surfaces until they gleamed. She thought she had been careful, but when she entered the office, Simon was holding something small and white between his fingers, a piece of gauze, blood-stained, that she had dropped in the corridor and failed to retrieve. He asked what it was. Harper felt her heart rate climb, but kept her voice level. She told him the building had rats, that she had trapped one in the eastern wing, and it had bitten her hand before she could release it outside. She showed him her hand, which did have a small cut from when she had caught it on a rusted door latch 2 days earlier. He looked at the gauze, then at her hand, then back at the gauze. The stain was too large for a latch cut, the blood too dark, too dried. But he set the gauze down on the desk and said she should be more careful. That tetanus was no joke in a building this old. Then he returned to his editing. Harper took the gauze and burned it in the camp stove that night while Simone slept. But she understood that the margin for error was narrowing, that his journalist's instinct for inconsistency was beginning to override his desire to believe her explanations. She would need to be more careful, or she would need to finish the work quickly before his curiosity crystallized into suspicion, and suspicion into action. She could not remember the last time she had eaten a meal rather than scavenged crackers between procedures, could not remember the last time she had slept through a full night without waking to check the locked corridor, to inventory the supplies, to review the journal entries for gaps or errors. These details felt unimportant. Maintenance tasks. The work was what mattered. One night she woke to find him gone from the cot. She listened. The building was silent except for the rain and the wind, and then she heard it. Footsteps on the floor above, slow and deliberate. The sound of someone moving through rooms they were not supposed to enter. She rose and dressed quickly, her heart rate climbing not from fear, but from calculation. She found him on the third floor, in the corridor outside the patient rooms, standing in front of the door she had left unlocked by accident, or by exhaustion, or by some unconscious need to be discovered. He turned when he heard her approach, and his face was difficult to read in the darkness. He said he could not sleep, had thought he would explore a little, hoped that was all right. Harper kept her voice level. The third floor was unstable, she told him. The supports were rotted through. She should have mentioned it. He looked past her into the room. She had cleaned it after the last patient, but there were still signs. The sheets on the bed too neat, too deliberately arranged, the faint medicinal smell that no amount of ventilation could entirely erase. Simon stepped inside slowly, and Harper followed, watching his face as he registered the details. The room was sparse but intentional. A bed, a chair, a small table with a water glass, a window that opened to the forest. It looked, she realized, with something close to horror, exactly like a hospice room, which was what it was. He asked what it was. Harper had prepared for this moment, had rehearsed the lie she would tell if the work was ever discovered prematurely. She explained that she had been reconstructing the patient experience for the article. She wanted to understand what it felt like to be here, to spend your final days in a place like this. So she had been setting up the rooms the way they would have been in the 50s, when the sanatorium was still operational. He turned to look at her. She could see him trying to decide whether to believe this. He asked if she had been sleeping in here. Sometimes, Harper said, to get the atmosphere right. He walked to the window and looked out at the forest, and Harper watched him process the explanation, tested against what he knew of her, against what he wanted to believe. After a long moment, he nodded, said it was incredibly immersive, kind of disturbing, but he understood. He smiled, and she saw the relief in it, the desire to accept her story because the alternative was too complicated. She was more committed to this project than he had thought. Harper agreed that she took her work seriously. He came back to her and kissed her forehead, a gesture of affection that felt, in that moment, unbearably naive, and suggested they return to bed because it was freezing on the third floor. She followed him downstairs, and they returned to the cot, and he fell asleep again within minutes. Harper lay beside him, staring at the ceiling, aware that the discovery had been too close, that her control over the situation was deteriorating. She would need to be more careful. She would need to finish the work quickly, before his curiosity became structural rather than casual. There were still 2 names on her list, 2 patients whose suffering required intervention. She would handle them in the next 2 weeks, and then she would close the journal, lock the pharmaceutical kit, and leave Rain Rock before Simon could ask the questions he was beginning to formulate. But the timeline accelerated in ways she had not anticipated. Simon, having found the blood-stained gauze and accepted her explanation, while clearly not believing it, began exploring the building with less caution and more purpose. He was no longer documenting architecture. He was investigating. Harper recognized the shift, the way he moved through corridors with intent rather than curiosity, the way he asked questions that seemed casual but were actually designed to test the consistency of her previous answers, the way he had started keeping notes in a small journal of his own that he did not leave lying around. She found him searching the third floor one afternoon in late September. Not the patient room this time, but the storage corridor where she kept the supplies. The pharmaceutical vials, the extra syringes, the dosage chart she had copied from medical texts. The door was locked, but he was standing outside it with a bent paperclip in his hand, attempting to pick the mechanism. He stopped when he heard her footsteps, turned with an expression that was not quite guilt and not quite defiance. He did not apologize. He asked what was in the room. Harper told him it was unstable, that the floor had rotted through and she had locked it to prevent accidents. He asked why she would lock a dangerous room rather than simply avoiding it. She said she had found transient evidence, sleeping bags, empty bottles, and wanted to ensure no one else broke in and got hurt. He looked at her for a long moment, then asked if she had a key. Harper said she did not, that the lock had been engaged when she arrived and she had never bothered to open it. He knew she was lying. She could see it in his face, in the way he pocketed the paperclip, and stepped back from the door without argument. He was gathering information, building a case, waiting for enough evidence to confront her with something she could not explain away. Harper understood that she had perhaps a week before his investigation reached critical mass. She accelerated her timeline. The fifth patient would come sooner than planned, and after that she would need to address the Simon problem before it became unsolvable. One evening while she was out, legitimately out, meeting with a contact at Maplewood to confirm a patient's status, he made the decision that would end everything. He searched the hydrotherapy office. He found the journal. When Harper returned to Rain Rock that evening, just after dark, she knew immediately that something had changed. Simon was sitting on the observation deck, the journal open in his lap, his face illuminated by the battery-powered lantern she used for reading. He did not look up when she entered. He was reading the entry for March 17th, the first patient, the woman with pancreatic cancer. Harper set down her bag and walked toward him, slowly, her mind already moving through the possible responses, the explanations she could offer, the ways she might contain this. But when she was close enough to see his face clearly, she understood that containment was no longer possible. He knew, and knowing had broken something in him. He spoke her name quietly, almost gently, which was worse than anger would have been. Asked what this was. She could have lied. She was good at lying. She had been doing it for 6 months, had perfected the tone and cadence that made people believe her. But looking at him, at the journal in his lap, at the horror and confusion in his face, at the way his hands were trembling slightly as he held the pages, she found that she did not want to lie to him. She wanted, for the first time since she had started the work, to tell someone the truth. Not to justify it, not to defend it, just to say it aloud, to make it real in a way that solitary conviction could never be. She told him it was exactly what it looked like. Simon closed the journal carefully, as though it might break if handled roughly. Said that she had been killing people. Harper corrected him. She had been ending their suffering. There was a difference. He stopped, seemed to lose the thread of what he wanted to say, then tried again. These were real people, he said, with families, with lives. They had lives, Harper replied, past tense. By the time she brought them here, all they had left was pain and the institutional machinery that prolonged it without purpose. She had given them what the system refused to give them, a dignified exit. She sat down across from him, her voice calm, as if they were discussing a theoretical problem rather than 4 documented homicides. He had seen the care facilities. He had documented the failures. He knew what it was like in those places. The understaffing, the neglect, the way terminal patients were kept alive, not for their sake, but because dying was paperwork and liability, and the families could not quite bring themselves to authorize comfort-only care. She had worked in that system for a decade. She knew what it did to people. And she had decided she was not going to participate in it anymore. Simon said she had decided to murder them instead. No, Harper said. She had decided to help them. That was what she did. She helped them. She leaned forward, needing him to understand, needing him to see the clarity she had built her work on. The woman in March had been begging for relief, begging. And the facility had her on pain management that was calibrated for prolonging, not comfort, because the family wanted her kept alive as long as possible, and the medical staff had to follow the family's wishes even though the patient was in agony. Harper had changed that. She had given the woman what she needed. The woman had died peacefully, without pain, in a room with a window and clean air and someone who cared enough to sit with her. That was not murder. That was medicine. Simon was staring at her as though she were a stranger, which she supposed she was. He said she could not actually believe this. Harper told him she did believe it. She had never believed anything more. She reached for the journal, but he pulled it back, and she let it go. She was not asking him to agree with her. She knew he would not. But she needed him to understand that what she had done with absolute clarity. No hesitation, no regret. She had looked at the situation, at the suffering, at the system's refusal to address it. And she had acted. That was all. He repeated that she had killed 4 people. Harper repeated that she had ended their suffering. Simon stopped again. He said she sounded insane. She told him she was not insane. She was clear. Clearer than she had ever been. She stood, suddenly exhausted by the effort of explanation, by the realization that no explanation would bridge the gap between them. He had asked what it was. She had told him. Now he had to decide what he was going to do with that information. Simon set the journal down on the deck, carefully, as though it were evidence, which it was. He said he did not know what to do. He looked up at her, and his face was wrecked, and she felt something twist in her chest that might have been regret, if she still allowed herself to feel regret. He said he loved her. He did not even know if that was real anymore, but he felt it. And he was looking at her right now and did not know who she was. Harper told him she was the same person she had always been. He just knew more now. He said that was not the same thing. No, she agreed. It was not. They stood there in silence, the rain against the glass, the forest invisible beyond the windows. Simon picked up the journal again, held it, seemed to be weighing its physical presence against the enormity of what it contained. Finally, he said he could not let her keep doing this. She understood that, didn't she? He could not know about this and not do anything. Harper felt something settle in her chest, a cold clarity that was familiar from the work, the moment when decision became action. She said she knew. He would call the police, he said. He did not want to, but he had to. She needed help, real help. Not this. He gestured at the room, at the building, at the entirety of Rain Rock and everything it represented. Harper told him quietly that he was not going to call the police. He said he had to. No, she said. He did not. For 1/2 second she saw him. Not the sufferer, not the contaminated knowledge carrier, but Simon. The man who had brought wine and talked about his divorce and asked about the lullaby she hummed and kissed her on the fourth visit. The man who had made the building feel less abandoned. Then the clarity returned, sharp and absolute, and he was just another patient whose pain required intervention. She moved toward him. Not quickly, not threateningly, just closing the distance between them with the same calm deliberation she used when approaching a patient. Because if he called the police, Simon, he became part of the problem. He became complicit in the system that created the suffering she had been trying to end. And she did not think he could live with that. She did not think he could live with that. He stood, the journal still in his hands and back toward the door. Told her not to do this. She said she was not doing anything. She was just explaining the situation. He had said he loved her. She believed him. And because he loved her, he was in pain right now. She could see it in his face. He was suffering from what he knew. That was what knowledge did. It caused suffering. And the only way to end that suffering was to remove the knowledge or remove the person carrying it. He said her name like a prayer, like a warning. Harper, don't. She told him she was not going to hurt him. She was going to help him. The same way she helped them. Because he was suffering now, Simon. He did not ask for this knowledge. He did not want it. But he had it, and it was destroying him. And the only mercy left was to end that destruction before it consumed him entirely. Simon had stopped listening halfway through. She could see it in his face. Not just horror, but recognition. That he was hearing the logic of someone who had crossed the line so far back that they could no longer see it. He was not arguing with her philosophy. He was measuring the distance between where she stood and where human empathy ended, and understanding that distance was unbridgeable. She had become something that used the language of care to describe killing, that called love a disease requiring treatment. He could not reach her. No one could. He broke then, turned and ran. Harper had anticipated this. She had mapped the building's exits weeks ago, had understood from the beginning that the hydrotherapy wing was a trap if you did not know its architecture. There was the main stairwell, which she had locked from the inside hours earlier when she had returned and found him reading the journal. There was the service stairs in the eastern corridor, but those terminated in a storage room whose door had rusted shut in 1967. And there was the observation deck's exterior fire escape, a steel ladder that descended 4 stories to the forest floor, installed in 1953 and never maintained since closure. Simon ran for the fire escape. Harper followed at a walk, unhurried, carrying the pillow from her cot. She had done this 4 times before. She knew the rhythm of it, the way panic made people stupid, the way they exhausted themselves in the first 30 seconds and then had nothing left when the actual struggle began. She heard him reach the observation deck, heard the shriek of rusted metal as he forced open the exterior door, heard his weight shift onto the fire escape platform. Then she heard the sound that always came when metal had spent too many years in Pacific Northwest weather without maintenance. A groan, a crack, the specific scream of bolts shearing through rotted mounting brackets. The ladder section gave way. Not catastrophically, just the lower third, the part that would have allowed descent from the platform to the ground. It peeled away from the building with a metallic shriek and crashed into the undergrowth 40 feet below, leaving Simon stranded on the platform with no way down and no way forward. Harper reached the doorway and stopped there, watching him. He was gripping the railing, looking down at the drop, his face white in the darkness. The rain was coming down harder now, turning the platform slick, and the wind was strong enough that the remaining structure swayed slightly under his weight. He looked back at her, and she saw him understand. The choice was no longer between calling the police and staying silent. The choice was between coming back inside or falling. She waited. He could have jumped. The drop was survivable if you landed right, if you missed the rocks, if you were willing to break a leg and crawl through 15 miles of forest to reach the valley. But he did not jump. He came back inside slowly, hands raised as though she were holding a weapon, as though there were still some version of this where negotiation was possible. Harper closed the door behind him and locked it. The key went into her pocket. They were alone now in the observation deck, the rain against the glass, the forest invisible beyond the windows. Simon backed toward the far wall, putting as much distance between them as the room allowed. His breathing was ragged, his eyes moving from her face to the pillow in her hands, to the locked door behind her. He was calculating. She could see it. Looking for weapons, for advantages, for some way to reverse the situation. There was nothing. The observation deck was empty except for the two of them and the medical equipment she had stored in the corner. Syringes, pharmaceutical supplies, the leather journal still lying where he had dropped it. She set the pillow down on the floor and moved to the corner, to the pharmaceutical kit. Simon watched her prepare the syringe with the practiced efficiency of someone who had done this dozens of times, who knew the procedure by heart, who could perform it in darkness if necessary. She drew the sedative carefully, checked for air bubbles, held it up to the lantern light. The dosage was higher than what she used for the patients. Simon was younger, stronger, healthier. It would take more to ensure the transition was peaceful. He was talking. She could hear his voice, but not the words, a stream of pleading or reasoning or bargaining that blurred into simple sound. She had heard this before from the patients in those final moments when they understood what was happening and tried to argue their way back to life. It never worked. The decision had already been made, and once Harper made a decision, she followed through. That was what separated her from the doctors and nurses who wrung their hands about suffering but never acted. She acted. She finished what she started. She approached him with the syringe in one hand and the pillow in the other. Simon tried to fight. He was taller than her, broader, with the kind of physical advantage that should have mattered. But Harper had spent 15 years lifting patients, restraining patients, moving dead weight from beds to gurneys to wheelchairs. She knew leverage. She knew where to grip to minimize resistance. And more than that, she had conviction, which was a kind of strength that no amount of muscle could match. When you believed absolutely that what you were doing was right, was necessary, was the only merciful option remaining, your body did not hesitate. Your hands did not shake. She got him down. It took longer than it had with the others, and there was a moment when his elbow caught her in the ribs hard enough that she lost her breath. But she did not let go. She pinned him against the floor, her knee on his chest, and administered the injection to his shoulder. He thrashed, tried to dislodge her, but the sedative was already working, flooding his system with a warmth that would feel pleasant if you did not know what it meant. She had given him enough to suppress respiration, to slow his heart, to make the final step, the pillow, faster than it would otherwise be. His struggles weakened. Harper shifted her weight, repositioned, brought the pillow to his face. She pressed down firmly, evenly, the way she had been taught in nursing school when demonstrating CPR compression points. Steady pressure, no gaps, maintain the seal. Simon's hands came up and gripped her wrists, but the sedative had taken the strength from them and his fingers could not hold. She began to hum. It was unconscious, the lullaby rising from someplace she did not examine, the same melody she had hummed for the woman in March, for the man in June, for the two in August. A song her mother had sung when Harper was young, when comfort and care had seemed like simple things. Simon's body went through the stages she had documented in the journal. First, the thrashing, already weakened by the sedative. Then the convulsive attempts to draw breath through the obstruction. Then the stillness that could have been surrender or unconsciousness or the beginning of death. She held the pillow in place for exactly 2 minutes after the movement stopped, counting silently, her hand steady. The sedative would have rendered him unconscious before asphyxiation became painful. That was important. She was not trying to cause suffering. She was ending it. When she removed the pillow, his face had the slackness that came with death. His eyes were half open, fixed on the ceiling, already beginning to cloud. Harper sat back, still straddling his chest, and looked at what she had done. There should have been horror. There should have been guilt, or doubt, or the sick realization that she had just killed someone she loved. But there was only the same clarity she always felt after the work. The certainty that she had done what needed to be done, that his suffering was over, that she had performed an act of mercy in a world that confused mercy with cruelty and cruelty with care. She stood slowly, her knees aching from the struggle, and looked down at Simon's body. The journal would need a new entry. She would document this the same way she documented the others. Name, age, condition at time of intervention, procedure performed, duration, physical responses observed. The only difference was that Simon had not been terminal. His suffering had been psychological rather than physical, knowledge-based rather than pain-based. But suffering was suffering. The source did not matter. What mattered was the response. She needed to move him. The observation deck was wrong for staging. Too far from the forest, too high up, too obviously inside the building. The fire escape collapse had been fortunate in one sense. It gave her a narrative. He had tried to descend. The ladder had failed. He had fallen. She would drag him to the platform, push him over the remaining rail into the undergrowth below. The fall would cause sufficient trauma to obscure the injection site, and the sedative would process through his system quickly enough. It had to. The injection site could be mistaken for impact trauma if the coroner didn't look too carefully. Clatsop County's coroner was overworked and underfunded. If the scene looked like an accident, it would be ruled an accident. It had to be. Harper gripped Simon under the arms and began pulling him toward the door. He was heavier than the others had been, and the observation deck was larger than the third-floor patient rooms. And by the time she reached the exterior door, her back was screaming, and her hands were shaking from exertion. She unlocked the door with the key from her pocket and pulled it open. The rain hit her face, cold and immediate, and the wind tried to tear the door from her hands. She maneuvered Simon onto the platform, his body dragging across the threshold, his head lolling. The platform creaked under their combined weight. Harper looked down at the forest below, at the darkness where the ladder section had fallen, at the 40-foot drop that would need to look like a tragic accident, rather than what it was. She positioned Simon near the remaining rail section, oriented him as though he had been trying to climb over when he lost his grip, then shoved his body forward and watched it tumble into the darkness below. There was a crash, the sound of branches breaking, then silence. She stood on the platform for a moment longer, the rain soaking through her shirt, her hair plastered to her skull, and looked down at the space where his body had disappeared. Then she went back inside, locked the door, and returned to the hydrotherapy room. The pillow went back on the cot. The syringe went into the sharps container. The pharmaceutical kit went back into the locked box beneath the cot. The journal came out, and she sat at the small table by the window and documented what had happened in the same clinical documentation that made killing look like medicine. When she finished, she closed the journal and sat in the silence of the hydrotherapy room, listening to the rain against the windows, to the wind moving through the building's empty corridors, to the sound of her own breathing. There was no guilt, There was no horror. There was only the understanding that she had done what needed to be done. That mercy sometimes required violence, that the people who were too afraid to act would call her a monster, but would never understand that monsters were the ones who stood by and watched suffering continue when they had the power to stop it. The next morning, Harper woke before dawn and walked down to the forest to check the staging. Simon's body was where she had left it, sprawled in the undergrowth 40 feet from the observation deck platform, his limbs arranged by gravity and impact into the posture of someone who had fallen. She studied the scene with professional detachment, noted the broken branches, the disturbed earth, the position of the body relative to the failed ladder section. It looked right. It looked like an accident. She returned to the building and began the process of preparation. The journal and pharmaceutical kit went into the locked third-floor corridor. Her cot was disassembled and hidden in the same room. The hydrotherapy wing was cleared of all personal items, all evidence of occupation, until it looked exactly as it had when she first arrived. Empty, abandoned, a space no one had inhabited in years. His camera equipment she packed back into his truck, his clothes folded and placed in his backpack, his laptop closed and returned to its case. When the helicopters came, she would need the building to be empty. She spent 3 days in this state of readiness, sleeping in the locked corridor, eating cold food, listening to the radio for news of a missing podcaster. The report came on October 21st. A Portland man last known to be driving east toward the coast. Truck found in Burnside. Family asking for information. Harper listened and understood the timeline was accelerating. They would check his files, find his notes about Rain Rock, send searchers. She stayed hidden in the third-floor corridor and waited. Harper did not run. Running implied guilt, and she was not guilty. She had done what was necessary. If they found the journal, if they understood what it documented, if they called it murder instead of mercy, that was their failure, not hers. She had acted according to a moral clarity that the law did not recognize, that society refused to acknowledge, but which was nonetheless true. Mercy killing was illegal. It was also right. And when faced with that contradiction, Harper had chosen rightness over legality, had chosen to act rather than to comply. The searchers found Simon's body on October 23rd. Harper heard the helicopters first, then the vehicles on the logging road, then the voices in the forest below the observation deck. She stayed hidden in the locked third-floor corridor, barely breathing, listening to the investigation unfold 4 stories below. They processed the scene for 3 hours, photographing the body, the failed ladder section, the platform. Then she heard boots on the stairs inside the building. 2 deputies climbed to the observation deck to photograph the failed fire escape mounting from the interior side. She heard them moving through the hydrotherapy wing, their voices echoing in the empty space. One of them remarked on the rusted bolts, the obvious structural failure. The other asked if they should search the rest of the building. The first one said there was no point, accidental death, structural failure, open and shut. They spent 11 minutes inside Rain Rock, took measurements, documented the mounting brackets, left. Harper remained in the locked corridor for another 2 hours, listening to the vehicles depart, listening to the forest return to silence. Only when she was certain they were gone did she emerge. She returned to the observation deck and looked down at the space where Simon's body had been. The ferns were crushed. The earth was disturbed. The official story had been written and accepted. Why would they search further? The death had been ruled an accident. There was no reason to investigate something that had not officially happened. She retrieved her cot from the locked corridor, reassembled it in the hydrotherapy wing, returned the pharmaceutical kit to its place beneath. The journal came out. She documented Simon the same way she documented the others. Name, method, duration. The clinical language that made Mercy look like procedure. She wrote for 10 minutes, then closed the book and locked it away. The work could continue. But something had changed. She understood this in the days after Simon's body was removed, in the way the building felt different, in the way her routines had become automatic rather than intentional. The work no longer felt like mercy, it felt like compulsion. She caught herself preparing syringes for patients who had not yet arrived, documenting procedures that had not yet been performed, writing entries in the journal about interventions that existed only in her mind. The distinction between what she had done and what she intended to do was blurring, and with it, the distinction between herself and the work. She tried to stop. For 3 days in early November, she did not go to the valley, did not survey the facilities, did not review the patient lists. She stayed at Rain Rock and read the medical texts, and told herself that she had done enough, that 6 deaths were sufficient, that she could walk away now and leave the remaining names to their institutional suffering. But on the 4th day, the clarity returned, sharp and undeniable, and with it, the certainty that stopping was betrayal. The patients on her list were still suffering. The facilities were still warehousing them. The pharmaceutical supplies were still in the locked box beneath her cot, waiting to be used. She had the power to help. Refusing to use that power was as much a sin as the institutional negligence she had spent months condemning. Harper pressed her hands against the observation deck glass, the same glass Simon had looked through before she killed him, the same glass that framed the forest where his body had lain for 3 weeks before discovery. The rain streamed down the exterior surface, distorting the trees into gray shapes, turning the world into something formless and uncertain. She was still humming. She realized this only when the sound registered consciously. The lullaby, the same melody she had hummed over Simon, over the 5 patients, over every life she had ended in the name of mercy. She tried to stop, but the humming continued, rising from her throat without permission, without thought, a reflex that had become part of her autonomic system. Her breath fogged the glass. Beyond it, the forest blurred in the rain. Below, somewhere in that wilderness, 5 bodies had lain before discovery, and 1 body, Simon, had been removed but left its impression, a space in the undergrowth where the ferns had been crushed and the earth disturbed, and the evidence of her work remained even after the official story had been written and closed. Harper's hands remained pressed against the glass. The humming did not stop. The rain fell and the building creaked, and the observation deck remained exactly what it had always been, a place designed for watching, for witnessing, for clinical observation of suffering without intervention. She had turned it into something else. She had made it a place where intervention happened, where mercy was administered, where the watching ended and the acting began. The humming filled her ears, filled the observation deck, filled the empty building with a sound that was neither human nor automatic, but something in between. Then she heard it. Not rain, not wind. The sound of engines on the logging road. Multiple engines. Harper's hands dropped from the glass. She turned toward the corridor, listening. Voices below, boots on stairs, radio static. The organized movement of people who had come with purpose, who knew what they were looking for. She understood immediately. Simon's podcast files, cloud backup, auto-upload. The note-taking she had watched him do each evening, typing observations into his laptop, had been going somewhere beyond the hard drive she had packed into his truck. Building a case she had not anticipated because she had stopped seeing anything except the work. The voices were on the 3rd floor now. She heard the locked corridor door being forced. Heard someone say something sharp and urgent when they found the patient room. The supplies, the journal she had been too convinced of her own rightness to destroy because Documentation mattered, because the work deserved to be recorded, because she had believed the clarity would speak for itself. Harper looked down at her hands. They were shaking. Not from the building's cold, not from exertion, from the recognition that mercy could not be self-administered after all, that the final patient would receive no intervention, that the suffering she had created in herself would continue in a cell instead of ending in the forest with the others. The footsteps were on the stairs to the 4th floor now, multiple sets, heavy, deliberate. She pressed her hands against the glass one final time, felt the cold surface against her palms, watched the rain blur the trees into shapes that might have been the future arriving to collect what she owed. The relentless repetition of a melody that once meant safety and now means only this. She could not stop it. The lullaby had become autonomic, something her body did without permission, the only language she had left. The door to the observation deck opened. Harper did not turn. She kept her hands against the glass, kept humming, kept watching the forest where 5 bodies had lain, and 1 body had been removed, and the evidence remained permanent, despite the official conclusions, despite the stories everyone had agreed to believe because the alternative was too complicated to process. Someone was speaking to her. She heard the words, but they meant nothing. The mercy at Rain Rock had its own language now, and it was not one that translated into the language of law, of consequence, of the world beyond the glass. But the world beyond the glass had come anyway, had found the journal and the supplies and the documentation, had understood what the clinical language meant, even if they could not understand why. They would call it murder. They would not understand that it was medicine. They would not see the clarity. And Harper, standing at the observation deck windows with her hands pressed flat against the rain-streaked glass, humming a lullaby that would not stop, understood for the first time that clarity and madness might be the same thing seen from different sides of the glass, and she no longer knew which side she was on, and it no longer mattered, because the hands were on her arms now, pulling her away from the windows, and the work was ending not by her choice, but by theirs. And the mercy had become, the suffering had become the only thing she was, and there was no cure for that, only containment. The glass fogged with her breath one final time. The humming continued as they led her toward the stairs, continued as they took her down through the building she had made her own, continued as they placed her in the vehicle and drove her away from Rain Rock through rain that turned the logging road to mud. The lullaby followed her into the county facility, into the psychiatric evaluation, into the cell where the walls were painted the same color as the hydrotherapy room had been. Accessible beige, the kind of institutional neutral that was supposed to be calming, but was actually the color of erasure. She hummed through the arraignment, through the interviews, through the months that followed. The melody was all she had left, the only part of the work that remained, and it was not mercy anymore, and it was not comfort anymore. It was just sound, mechanical and endless, the last piece of Harper that remembered what she had believed before the belief consumed her. The journal became evidence. The pharmaceutical supplies became evidence. The bodies in the forest remained where they had been left, but now they had names attached, families notified, investigations open. The official conclusions were revised. The truth was written down. And somewhere in a facility not unlike the one she had believed she was correcting, Harper stood at a window much smaller than the observation deck glass, hands pressed flat against the surface, humming a lullaby. She could no longer stop, watching nothing, witnessing everything, suffering from a condition that had no name except the one she had given it, and no cure except the time it would take for the conviction to finally release her, which might be never, which might be the rest of her life, which might be exactly what mercy looked like when it was finally administered to the person who needed it most.